Chapter 13. Ethan. If ever there was a time to be worried, it was now. Hags were monsters, sure. They were known as the bringers of misfortune and woe. But despite their horrid appearance, they were subjects of the gods. In many Arcanian legends, the god King Tomir often sent hags to his heroes, usually before they were whisked off on some incredible deed or quest, many of whom never returned. The fact that the hag hadn't harmed us either also wasn't a good sign. If she was hunting, she would have attacked first and spoken later, if at all. But she'd appeared suddenly, spoken her warning, and left, as if she'd been sent to deliver this prophecy specifically to us. I made excuses for Emma, because I didn't want to scare her. Yet I knew what the hag had spoken would come true. Within 4 winters, Emma would die, unless I did something to stop it. I wasn't sure how to prevent the future, or even if I could, but I had to do something. I couldn't let my mate perish due to some strange oracle. It didn't make any sense. Perhaps if I got some more information, I could change what was to come. The hag had spoken about the world weaver. I didn't know what that was. I'd never heard of the term before. I was sure anyone I could consult on the topic would think I was talking nonsense. I'd gone to the library and scanned for books on the subject, but nothing came up. It was a dead end. 2 names, the World Weaver and the Hidden King. The hag said that he'd bring her death, so I'd have to find out who he was and kill him first. The Hidden King was associated with the Black Claw, according to the note left behind by Professor Waldron's murderer. That made things simple. I'd have to find a member of the Black Claw and interrogate them until I found out who the Hidden King was. The idea of torture sickened me, but I would do it if it meant protecting Emma. For several nights, I searched the city and the woods for Black Claw tributes, but didn't find any. The fuckers had been everywhere only a few nights ago, but now they'd all but vanished. I couldn't locate them anywhere. Similarly, the disappearances in the city had stopped. It was as if the group was pulling back, waiting for something. The end of October neared, and I hadn't gotten my teeth into a single Black Claw tribute. I wasn't giving up, but I had the feeling that I needed to change my strategy. I was going about this wrong, but at the same time, I had no idea on how to proceed. The Friday before Halloween, Professor Victor stood at the front of the interspecies cooperation class and made an announcement. "We're going to try something a little different today," he said. "Now, as you know, most freshmen marked aren't introduced to their faction powers until their 2nd semester, but Professor Lunesta and I think that this year's recruits could use a formal introduction." His smile widened. "So we'll be mentoring them today. Everyone, follow me to the training arena." Some people groaned, but most guys were excited. It was nice when you got to spend class time with some girls for a change. I didn't get why we were doing this. Professor Lunesta taught Introducing the Monarchy, which had nothing to do with interspecies cooperation, or faction magic for that matter. Was this some new thing the school was introducing? The training arena was outside, in the woods. It was more or less a large circular patch of grass, surrounded by trees. When I got there, I saw a long line of freshman girls waiting in the arena. My heart immediately jumped when I saw red hair. I didn't know Emma was in this class. That was a bonus. Professor Victor shouted over the noise. "Partner up, everyone. Pick someone of your own faction, please." I immediately made a beeline for Emma. She scowled as I poked her in the side and said, "Picked you." "Of course you did. Can't let me meet anyone new, can you?" she asked. "Why do you need to meet anyone new? I'm the best there is," I said. She rolled her eyes. Elijah gravitated towards Gabby like they were magnets. They gave slight smiles and looked each other up and down, like they were about to do it right there on the lawn. Total sex eyes. Ugh. They deserved each other. They were both rotten. I craned my neck to see who everyone else had gotten. Theo had grabbed onto Odette, obviously, who was currently chatting his ear off. Alexei had paired up with Kiara, the girl that was really shy and had helped us rescue Alexei from the Taranticula. Although right now, Alexei was acting like the shy one. He was blushing beet red. Alexei gave Kiara a sheepish look. "I'm sorry," he said. "I get that I'm supposed to be helping you, but I don't know how to control my powers. I'm kind of a crappy empath." "It's okay," Kiara said brightly. We'll work it the other way around. I can teach you." Alexei blushed even harder. I shook my head. He had a total crush on her. It was obvious. Loud shouting pulled my attention to the side. Stefan had slid up to a goth girl and was wearing a sly grin. Her expression was red with rage. "Baby cakes? You sexist ass," she shouted. She slapped Stefan on the chest and said, "I can't believe you'd call me something so derogatory." I think I knew her. Emma hung out with her a lot. Her name was Delmare. Stefan grinned wider and said, "The words only get dirtier from here, baby cakes. You can call me something naughty too. Promise I won't mind. The filthier, the better." "Ugh, you pig." Delmare searched the class for another dragon companion to pair up with, but too late. They were already taken. She narrowed her eyes in disgust at Stefan. He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. "Companions, shift into your animal form," Professor Lunesta instructed. "Use your magic to demonstrate to your partner how to use faction magic." I changed into a wolven, and the rest of the companions followed. Theo stomped his hoof and spoke gently, like a father talking to his child. "Listen, Odette. Shield magic is very simple. All you have to do is focus on creating a defense around something you want to protect. Then expand that intention outward to create a large force field nothing can cross. Like so. See?" A blooming light emerged from Theo's horn. It wrapped itself around Odette protectively, like a large bubble. Theo prodded at the bubble with his horn, but the shield wouldn't break. It bounced off any attack that came at it. Odette giggled maniacally and said, let me try." The large bubble burst as Theo drew his magic away. From the tips of her fingers, Odette created tiny bubble shields that were miniature versions of Theo's, but instead of expanding them, she started shooting them in bubble beams at Theo. They burst at his side and knocked him over. He scrambled to get back on his hooves. "No, Odette, not like that. Ouch, that hurts," Theo cried. Theo galloped away, and Odette laughed as she chased him around the training arena with her bubble beams. Alexei was lying on the ground as a griffin, with Chiara leaning against his side. Her legs were crossed, and she stroked his feathers calmly as she said, "You have just to work on blocking the emotion out. Imagine creating a wall between you and everyone else." I'm not sure how," Alexei confessed. His eyes were squeezed so tightly it was almost like he was in pain. I bet that he could feel every emotion running through the arena in that moment. "You have to pick out your own feelings from everyone else's. You'll know which ones are yours because they'll be stronger," Chiara said calmly. "Everything that isn't yours, try pushing outward, or simply turning down the volume." Alexei's features visibly relaxed. Chiara smiled and said, "See, you're getting it." Nearby, Stefan and Delmare were creating a scene. "Come on, shoot me, baby cakes." Stefan danced around, creating minor earthquakes as he jumped back and forth. Other teams glared at him as he shook the ground. "You know you want to knock me on my ass." Delmare bared her teeth. She attempted to conjure a small ball of what looked like red electricity, but she couldn't hold on to it. The ball flickered out before she could harness it to throw. "Don't tell me you're just a pretty face," Stefan chided. "Hit me with all you've got, honey." Delmare lost it. She screamed, and the red ball swelled to an enormous size within her hands. She cranked her hand back and tossed it as if throwing a grenade. People dove out of the way. Stefan's eyes grew wide as the red ball approached. It socked him in the chest, and on impact, the trees blew backward with the force of the blow. Stefan went flying. When he landed, shock waves rippled across the earth. I had to cling to the ground with my claws to keep my balance. Emma fell over. Delmare cheered with victory, raising her fists to the sky. Stefan remained on his back, 4 legs in the air, and didn't get up. A couple of people sent them harsh glares and rude gestures before they returned to the exercise. Emma got off the ground. She wrenched her eyes away from the disaster that was Stefan and Delmare and looked at me. She raised an eyebrow. "So, how are you supposed to teach me how to levitate stuff if you can't do it yourself, since you're not a marked?" "It's all theory. It's not much different than communicating across long distances," I said. "The same techniques are used." I turned to face a large rock on the ground, about the size of my paw. "Try to lift that." "That?" Emma scoffed in disbelief. It's kind of big for my first time." "That's what they all say," I commented. Emma face-palmed, and I couldn't resist a chuckle. "Are you done laughing at your own jokes?" she asked. "I don't want to be behind in this class, too." I cleared my throat and said, "Yes. Anyway, it's the same as if you picked it up with your hand. It just takes mental energy instead of physical. Imagine lifting the rock into the air, but don't move your arm. The intention is simple." "Well, if you can understand it, I'm sure it is," she said. I laughed again. Emma focused her eyes on the rock. A few moments passed and nothing happened, but she didn't break her concentration. The rock wiggled, and her mouth dropped open in shock. "I'm doing it." "Almost," I said. "Now try lifting it." The sound of applause drew away our attention. Gabby had uprooted an entire oak tree and was levitating it 3 feet above the ground. Her face was strained, but the tree remained suspended in the air. How the fuck was she doing that? She was a freaking first year. She shouldn't have that kind of power. Elijah held his head up proudly, like he was doing it himself. If he wasn't a companion, I'd suspect he was. But Gabby was doing it all on her own. What was going on? Professor Victor and Professor Lunesta looked similarly confused. Something was up here. Emma seemed downcast. Why does she have to beat me and everything? "Forget Gabby. That's not normal," I told her. "Why do you give a shit what she does anyway? Focus on what you can do." "Which is practically nothing," Emma said in discouragement. "I'm tired of always being the weakest one in class." She glanced at me. "You know I am. I know what people say about me, that whoever bonds with me is getting the short end of the stick." Fury rose up in me and made me feel like I was going to snap. I'd heard the rumors too, but so what? They didn't know anything about what was between me and my mate. "Screw those people. I believe in you," I told her. "That should be enough." "You think I'm being stupid? But I know I'm bound to the Phantom," she protested. "How can someone like me ever be worthy of him? He's an amazing shifter, and I'm nothing. I don't know if I can survive in this world without him." "Oh, Emma, if only you knew it was the other way around." "If the Phantom truly loves you, he'll accept you however you are," I said firmly. "But I know you can do this. If he were here, he'd be telling you the same thing. Don't prove him wrong." Emma sighed. She sent a last glance toward Gabby, who let the tree fall back on the ground, and steeled her expression. "Okay, I'll try again." She fixed her eyes on the stone. This time, it wiggled immediately, rocking back and forth. Slowly, it rose into the air, turning slightly as if on a rotating axis. Emma's expression brightened as she rose the stone in front of her face and kept it levitated. "Way to go!" I cheered. Emma let the rock drop back down to the ground. She wavered on her feet. "That took a lot more effort than I expected," she said. "It was actually kind of hard." "It's not easy," I confessed, "but with time, you'll become more." "Emma? Emma!" Her eyes rolled back in her head as she collapsed. I changed back into a human immediately and caught her before her head hit the ground. "Emma!" Odette called. She'd stopped chasing Theo around as she noticed her friend faint. She, Delmare, and Kiara came racing over. I cradled Emma in my arms, lifting her as I stood. She was so tiny and light. I never noticed before. "See? Told you she was weak," Gabby called. "She can't even lift a little rock." "Miss Claire, that is enough," Professor Lunesta snapped. Gabby kept her mouth shut after that, though both her and Elijah were wearing giddy looks. "I think she's okay," I told her friends. "She's breathing fine, just wiped out." They still looked worried. I held Emma closer to me and looked to Professor Victor. "I think she needs to rest. I'll take her back to her dormitory." "Yes, that's all very well, Mr. Noack. Make sure to tend to her carefully. You are excused," Professor Victor said, waving me off. The activity resumed, and I walked toward the school. As I entered, everyone's eyes gravitated to me, then to Emma hanging limply in my arms. Emma blearily came round as we passed the cafeteria. "What happened?" "You fainted," I told her. "I'm taking you to bed." That sounded wrong. I stuttered as I said, I'm taking you to lie down." Fuck, that wasn't right either. And now it was provoking images that were about to give me a hard-on. Great. Emma needed me, and all I could think of was getting her naked. Not the right time, Noack. She blinked a few times, trying to comprehend what I was saying before the meaning suddenly hit her. "What? No!" Emma weakly pushed against me. "Put me down. I can't be seen like this." "Too late," I told her. "Everyone's already noticed." She groaned. Her head hit my chest, though she didn't try to get away. She was still too tired. When we got to her dorm, I put her down on the bed and covered her up with a blanket. She stared straight ahead at the wall and said, "How am I ever going to be a sorceress if I faint every time I do advanced magic?" I sat on the edge of the bed. "You can get stronger," I told her. "It's like ice skating, right? A little at a time. You don't do jumps before you learn how to glide. If you work yourself up to it, I'm sure you can handle it." A bit of hope came into her gaze before it quickly faded. "I guess so." "You need water," I said. I got up and headed to the mini-fridge and yanked it open. "Ethan, don't," she protested. I didn't listen. Inside, I found water along with a shit ton of snacks. Damn, Emma loved junk food, along with several strange bottles that were filled with a clear liquid. They looked medical. I took out a glass bottle and turned it in my hand. Human plasma? "What are these for?" I asked. "Nothing. Just leave it," she said. She wasn't ready to tell me. I bet it had to do with her condition. I still didn't know what it was. Had it been the reason she'd passed out today? It was so severe that she needed plasma to survive? I put the bottle back and instead grabbed a water bottle. I wouldn't pry if she wasn't ready. I handed the water to her and she took a few sips. "I think I should stop by the rink and tell Lady Magdalena you won't be coming to practice," I said slowly. "You have lessons on Fridays, right? You should probably skip." "Fuck all if I will," she said violently. "Emma." I stared at her, and she let out a resentful sigh. "Fine." She closed her eyes and snuggled into her pillow. I made way for the door. "My classes are done for the day. I'll be in my dorm if you need anything." Not like I'll be able to get up anyway, let alone make it down the hall. Her tone was resentful. I decided saying anything else would probably be a mistake, so I left quietly. I isolated myself in my room and tried focusing my attention on the hockey game that was playing on my TV. It was a big one, a game I'd been looking forward to all week, Moldova versus Russia. But I couldn't think straight. My mind kept wandering back to what I'd found in Emma's dorm, how she'd fainted, how she didn't want to tell me what was wrong with her. What was Emma trying to hide from me? I hardly saw Emma at all the following week. She was avoiding me. She kept her distance in Monster Hunting 101 and didn't sit with me at breakfast like usual. I hadn't even spotted her at the rink after hockey practice, which was unusual. She was always there. Had she been so tired from last Friday she'd taken the rest of the week off from skating? Whenever she saw me coming, she'd blush and turn the other way. It was like she was embarrassed or something. I didn't get why. Yeah, fainting in class was kind of humiliating, but I didn't care that she did. It wasn't a big deal to me. Did she think I actually thought less of her? I must have come off as a major jerk or something. On Halloween, I was able to corner Emma before she emerged from her dorm that afternoon. She jumped as I silently came around the corner. "Holy shit, Ethan," she glared at me. "You scared the crap out of me." "Well, I thought I'd have to sneak up on you at some point, since you've ran away from me every time you've seen me coming." Her mouth gaped. I've been busy." "Uh-huh. Busy running away from me." I put 2 arms on either side of her, locking her in. Her back braced up against the wall as she stared up at me. "Can't run now," I whispered. Emma swallowed. "You need to get out of my way. I have to study." "Studying would be a sin today," I told her. "It's Haemskanun." "What?" "It's an Arcanian festival, celebrating the transition from harvest to winter. It's one of our biggest holidays," I told her. "And don't tell me you have to go to class, because there aren't any today. They've all been canceled in favor of the holiday." She bit her lip. "I think Odette and Delmare said something about it, but I hardly listened. They invited me to come with them, but I turned them down." "Now, why would you do that?" I asked. She shrugged. "I'm not big into social gatherings." "Well, that's no good. There's a pagan celebration taking place in town. I dropped by to see if you'd like to come with me. And unlike your friends, I won't take no for an answer." "Me?" Emma gave a skeptical look. I'm surprised you want to be seen with me after what happened in class. Come on, Emma. It wasn't a big deal. I rolled my eyes. You're not the one that fainted. She went to move past me, but my arms locked her in. I grinned. I won't let you by until you say yes, I teased. Yes. She huffed a lock of red hair out of her eyes. Fine, just so you'll stop tormenting me. I gave a low chuckle and leaned down to whisper in her ear. I don't plan on ending your torment for a very long time. I was teasing myself, but I hadn't promised myself I'd stay away from Emma, just that I wouldn't make any romantic advancements towards her. Didn't mean we couldn't be friends, right? Just friends. She shivered and pushed me away. So, where are we going? The festival is taking place in the middle of Dolinska right now, but the most important part of it is visiting the Catedra da Duboina, the Cathedral of the Goddess, I said. You'll see what I mean when you step inside. Okay, Emma said, reluctant to follow. She deposited her things back into her dorm. I grabbed her shoulder. Hold on, I said. You need to be properly dressed. You can't go in your uniform. I took her hand and dragged her to my dorm. There, I pulled out of a shopping bag a long ankle-length dress with long sleeves. It was white and flowing, made of cotton, with embroidery of tiny red, green, pink, and black flowers on the bodice and skirt. She gasped as she observed the dress, her green eyes widening. I handed it to her before pulling out another item, a floral headband with red and white flowers, along with tiny leather sandals. Women wear their hair long and flowing for the festival, with floral crowns, I said. I thought these would look beautiful on you. These are gorgeous, Ethan. Emma stared at the dress, unable to take her eyes off of it. You got them for me? Well, I knew you wouldn't have anything for the festival, so I thought I'd surprise you, I said. I wanted to make the festival as amazing as possible for her. She could barely contain her excitement. Hold on, I'll get ready. She headed into my bathroom to change. When she came out, it nearly took my breath away. Her red hair fell in soft waves under the floral headband, and the dress fit her perfectly, tucking in at her small waist and flowing around the curves of her body. Is everyone going to be dressed this way? She asked. I noticed a bit of self-consciousness in her tone. Mostly, I told her. Come on, I don't want you to miss a thing. Dolinska was bustling with activity when we arrived. The streets were packed with marked and companions, dressed in true Malovian fashion. The marked wore dresses similar to Emma's, while the companions wore knee-high black leather boots, red embroidered shirts, and navy jackets with matching pants. Streamers and ribbons flowed through the air, along with confetti, and the smells of incense rose into the air. There was folk music everywhere. It sounded like the songs of the fairies as musicians played wooden flutes, goatskin bagpipes, fiddles, and large string instruments. People were dancing to the sound in the streets, in their shifter and human forms. Companions that had opted to remain as animals wore harnesses made of woven flowers. Stages had been set up for dancing or band competitions, or even demonstrations. One marked performed illusions for children with puppets, while a group of sorceresses nearby put on an air show with owls and hawks. Companions had a drinking contest nearby, while Marked awed the crowd by spinning wheels of fire and swallowing flaming torches. Acrobats, both Marked and Companion, did flips and tricks throughout the streets to an applauding crowd, while a heavy lifting contest took place near the vendors. Companions lifted huge logs and threw giant stones as high and far as they could, to massive cheers of the crowd. It looked like a very muscular dragon had won the contest, and he raised a fist in victory. In the center of town, there was a jousting contest. Marked rode their companions at each other with lances and full armor and tried to knock each other off. Once both were on the ground, the Marked and companions both did battle and fought each other with ancient swords. There'd be something similar during the King's contest in December, but that would be an actual tournament, not for fun and show. People would get hurt. I pushed the thought out of my mind. The King's contest was still months away. I didn't want to bother myself with such worries today. Emma was awed. She observed the archery contest near the jousting tournament with bright eyes and a wide smile. Okay, you didn't tell me it'd be this awesome. This is incredible. It's like stepping back in time to the Middle Ages. Told you it was cool. My eyes caught some familiar faces dancing in the town square near the music. Odette had gone all out for the festival. She was wearing a headband made of different colored fall leaves, her white dress embroidered with orange and brown thread. She was laughing and spinning around with Theo in the middle of the square, who was dressed in a traditional way similar to Odette's. They had matching outfits. This was getting bad. Out of all people, why couldn't Odette see that Theo's heart was set on her? Delmare wasn't too far. It wasn't any surprise that her dress was pure black. Even her headband had black roses on it. She looked like the Queen of Death. She was sitting cross-legged on a barrel and looking very cross, holding on to a mug of ale with an irritated expression. Stefan was right next to her, leaning on a brick wall and obviously flirting hardcore. Odette caught Emma's eyes and squealed. She left Theo's arms and hurried over to Emma, throwing her arms around her before clinging to me. I leaned into the embrace. I'd learned that with Odette, you just accepted hugs. "Emma, I'm so glad you could make it," Odette sang. She eyed me up and down, and a huge grin split her face. "So this is the reason you didn't want to come with us. You could have told us you had a date. I wouldn't have minded." "No, it's not like that," Emma rushed to explain. "Oh, hush, silly," Odette giggled. "It's no big thing. I hope you two enjoy the festival." Odette skipped off to rejoin the dancing circle. She fell into Theo's arms and raised up onto her tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. He blushed so red it would make tomatoes jealous. Stefan had moved on to flexing his muscles to try and show off. Delmare was ignoring him and staring at us. She cupped her hands around her lips and mouthed, "Save me." Emma laughed under her breath and said, "We should probably go and help her." "That's all you," I said. "Stefan doesn't quit when he's on the hunt." As we approached, I heard Stefan boasting loudly. "Yeah, I'd say the average dragon my age has killed around, I'd say 10 monsters by now, but I've killed around 30. They just see me and run, you know?" He was totally bluffing. He'd killed 5, 3 with my help. I wasn't sure what happened with the other 2. Probably got lucky or sat on them or something. "Anyway, I'm at the top of my class." Stefan made an arrogant noise and cleared his throat. "Best at fighting and all that." "Oh, gods, would you please just shut up?" Delmare complained. In one fluid motion, she tossed her ale onto him. It splashed Stefan in the face and soaked his clothes. He gasped and jumped backward. Delmare tossed the wooden tankard down at his feet before stomping off. The thinnest of smiles shone on her face. Stefan was shocked for a moment. The ale dripped onto the cobblestone. He was completely soaked. Then a delighted smile lit up his expression, and he used his hand to wipe the dripping ale from his eyes. "Aye, she's a feisty one. I love the chase. She only gets more and more exciting." Stefan hurried after Delmare. I held in a laugh. Emma watched them go with a confused expression. Stefan caught up to Delmare. He tried to put his arm around her, but she pushed him into a nearby fountain. Water went everywhere. She laughed along with the rest of the crowd as he floundered to pull himself out of it. Despite being made a fool of, Stefan was grinning. "I don't get it," Emma said. "Why doesn't Stefan leave her alone? It's obvious Delmare's not interested." "I wouldn't say that. He'd back off if she told him to go away. He understands no means no," I pointed out. "But she hasn't yet refused him, has she?" Emma thought about it for a moment. "No, I suppose she hasn't." "People romance in different ways, Ona Wilka," I told her, and we began our walk away from the square. It is not up to us to decide what makes sense, especially in the realm of love. She rolled her eyes. "You talk so fancy." "I am a prince. I suppose it's strange for an American," I said. "Americans can be fancy," Emma protested. I snorted. "If you say so." She shook her head. "You Europeans think Americans are all southern accents, big guns, and cowboys." "Aren't you?" "You better stop while you're ahead," she scowled. "Sometimes I feel like I have a big sign on my forehead that screams I'm from the U.S. "Well, you show some pretty telltale signs," I said. "And what are those?" she asked. I glanced skyward. "Let's see. You're loud, outspoken, and insanely curious. You walk with a confidence and optimism only Americans have. But Malovians are opinionated and arrogant anyhow, so that doesn't matter much." I shrugged before I smiled. People say they can tell when someone's an American because they're too nice and polite, or they smile too much. But no one ever mistook that with you, Emma." "Yep, I'm a real asshole," she said, and I laughed. We came to a stop near a river that ran through the middle of town. A large stone bridge led to an island in the middle of the river where an enormous cathedral rose. It was made of stone, built with Gothic architecture, 4 tall towers and elaborate statues adorning the outside. Each of the statues surrounding the walls depicted one of the 7 gods and goddesses, and underneath them were sculptures of prominent Arcanian historical figures, mostly kings, queens, and warriors. A cobblestone court surrounded the cathedral, and people milled around it respectively. "Whoa," Emma said, peering up at it. "It has to be like 200 feet tall." "And twice as long. It's one of our most sacred ceremony sites," I said. I took out a red headscarf and handed it to her. "Here, it's considered disrespectful if you don't cover your hair." Emma wrapped the red headscarf over her hair and flower headband, and we went inside. As we entered, the sound of an organ and bells chimed throughout the hollow space. Emma turned in place, her mouth dropping open. The vaulted ceilings towered next to circular stained glass windows with millions of colors. They cast rainbows onto the floor as we passed different sections and vestibules, one for each god and several for different Arcanian saints. Candles and incense were in front of the section statues so people could bring offerings or pray. This time of year, during the festival, it was heavily crowded. I dropped my voice to a whisper. We were supposed to be quiet inside. "This cathedral was built in honor of the goddess Milona. People often come here to pray for healing or ask to find love. It is not unusual for unbonded Mark to venture here to ask for Milona's help in finding a companion." We walked up the long hallway between the pews. A statue of the goddess Milona stood at the head of the altar. Many young sorceresses were on their knees before it, giving offerings of flowers, fruits, and vegetables, praying for a mate. Emma stared at the statue as if she was called to it. A multicolored light from one of the stained glass windows shone down on her, creating a halo effect as she observed the statue of the goddess with wonder. One old woman struggled to get up to the aisles. She was having trouble walking. Emma noticed and hurried to help her. She grabbed the woman's arm and aided her up the aisle. "You look like you could use a hand," Emma said, as she guided the woman into a nearby pew in front of the Milona statue. "Thank you, my dear," the wizened old woman spoke. "An old sorceress like me needs help to get around these days." "Have you come to pray to the goddess?" Emma asked kindly. "Oh, yes," she said. She sighed as she sat down into a pew. "For love, as all Mark do this time of year. My mate has long since went on to the great hunting fields. I hope this winter to join him." Emma frowned slightly. "But then you will die." "Death is nothing to fear, my child. I have lived a good life. I long to be young again in the realm of the gods," the woman said. She smiled at me and said, "But your journey has just now begun. You have a good mate there. I can see it in him. Enjoy the time you have together, for it doesn't last. Before you know it, 70 years will seem like 7, and he'll be gone." Emma didn't move to correct her. She patted the old woman on her back, and the woman bowed her head to pray. As Emma moved beside me, she seemed bothered. "She thought we were together," Emma whispered as we left the old woman behind us. "Let her think that. What's the harm, anyhow?" I said. "I guess nothing," Emma said, and she spoke no more about it. I knew what the harm was, for me, anyway. I couldn't possibly allow myself to hope that Emma and I would be together one day, truly. It was too risky for her. "This place reminds me of some elaborate Christian churches," Emma said. "I don't understand this style." "Many Malovians are simultaneously pagan and Christian," I told her. "It sounds strange, but in our country, we follow the old ways and traditions of our ancestors, as well as Catholicism and other branches," I said. "It's a blending of the 2 religions for the New World. As such, you get things like cathedrals being built for gods and ceremonies being held for Jesus, and so on and so forth." We stopped when we reached the end of the cathedral. A long casket was set out, made of gold and precious gems. The casket was surrounded by hundreds of burning candles on tall silver stands. Behind it was a large statue of a bearded man, adorned in Arcanian regalia with a tall crown. He lifted a sword to the sky and looked triumphant. A plaque was set onto the casket. Lycus Noic, King of the Arcania. My father would have hated it. He despised pomp and circumstance, but this was our way. "Is this your dad?" Emma asked as we approached. "Yes," I said. "The monument was built shortly after his death. All kings and queens of Malovia are interred here at the cathedral. A year after his death, he'll be moved to the crypt underneath the building to lie with the rest of our royal ancestors." Emma picked up an incense stick out of one of the holders. "May I?" I nodded. I picked up an incense stick too, and we lit them both. Emma and I put our incense holders together as we simultaneously lit the biggest candle. Emma glanced at me as we stuck the incense holders into a sandbox to fizzle out. "You know, I think your dad would have been proud of you. You're kind of a cool dude." Wasn't sure of that, but I smiled back anyway. "Thanks." We left the cathedral. Emma removed the headscarf and said, "I think this is my new favorite place in the city. It's so beautiful." "It is," I said. 800 years of history, all in one place. I just hope it keeps standing." "What do you mean?" Emma asked. "The Black Claw often targets the cathedral. It's one of the city's greatest treasures. If they managed to topple it, it would destabilize the region and demoralize the people," I said. "They'd have a much easier time taking over things if the city was in despair." "Do these assholes regard anything as sacred?" Emma asked in disgust. I shook my head. "No, nothing that regards to anything except power, maybe." I bumped her with my shoulder. "Anyway, let's not talk about the Black Claw today. There are other parts of the festival I want to show you." We spent the day watching the different entertainers and participating in the events. There was so much food. Malovians like to eat. There was kielbasa, cabbage rolls, dill pickle soup, and lots of ale. And pierogi. Sweet pierogi. I loved pierogi. You don't mess with my pierogi. I was shocked to find out that Emma didn't know what it was. Growing up in Detroit, with a large Slavic population, she should have known. But I knew when I watched her take the first bite of that fried potato dumpling, she was in love. Around dusk, I took Emma's hand. "The ceremonies are starting. Would you like to watch?" "Ceremonies?" "Sure," Emma said, baffled. She stared at our joined hands, but made no move to pull away. It was just holding hands. Friends held hands, right? "Come on, follow me." There was a large crowd of people on the path that led outside of town and into the forest. The setting sun cast an orange glow and long shadows upon the woodland. We came to a very large, open area. The seats were wooden stools that were more or less stumps of old trees that had been cut down. They made a circle around a circular space lit with wooden torches. A large black cauldron sat in the middle. Many people sitting nearby had brought at least one piece of firewood with them, or baskets of vegetables fresh from the harvest. Emma and I shared one of the largest stumps. Odette and Theo resurfaced, along with Delmare and Stefan. Odette waved from across the way, sitting on Theo's lap. Delmare and Stefan sat cross-legged on the ground in front of them. Stefan seemed to be telling a story. Miracle upon miracles, Delmare actually looked slightly interested. I wondered where Kiara was, along with Alexei. I'd seen them together over the past week, but they hadn't appeared all day at the festival. Where could they be? "What's the ceremony for? And what's with all the firewood and vegetables?" Emma asked. The area had grown quiet. People knew something was about to happen. I leaned over and dropped my voice to a whisper. "During Hyemskanun, the veil between the death world and our world is thin. Winter has arrived, literally taking the life of the land with it. It is believed that the spirits of our loved ones cross over from the great hunting grounds to be near us until tomorrow ends. So our priestesses help the spirits cross over by portraying the journey from life to death and wearing grotesque costumes to scare off evil spirits sent by the dark god Droga. As for the wood and food, you'll see." Just then, the torches dimmed. The area was barely lit by the light of the flames. Voices quieted as the sound of drums gathered. The nature of the festival immediately turned somber. Laughter and smiles died to be replaced with solemn faces. From within the trees, figures emerged. 7 sorceresses wearing deerskin dresses, their braided hair adorned with feathers, came into the area. They walked with bare feet and had crowns of deer antlers to portray the 7 gods. Their faces were smudged with ashes and black makeup. Long robes made of fur hung from their shoulders and trailed along the ground. Smoke rose from incense bowls they carried, which they placed around the cauldron. All of the women were middle-aged or older. The eldest, the high priestess, was certainly at least 70, but she walked with a grace that woman a quarter of her age couldn't accomplish. She carried a staff that was wrapped with dying flowers, set with the skull of a stag. Their companions protectively surrounded the sorceresses in a circle. They were in their shifter forms. Their fur, scales, or feathers were also painted black. Dirt from the graves of those gone on, mixed with ashes. Younger sorceresses, in their 20s or so, stood at the edge of the circle, beating leather drums, clicking bones and antlers together for the ceremony's music. As the incense was placed around the cauldron, the sorceresses held out open arms to the crowd. The onlookers deposited fruits and vegetables into their hands as gifts, and the sorceresses threw it all into the cauldron. The high priestess reached into a leather bag at her hip and pulled out a bouquet of fresh flowers, the last of the season. She used a match to ignite them and tossed them into the cauldron. The whole thing went up in a blaze, creating a huge fire that illuminated the faces of everyone in the area. The high priestess threw her hands into the air. "I call upon the 7 gods to accept this offering, to guide us as we reflect upon the past year and all its blessings that the harvest has brung. Let our old harmful beliefs die and painful pasts be released as we move forward into a new beginning. Allow us to look back on the previous season, discover where our weaknesses lie, and change us from the inside out as we renew to become better followers of the old way." The young sorceresses playing music began to yip and howl. The priestesses pulled from their leather bags wooden masks, grotesque and monstrous. They danced around the flames as the high priestess lifted her hands higher. "We ask Tomir for his protection against evil monsters, and that this ritual shall scare away all that is dark and harmful. We ask he protect us against his dark brother, Droga. We pray this winter shall pass quickly, bringing life to our land when spring comes again." The dancers picked up the pace. Their companions joined them now, spinning around their marked and ghostly shadows. I knew this dance well. The sorceresses were to be the warrior Arcania, fighting against shadow, and the shifters were the monsters, ever on the hunt, looking to destroy the Arcania for good in an endless battle that waged throughout time. The high priestess raised her voice. "We ask Melonia, Tomir's wife, for love and fair death. We ask the thief god, Luca, for justice, and his sister Vesna for wisdom. We ask Redek for truth and honesty, and beg the phantom Neva for more time that is never enough, and that is always cut short." The cauldron's fire blazed higher and higher. The high priestess turned to the crowd. "Anyone who wishes to call upon the favor of a loved one beyond the veil is now allowed to come forward and place an object of theirs into the eternal flame." Many people rose from their seats. Young and old formed a line to the cauldron, all holding a different item. 2 young parents threw a tiny wooden rattle into the cauldron before an old man kissed a photograph and tossed it within the flame. A little girl sitting on her father's shoulders dropped a woman's flute and then a little boy's toy car into the fire. A group of teenage girls were crying as they slowly fed a prom dress into the burning flames. An Arcanian warrior did a salute as he placed a Malovian army uniform on top of the crumbling logs. When the last line had died down, I got up and reached into my pocket. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I withdrew my father's dagger. I tossed it into the fire, and the metal hissed as it began to overheat and dissolve onto the ashen wood. Normally, you wouldn't be able to melt metal with an average flame, but this was no ordinary fire. The eternal flame was blessed by the gods, the wood enchanted to burn brighter and hotter than any average flame. I returned to my seat. Emma's gaze flashed to me before she put a hand on my knee. I gave her a soft smile. After the offerings were placed, the high priestess called out, "May we remember those who have passed on to the great hunting grounds before us, and know that one day we too shall join them, for the greatest blessing of the gods is a good death." The high priestess threw back her head and let out a primal cry. She began to chant and sing as she left the area. The other priestesses followed her, and the younger sorceresses stepped forward to keep watch over the eternal flame. People got up and began to follow. I prodded Emma and said, "Come on, now it's time to be part of the processional." The high priestess led the way through the woods, as hundreds of people followed. The priestesses passed out candles, and we shared our wicks to light them as we proceeded through the forest. Emma and I stayed at the back and watched the dozens of flickering flames dance. By this time, darkness had fallen, and the forest was completely pitch black under the thin light of the nearly vanished moon. It was a very powerful time for magic. I noticed Emma faltered on the winding walk up the mountain path. I put my arm around her hips to steady her. "You okay?" I asked. "Yeah." She was breathing a little hard. "Thursdays aren't great days for me." "We're almost there," I told her. She nodded before she said, "Distract me. What happens next?" "Tomorrow is the Daisen Dadu Merte, the Day of the Dead," I said. "I'll be at my father's monument in the cathedral, keeping vigil. The rest of the city will also be at grave sites, lighting candles. Altars placed with photos and treasured items of our deceased loved ones will be laid out at our homes, with a burning candle to signify the presence of the absent, until moonlight when it is blown out. It's one of our most honored traditions." Emma breathed and said, "I think I'm going to need your help making it up this mountain." "Here, lean into me." I pulled her closer. Emma pushed her weight into me until I was more or less lifting her with one arm as we climbed. Again, I was astonished with how light she was. No wonder she was able to do jumps on the ice with ease. Emma shivered, and I said, "You cold?" "Yes, it got chilly fast. Though the cold doesn't usually bother me," she said. "Here, take my jacket." I slipped it off and put it around her shoulders. They seemed to sag under its weight. She seemed a little bit more comfortable, and my chest glowed. I was doing a very poor job at keeping Emma at a distance. I didn't know how much longer I could keep this up. Honestly, it was breaking me. When we reached the mountain's summit, the crowd gathered around the high priestess in a half circle. The music stopped, and all was silent. We stood respectfully to take in the sound of the wind whistling, the owls calling, and the leaves rustling in the trees. The high priestess raised her staff, and the arcana around us took a collective breath to blow the candles out.
Chapter 14. Emma. The festival was absolutely beautiful. The ceremony afterward had been one of the most incredible moments of my life, and I'd experienced it all with Ethan by my side. After it was over, I felt inspired. While most of the citizens of Malovia were praying at grave sites on the Day of the Dead, I went to the bookstore and purchased a leather journal. I started writing down all the things in my past that I wanted to let go, and the goals I wanted to focus on in the future. The theme of renewal and rebirth around this time of year motivated me. I didn't have anyone to mourn. No one I was close to in my life had died, but I still wanted to take part in the holiday. By the time I was done writing, my list was pretty long. I had a lot of things on it, like forgiving my mom for lying to me and to change my perspective on my diagnosis, to learn what my new body would teach me, instead of mourning what I never really had in the first place. Ethan would be so excited. He'd be thrilled that I was getting into my heritage. After a few moments, I tapped my chin with my quill and added another note. Discover the identity of the phantom. What the old woman had said in the cathedral spoke to me. You could never have enough time with the one you loved. If the hag was right, I only had 4 years or less to live, and I didn't even know my mate's name. I needed to spend every moment I could with him before the end, if the end was coming soon, that was. My illness had changed me, that was for sure. Although it wasn't exactly terminal, it was, more than likely, life-limiting. Unlike most people, I had a pretty good idea how I was going to die. If my disease got to me, anyhow, I'd catch a virus I couldn't get over, or my lungs or liver would fail, or I'd get a cancer that wasn't curable. Those were the most likely ways. Or I could die in a random accident or something, who knew? It was weird, but all this talk of death hadn't depressed me. It just made me want to go out and live more. It was kind of morbid, but it made me excited. I'd seen my illness as a curse, but it was literally more of a blessing. It was teaching me how to live every moment. I needed to do more than just meaninglessly exist. And honestly, that was so much worse. To be fine physically, but to live a life that had no purpose. That was a slow death that nobody wanted, but that most people experienced. I couldn't live like that anymore. I didn't have the time to waste. I had to make every moment count and cherish each second like it was a gift. I wanted to be alive. I wanted to show Ethan what I'd come up with, but I knew he was at his father's tomb today and wouldn't be back until later that evening. I spent my night alone. All my friends were out celebrating with their families, but on Sunday morning, I fully expected Ethan to show up to school. He wasn't there. I figured he must have gone back to the palace or something to see his mom. He was a prince, after all, and class didn't resume until Monday. I bet he had better things to do than be here. I was kind of bummed. At this point, I was reconsidering showing Ethan my list at all. Maybe he'd think it was dumb. I ditzed around all day in Dolinska by visiting the different shops and cafes. It was near dinner time when I headed back to the school, my leather journal tucked tightly against my side. By this point, I'd decided not to show Ethan my new resolutions at all. It'd become something private and sacred. I wasn't sure I wanted to share that with him. I didn't know how he'd react, and I didn't want him to think less of me. It was better to keep things like this to myself. I came down a hallway that had arches opening to the gardens and saw a peculiar sight. Lord Lucian was kneeling beside a round pool in one of the inner courtyards, staring down into its depths. He was in his human form, gazing at something at the bottom of the pool below, although what, I couldn't be sure. Was he looking at his reflection or something deeper? I liked Lord Lucian. He was always fair, and he was a good teacher. He looked really sad. It felt wrong to just walk by. "Hello, Professor," I said. He rose to his feet when he saw me. "Are you all right?" Lucian forced a grin. "Yes, I am quite fine, Emma. All Arcania are melancholy this time of year, after all." "Have you lost someone that you had to honor on the Day of the Dead?" I asked. He gave me a sad smile. "All the people I grieve are still alive, I'm sorry to say." He gestured to a stone bench near the pond. I sat down on it, and he followed my lead, swooping his cloak behind him. The birds were chirping in a pine tree above us, and I caught a whiff of the last dying flowers of fall lying on the edge of the pond. That golden sunlight that was always so characteristic of Malovia reflected off the pool, making the water look yellow. The first snow had fallen last night, and it had stuck, coating the ground with patches of white. "You mean," I thought for a moment, "you don't speak to your loved ones anymore?" "In a way, I'm not a very popular or beloved man even within my own family," he admitted. This made me wonder why. Lord Lucian was a badass, and he was really nice. Ethan highly respected him, and I did too. What would make his family abandon him? "What about your parents? Are they still alive?" I asked. I hoped I wasn't being invasive. But Lucian didn't seem to mind. "My parents are still alive. We are, how you say it, estranged," he said. "I have not spoken to them for many years." "What about your mate?" I blurted, before I hurried to apologize. "You don't need to answer that. I'm being nosy. Sorry." Lucian let out a laugh. "It's all right. You're merely curious. And sometimes it's nice to talk about these things. I haven't spoken of what has happened in years." "So, what did happen?" I dared to pry. My mate rejected me long ago when I was young, Lucien said. We were together for a few years before she decided she wanted nothing to do with me. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was gutted by the statement. I couldn't imagine rejecting your mate, worse, being rejected by them. It was the worst fate that could ever be dealt to an Arcania, worse than even death, to be cursed to wander the earth with a part of you missing forever. It's all right. It was her decision, Lucien said. His voice had taken on a heavy tone that pained me to hear. But I never did move on. Sometimes I wonder what she's doing now, if she's found anyone else. Lucien clapped his hands on his knees. Enough talk from an old fool. What have you got there? Oh? His eyes were on my leather journal. I blushed. Oh, it's nothing. Must be something. You seem keen on hiding it, he teased. I made a face. It's kind of my new resolution list. I don't have anyone to grieve on the Day of the Dead, so I decided to use the holiday for reflection instead. It's kind of stupid, huh? Not stupid at all, Lucien said. In fact, I think it very wise. Not enough of us are focused on self-improvement. I could use some self-improving, I grumbled as I propped my elbow upon my knee. I leaned forward and put my chin in my hand. I'm further behind than anyone at this school. I can't use magic very well, and I can't fly. I can't even find my wings. I'm the worst sorceress ever. You're far from the worst. I've had many students come through my classroom that don't put in half as much effort. You're quite the exception. I can tell you're a hard worker. I passed out when trying to use telepathy. I'm the laughingstock of the school. That's not unusual. Many students pass out when summoning fiction magic for the first time. I did, Lucien said. Really? My eyes widened as I turned to look at him. He nodded. Whacked my head on a desk while trying to communicate with another Wolven a mile away. Still got the scar. He parted his hair back and showed me. There was a thin pink line at the top of his temple. I started to feel a tiny bit better. I played with my journal. I don't know. I wish I could keep up with everyone else. I'm falling behind. I bet I don't even have any fey blood. I'm some kind of fluke or something. Heads up! I barely had time to raise my eyes before a large snowball hit me smack in the face. I squealed and leapt up. My leather journal fell to the ground. Chunks of snow fell off my cheeks as I wiped my eyes. Lucien had gotten to his feet. He had a snowball in his hand and was tossing it up and down playfully. Well, come on. Lucien raised his eyebrows. Aren't you going to retaliate? I stood there open-mouthed. Was I really about to get into a snowball fight with my teacher? Lucien chucked the snowball he had at me, and I leapt to dodge it. Okay, that was it. This meant war. I stooped to the ground and scooped up a bunch of snow. I formed a ball before I chucked it at Lucien's head. He ducked and sent another snowball sailing back, yelling, You can do better than that. I made 2 more snowballs and threw them. One missed, but the other smacked him square in the chest. Ah! I shouted. Caught you! It didn't deter him. Lucien grabbed a gigantic clump of snow in his large hands, hurried over, and dropped it on my head. It slipped inside my clothes and ran down my back. I screamed at the cold, and Lucien laughed. I'm gonna make you pay for that. I took a handful of snow and tossed it in his face. Lucien blew snowflakes off his lips and shook his head free of the snow chunks. Before long, we were both running around the courtyard, tossing snowballs back and forth at each other and laughing. Lucien had cheated and had taken refuge behind a stone wall. I hurled snowballs at him as fast as I could make them, and they splattered in the places where he poked his head out to see. It should have been weird that I was having a snowball fight with my middle-aged teacher, but it wasn't. It just felt like fun. Lucien came out from behind the wall. Now was my chance. That's it. You're toast. Without thinking about it, I raised my hand. Of their own accord, 3 snowballs formed on the ground, rising quickly into the air. I laughed as I pointed them at Lucien and prepared to fire. He gave a broad grin. See? Lucien said. What did I tell you? I stopped what I was doing. I realized with shock that I was levitating 3 snowballs off the ground, my arm whirled backward as if I was a pitcher, ready to toss them at Lucian in great succession. The minute I realized that I was actually using telepathy, the snowballs dropped out of the air and crushed on the ground. I tried again to form the snowballs and make them rise, but now that I realized I was doing magic, it was like my powers wouldn't work. I scrunched up my face and concentrated, but nothing happened. It was as if my magic had decided to get up and walk away. "What the hell? I just did it!" I said. "You get in your own head, Emma," Lucian said. "What you can do comes naturally if you don't think yourself out of it. You have the ability to do what any sorceress can, and so much more. Let it come when it will." I took a deep breath. Lucian was right. "I guess I have a confidence problem," I admitted. "As we all do." Lucian strode forward and placed his hand on my shoulder. "I've been watching you for a while, and I know you have the ability. Once you become more self-confident, the magic will come easy. Give yourself some time. No accomplished sorceress was created in a day." My shoulder was warm underneath his hand. I glowed with the praise. "Well, good to know someone here believes in me." "I always will. I am your teacher. My job is to make sure you are ready to take on this world, whatever it may bring." He shook my shoulder before letting his hand drop. "No matter how discouraged you may get, you must not give up. Just say the word, and I will be here to help you. With anything." "Thanks, Professor." I felt so much better than I did this morning. There was actually hope for me. Lucian thought I could do this, survive as an Arcania. And I'd prove to him I could. I didn't want to let him down. No matter what, I wanted to make Lucian proud. I waited until after midnight to sneak out of my dorm and down to the main grounds. I knew I shouldn't be up late, as I had ice practice tomorrow, but damn it, I wanted some answers. An alert had come up on my phone about an hour ago that the Phantom had been sighted in Dolinska, so I knew he was running around. If he was a student, and tomorrow was Monday, he'd have to come back to campus tonight to avoid raising suspicion about who he was. So I'd lie in wait and catch him in the act tonight. The Phantom would have to come through one of these damn doors. There were only 3 entrances to the school, the main gate, the right side gate, and left side gate. Unless he scaled the walls of the school, he'd have to come through one of those entrances. I had no doubt he could climb walls, especially with that fancy grappling hook thingy, but that attracted attention, and I bet he wanted to remain as inconspicuous as possible now that the sighting report was live. He probably wouldn't come through the main gate, as it was fairly secure and open. Anyone who was looking for him would spot him coming a mile away. The left side gate was closest to the city, while the right side gate led through the woods. The woods would be the most secretive option, but it was a long walk to that entrance, and it'd take time. Not to mention he'd likely encounter monsters lurking in the shadows. However, I was pretty sure there were Alliance forces walking around the Dolinska city gate, so he couldn't go through there. I decided to wait by the forest entrance. I picked a rather large blackberry bush to hide behind, then sat down and waited. By 2 a.m, I was cold, tired, and exhausted. I could barely keep my eyes open. Snow was falling again, and I was caught in a weird rotation of shivering and yawning every 3 seconds. The Phantom had better hurry his ass up, or I was leaving. Footsteps snapped me out of it. I glanced over the leaves of the blackberry bush and saw a man was approaching, cloaked in shadow. He was coming. Now was my chance. I shrank lower in the bushes and waited for my opportunity to pounce. When the figure got closer, I sprung. I jumped out of the blackberry bush with a wild yell and landed on the man's back. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and my knees around his legs, trying to get him to collapse beneath me. It didn't work. The figure grabbed my arms and sent me flying 10 feet forward off his back. I screamed as I went sailing. I hit the ground hard and ended up rolling. Ouch. Oh, gods, Emma! A familiar voice sounded panicked. My cheeks burned red as I realized the person I had jumped on was most certainly not the Phantom. Ethan grabbed both my arms and hauled me up off the ground like I was some sort of rag doll. He put me down and started brushing the dirt off my clothes. My jeans were totally ruined with grass stains. "What are you doing, Onawilka? Trying to get yourself killed?" Ethan said roughly. "There are more than just monsters who'd rip you apart for pulling a stunt like that around here, and they wouldn't ask questions first." I was totally embarrassed. It seemed like every time I went out looking for the Phantom, Ethan got in the way. "It's none of your business," I grumbled. Ethan's mouth fell open. "None of my... It bloody well is my business, seeing how you tried to yank my head off my shoulders." I let out a huff. "I was waiting for the Phantom to come by, all right? I know he was sighted tonight, and I figured out he's a student. I put together that this was the most likely place he'd come through to get back to Arcania University." Ethan stared at me in a moment of disbelief. "And you'd thought you'd just jump a dangerous vigilante and he wouldn't retaliate?" "He's my mate. He wouldn't hurt me," I said. "Not on purpose. You're lucky as hell that it was me." Ethan spat. "What if I'd been some harmless pedestrian minding their own business? You'd be facing assault charges. Or worse, an Arcania that would gut you as soon as you'd laid a hand on them." Ethan was shaking. He was so mad. But I didn't care. "Oh yeah, some Arcania is just walking around at 2 a.m. in the woods in Malovia when the Black Claw is on the loose. That doesn't sound suspicious." I rolled my eyes. I put my hands on my hips and raised my eyebrow. "Hey, what were you doing out this late anyway?" "I just got back from the palace. My mother needed my help with some things," he rattled off. "You don't have a royal escort or anything to make sure you get back here safe and sound, Princey Pooh?" I asked. He bunched his hands into fists. "I told you, I don't like being treated different while I'm here." I went to open my mouth, but he raised a hand to stop me. "No. Why are you questioning me? You have no right. I'm the one who should be asking questions here. This obsession with the Phantom is a little nuts. You're like a crazy ex-girlfriend who's turned full stalker. It's insane." I felt like I was going to explode with rage. "Don't talk to me about crazy. You haven't found a mate yet. You don't know how it feels." "Oh, fuck off, Emma." Ethan shook his head. I was silent for a moment. Ethan had never spoken to me like that. I'd obviously touched a nerve. He jerked his head. "Come on, let's go. It's not safe out here for either of us." "I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm staying right here and waiting for the Phantom." I crossed my arms. "If you don't follow me right now, I'm tossing you over my shoulder and carrying you back," Ethan snapped. There was an undertone of a growl to his voice that sounded wolfish and demanding. It scared me a little and, okay, maybe turned me on. Like a lot. Wait, no, I wasn't supposed to get turned on by Ethan. I was taken. That would be wrong. I raised my chin and said, "If you want me to move an inch from this spot, then you're going to have to make me." "Wish granted." Ethan started forward. I yelped and went to run, but Ethan grabbed me around the waist and tossed me over his shoulder as if I was a bag of grain. I screamed and beat my fists into his back as he started walking. "I can do this all day, so you might as well stop," Ethan said as he hiked me back to school. "Your punches feel like a back rub." It was useless. I gave up and let myself sag there like a sack of potatoes. I watched the outline of Ethan's ass move through his jeans as he walked, my eyes glued to the waistband of his boxers, which had risen upward as his pants sagged below his hip bones. Okay, I was mated, but that didn't mean I couldn't look at other guys, right? Ethan had a nice view. Are you going to behave now? Ethan asked as we passed through the threshold of the castle. He began the long walk down the hallway that led to the dorms. Probably not, I said back. Would you expect otherwise? Ethan grumbled a few swear words under his breath and said, At the very least, can I put you down now and be sure you aren't going to run away? Nah, I like being carried. Saves me from having to walk. Ethan smacked my ass hard. I yelped, and he said, There's more to come if you don't start acting like a lady. I am no lady. We all know that by now, Miss Emmeline. Ethan slid me off his shoulder when we got to the staircase that led up to the dorm rooms. Our gazes connected. The look that Ethan gave me was so warm and full. As mad as he'd been a few minutes ago, he suddenly looked really happy. I had a sudden thought that came out of nowhere. What if I took Ethan back to my dorm, and what if we... Guilt overtook me. Flirting with Ethan was harmless, but I was pretty much cheating on my mate by allowing my mind to wander. How could I even think of messing around with Ethan? Shit, I felt bad. I needed to stop. I wrenched my eyes away from his and started climbing the staircase. Well, this was fun, but I can take it from here. I know where my room is. I don't think so. I'll accompany you, he said, taking the stairs 2 at a time. What are you going to do? Sleep outside my door all night to make sure I stay inside? I challenged. If you keep it up, sure. Maybe I'll build a rope of pillowcases and sheets and scale down the window, I suggested. I never liked being a trapped little princess. I won't have any trouble coming after you. When we got to the top of the staircase, Ethan suddenly paused. He flung out an arm to stop me. I smell blood, he said. He put an arm around my shoulders. Something's not right here. We should get a teacher. I noticed that, down the hall, my dorm room door was propped open. A thin red trail was leaking out from within. It's coming from my room. Emma! I didn't listen. I shoved past Ethan and ducked away as he tried to catch me. I ran full speed toward my room. When I got there, I had to press a hand over my mouth to prevent a horrified scream from leaking out. Morgan was on the floor. She had large gashes across her chest and neck, gashes that were weeping blood and that had torn her clothes. A huge pool of blood spread around her lifeless body. Her face was pale, and her form was unmoving. I was sure she was dead. We need to get her to the medical ward. Ethan was immediately beside me. He stooped down and picked up Morgan. Her blood soaked his shirt, and her head rolled lifelessly on her shoulders. My mouth gaped. But... She's still alive. I can hear her breathing. He told me, we need to hurry. Ethan started to move. I followed him at a quick pace as Morgan's blood dripped on the carpet, creating a trail. People started to stir as we ran through the hall. They came out of their rooms with sleepy gazes. A crowd began to grow around the entrance to my room. No one woke up when this happened? I can't believe no one heard the attack, I asked Ethan as we ran. Not if she was attacked from behind and didn't have time to scream, Ethan said. We reached the medical ward in what seemed like minutes. The doctors and nurses wasted no time in getting Morgan into a gurney bed and wheeling her into emergency. After she was taken back to surgery, we were escorted into the waiting room by one of the nurses. I stared at the blood drying on Ethan's shirt and tried not to be sick. I didn't like Morgan. She'd been a bitch to me ever since I'd arrived, but that didn't mean I wanted her to die. Breathe, Emma. Ethan poured water out of a plastic white jug and into a paper cup. He forced me to drink it and take deep breaths, rubbing my shoulders in tiny circles. How the hell could he be so calm at a time like this? A short time later, Lady Magdalena came storming into the waiting room like she was leading a warrior's brigade. She had Lady Corva flanking her, as well as Lord Lucian. Lucian seemed pale and bothered. Corva's face was red with rage. Magdalena turned toward me with a calm expression and asked, "What happened?" Ethan rushed to explain before I could. "Emma and I returned to her dorm around a half an hour ago. When we got there, we found Morgan inside. She'd obviously been attacked, though we weren't sure by what." "Why were you not in your dorm this time of night, Miss Sosna?" Lady Corva's tone was firm and demanding. She was acting like I'd been the one to hurt Morgan. "She was with me," Ethan said immediately before I could answer. "We were exploring the grounds together and lost track of time." I did my best to hide my surprise. Ethan was covering up for me? Lady Corva's nostrils flared. "Students should not be outside their rooms after midnight." "That is beside the point now," Lady Magdalena said quickly. "I am more concerned with how and why Miss Bianca was injured in the first place." Lord Lucian hadn't said a thing since he arrived. He looked like a ghost. His eyes kept fluttering back and forth, to me and then to the floor. It was weird. "What was Morgan doing in my room anyway?" I asked. Lady Corva narrowed her eyes. "You are not in a position to ask questions, Miss Sosna. You've been a troublemaker since you arrived at this school. I personally am regarding you as a key suspect." "Be reasonable," Magdalena snapped. "Morgan's injuries were caused by magic, power that is beyond Emmeline's current abilities." Lady Corva kept her lips tightly pinned together, but the look she gave me clearly said she still thought I was responsible. Lucian broke his silence and reached into his pocket. "This was in Morgan's pocket. It seems she snuck into your room to pull a prank on you." He handed me a small jar of silly string. I really had to resist rolling my eyes. Really? Morgan was so immature. Then I realized she was paying for it. She wanted to prank me, sure, but now she was fighting for her life. A knot rose up in my throat. "You two are dismissed," Lady Magdalena said. "We will do what we must to find the perpetrator of this heinous crime. The rest of you with me." Lady Magdalena swept away. Corva gave me a hated stare before she left with a sniff. Lord Lucian seemed apologetic. He gave a quick nod of his head and bounded after the sorceresses. I sank slowly into a chair. I just don't get it. Why would anyone want to attack Morgan? She's mean, but she's harmless. Ethan's face was dark as he said, "Morgan wasn't the target, Emma." The meaning of his words sank in slowly. As they did, a cold terror overtook my body. Ethan was right. The attacker didn't mean to go after Morgan. They wanted me. That's why they'd been hiding in my dorm. Someone had been waiting in my room to do to me what they'd done to her. She'd just gotten in the way. I'd become a target. Here at Arcania University, there was someone who wanted me dead. The only question was who, and why did they consider me a threat?
Chapter 15. Ethan. It'd been a week since Morgan had been attacked, and nobody knew who did it. An investigation was underway to find out what exactly had happened, but like the murder of Professor Waldron, it only turned up dead ends. No evidence had been left behind, and there were no clues indicating who had performed such a deadly assault. Morgan survived the attack with minimal injuries. She'd lost a lot of blood, but she hadn't been seriously hurt and had minimal scarring. Morgan couldn't remember who had attacked her. She'd never seen their face and had fainted once she was attacked. She couldn't even recall what spell had been used. But regardless of who tried to murder her, Morgan blamed Emma. She'd loudly told anyone who would listen that she thought Emma was behind the attack and that this was a way of getting back at her because she had wings and Emma didn't. She wasn't the only one. There were many students at the school who said we never should have allowed Emma in and that this was what we got for letting an outsider attend Arcania University. A lot of people kept their distance from her as if they too were afraid she'd suddenly snap and turn on them. An assault and a murder, all in the span of a few weeks. And at Arcania University, no less. This was a huge problem. I had a feeling both crimes were connected. The Black Claw was inside the school somehow, watching, and for some reason, Emma had become their target. My urge to find out exactly what was going on had increased tenfold. My mate was directly in danger. If the Phantom couldn't find out what the Black Claw was doing, then Prince Ethan would. I had power. I'd ordered spies to be placed around the palace in the guise of employees to report back to me periodically if they noticed anything unusual. Still, they found nothing. My mind was still preoccupied with the attack during my Forging Master Weapons class on Thursday. Myself, along with the rest of the class, had been tasked with learning how to make swords for the majority of the semester. We were working with enchanted steel, which was easier to forge and safe for Fae to use, but broke far more easily. I heard swear words often, as people created cracks in the weapons they worked. Each student had been given their own forge, along with a hammer and common tools. The blacksmithing classroom was outside, in one of the inner courtyards next to the conservatory. Professor Desmona was a warrior of epic proportions. A griffin marked, she'd killed more monsters than anyone else I knew, and was a master blacksmith. She could forge any weapon out of any metal but iron, and her swords could kill a monster in one swing. She was a towering woman, over 6 feet tall, and had muscles that would put most companions to shame. Her blonde hair was cropped short around her ears. Instead of wearing sorceress robes or dresses like the rest of the female teachers, she donned long breeches, woolen tunics, and leather aprons. I'd often seen her in full chainmail and armor, participating in the various tournaments that were held throughout the year. She was one of the few marked that had been knighted, an honor usually reserved for companions. My father was the one who had given her that honor. Because of that, I think she liked me, but it certainly gave me no favoritism. She was tough on everybody. If your sword is of shabby quality, I will have you start over next semester, and you will fail this class, Professor Desmona said loudly as she passed me. You cannot kill a monster with a blade that won't cut butter. Several people groaned, but I kept my head down. If you complained, Desmona was more likely to take off points. I didn't think she was mated, which was odd for a marked of her age, early 30s or so. I wasn't sure if she'd found her mate yet or if he had died, and I didn't have the balls to ask. I had been working all semester on hammering away at my sword after it emerged heated from the forge so that it obtained a proper shape. Today, I was sharpening the sword using a grindstone. Professor Desmona didn't believe in using modern tools for weapon making, said they created poor weapons. After I was done with the sharpening, I'd harden the sword by heating it to a very high temperature, then place it into a quenching tank. I'd repeat the process at a lower temperature to temper the sword. I was just now getting to the part where I'd be able to add a hilt. This was nothing like working on the daggers and tiny weapons I'd made in my simple weapons courses the past 2 years. This was taking all my craftsmanship. These swords were supposed to be for our careers as monster hunters after we graduated, but I didn't need one. I had my father's. I wasn't sure what I was going to use this one for once I was done crafting it. A backup, maybe? I was behind everyone else, but I believed in taking my time with this. I'd wanted to make the sword special and wanted to spend a considerable amount of time carving an intricate design into the metal. A wolf pack running through the woods on both sides. Most of the other students hadn't bothered inscribing anything special on their weapons. They'd go out and purchase professional ones after graduation and leave these at home. But me? I don't know. For some reason, I felt that creating this sword was of grave importance, and it needed to be perfect. Professor Desmona walked by and observed my work. She put a hand out, and I gave the blade to her. She took in the weapon with an approving nod. Very good, my prince. This will be a weapon that will stand the test of time. Professor Desmona was the only teacher on campus who still used my royal title when referring to me, and no way in hell would I challenge her on it like all the others. She'd kick my ass. Thank you. I took the sword back and resumed my work. A marked girl whose sword was curved and bent after she forged it wrong gave me a sour look. Class ended at 5, but I stayed at the forge long past that until 6 o'clock. I wasn't satisfied with my work until I knew I was ready to move on to the next step. Professor Desmona was working on forging armor when I passed, but still, her eyes glinted with an approving glaze. She liked that I put in more time than all the others, but I liked the forge. My blacksmithing skills had proved useful in creating a variety of items, such as my grappling hook that I used when surveying the city as the Phantom. Also, it took my mind off things I couldn't control, like the fact that I couldn't protect Emma. After I was done, I took a shower, then headed downstairs to get some dinner. Emma was in the cafeteria with Delmare, Odette, and Kiara. They were sitting at a table in the corner. All the tables around them were empty, and the people avoided being near them like they had the plague. I got 3 cabbage rolls and slid into the seat next to Emma. Rough crowd? She glumly played with her pasta. Everyone thinks I attempted murder. Not everyone, Odette piped up. We're still here with you. I'd still hang out with you even if you did do it, Delmare added through a full mouth. Morgan's a jackass. Emma put her face in her hands. Kiara, who was on the other side of her, put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Emma. They'll figure out who's really behind this, and everyone will owe you an apology. If you think these stuck-up pricks are going to apologize, you're in for a rough go of it, Delmare said. Emma groaned. I keep getting into trouble. I thought the attacks would stop once I left home. You were attacked before you came to Arcania University? I asked, shocked. Emma nodded. Yes, it was a huge black wolven, no wings. It found me in the woods outside my house, back in Detroit. I managed to kill it with my illusion magic. Lady Magdalena said he was sent by the Black Claw. She promised me I'd be safe here, but I guess not. This was turning my dinner. Emma had almost been killed once before, but she was all the way in America when the attack happened. Why would someone from the Black Claw want to hurt her? She was an innocent girl that had no ties to any of this. She didn't even know about our world until it was forced on her. Emma shrugged. I don't know. Lady Magdalena said that the Black Claw sends out assassins to kill unbonded marked so that they'll never mate with their companions and Malovia will become weaker and easier to take over. That sounded like a bunch of bullshit. It would take far too many resources and too much effort for the Black Claw to be interested in taking out unbonded marked one by one. They had bigger issues to face here. They wanted her for other reasons. But I didn't want to worry Emma, so I said, Yeah, maybe. Lady Magdalena said you'd bond with someone important, Odette sang. Emma waved at her to try and get her to shut up. Did she? I leaned in closer, curious. How would Lady Magdalena have any idea of that? Emma nodded. She did. Lady Magdalena must know the Phantom personally. I suppressed a groan, but Emma caught my look of disgust. I see that. I don't care if you don't believe he's my mate. We've been over this. One thing I don't get, Kiara said, interrupting me before I could say anything to Emma, is how this could be happening at Arcania University. Security is insane here. It has to be, to prevent monsters from getting in. Lady Magdalena is extremely gifted. Her magic is stronger than anyone else's in Malovia. Is it? Emma asked. Lady Magdalena is the most powerful sorceress alive, Delmare said. The Black Claw is rumored to be terrified of her retaliation. Whoever is committing these crimes is either not afraid of her, which is crazy because that's basically suicide, or they're cocky enough to think that they can get away with it. Which probably means that they're right under her nose, Kiara said. There's no other way they could get away with all of this, unless they were a student or a teacher, someone Magdalena trusts. Emma sat in silence for a few moments before she said quietly, I think it's Lady Corva. I nearly choked on my food. Lady Corva? I asked in disbelief. What does she have to do with any of this? It's clear she doesn't like me. She accused me of hunting Morgan the moment she got a chance to, Emma pointed out. Yes, but what reason would she have for targeting you? I asked. The aura around the table became awkward. Odette looked the other way, while Kiara blushed. Emma didn't say anything, just stared at me like it was obvious. Delmare threw her hands up and blurted out, Oh gods, Ethan! Lady Corva thinks you're going to pick Emma as your mate for the King's contest. Fucking duh. What? I stuttered. That's impossible. We could never... Emma took my bad cover-up as disgust and snapped. That's okay. I know you never pick me anyway. Lady Corva sees us hang out a lot, so in her twisted mind, she probably figures that you like me. Yeah, and if you don't have a mate before the contest, you can't compete, Odette pointed out. Lady Corva wants her son to win, so if she takes Emma out, her chances of Elijah obtaining the crown get a whole lot better. I tried to think quickly as Emma stared me down. To be honest, I still wasn't sure what I was going to do about the king's contest. Yes, I'd found my mate, but she didn't know, and I wasn't going to reveal that information to her and put her in more danger than she was already in. She wouldn't believe me anyway. She was so wrapped up in the phantom fantasy that the only way I could prove to her that we were bonded was to blow my secret identity, and I wasn't about to do that. At the same time, the contest was less than 2 months away. I didn't have time to keep dawdling around with this decision. Either I had to tell Emma we were bonded, or I had to find another girl to take her place. The thought made me feel like my guts were being ripped out. Another girl couldn't take Emma's place. Not ever. And I didn't want to live my life with any other queen by my side but her. I was silent for too long, and Emma sneered. We all know you're going to pick Chastity. Why don't you hurry up and do it? Chastity? My ex? I said, confused. I haven't talked to her in weeks. She's not going to be your ex for much longer, is she? She's going to be your queen, Emma snarled. Whoa there, everybody calm down. Delmare extended her arm between me and Emma from across the table. Just chill. Emma huffed, and I rolled my eyes. Okay, fine. Maybe Lady Corva is going after you because she's worried about the king's contest and thinks I'm going to choose you, so she wants to make sure I can't compete by taking you out. But that doesn't explain why she'd go after Professor Waldron or align herself with the Black Claw. I don't know, but it's the best explanation I've got. Emma crossed her arms and sank back in her chair. But I've got no proof. And if Lady Magdalena trusts Lady Corva, then it'd be all too easy for her to sneak around the headmistress's back and commit murder. Well, let's find some proof then, I suggested. Emma's eyes widened, and she uncrossed her arms. What do you mean? If you think Corva's hiding something, then she's a threat to all of us. We can't just sit here and allow more people to be mutilated or murdered. She needs to be exposed, I said. You mean you could order a search through Corva's stuff? Emma asked. I could. I am a prince, and I have the authority, I said, before I hesitated. But if I ordered a search, it'd go public, and if nothing was found that was incriminating, it'd be a huge scandal. It would affect my entry into the king's contest. I'd prefer we do this a bit more quietly. You guys aren't talking about sneaking into Lady Corva's office, Kiara squeaked. That's strictly forbidden. Not her office. She wouldn't keep anything here at school. Too risky, I said. She'd hide evidence at her house. Breaking and entering? I'm in, Delmare said, and a wide grin spread across her face. Guys, this is really dangerous, Odette said nervously. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Of course I do, Emma said, without a moment's hesitation. Ethan's right. We have to stop this before anyone else gets killed. You guys don't have to follow, but I'm going. We're obviously going to help, Delmare said, and she wrapped her arms around Kiara and Odette. Just tell us what you want us to do. Odette and Kiara both seemed anxious, but neither one of them backed out. I leaned forward, and their heads came inward toward as I began to whisper. Lady Corva lives on a huge estate on the royal grounds, I said. It's staffed by guards and servants 24/7, not to mention her husband rarely leaves the estate. So how do we get in without being seen? Emma asked. We wait until nightfall when everyone's asleep. She has an office on the 3rd floor. We can scale the walls and sneak in, I said. Or we can get the boys to fly us up, Odette said, and her eyes glittered. Odette, no. The more people we involve, the riskier it is we'll get caught. We can't trust anyone, Delmare said. I'm guessing by the boys you mean Theo, Stefan, and Alexei? I asked. Odette bobbed her head enthusiastically, while Delmare mouthed, no. I gave it some thought. Backup would be nice to have, I admitted, just in case we get into trouble. I don't want to drag them into this, But at the same time, I trust them. They can create a distraction that'll make it easier for us to break in. Okay, so let's go. Emma got up from the table and started walking. I wolfed down my last cabbage roll and headed after her, while the girls followed. I wasn't so sure if Lady Corva actually had anything to do with the attacks, but I did know my aunt. She'd do anything to make sure Elijah got that crown. If she hadn't committed the attacks herself, I was at least certain she was involved. Something strange was going on around here, and tonight I intended to find out what. "Are you guys ready for this?" Alexei asked. We were waiting in the bushes outside of the Zlodia estate. I'd managed to sneak everyone onto royal grounds due to my clearance, but we didn't have long. There were 8 of us here. Eventually, someone would notice we were gone from the university and would sound the alarm. Nearly a dozen students missing from their beds on a Thursday night would cause a panic with how on edge everything was lately. We had to move quickly. "Ready or not, we've got to do this," Emma said. "Is everyone good with the plan?" There were murmurs of agreement around us. I focused on the house. The Zlodia mansion was massive. It was 5 stories and built in the Baroque style. It boasted elegance and money. I could see Lady Corva's office from here. It was high in the air and had dozens of windows. They were locked from the inside. We wouldn't be getting in that way, not unless we broke them. "So let me get this straight," Theo said. "You want us to create a distraction while you and the girls walk right into the Zlodia mansion and find whatever it is you're looking for?" "That's the plan," I said. I was shocked we'd managed to rope goody two-shoes Theo into helping us. But all it took was a little begging from Odette, and he'd caved like a house of cards. "I am very good at creating distractions," Stefan said, and his grin widened. He playfully elbowed Delmare. "Shut up," she growled. "Can we get moving? I'm freezing my tits off out here." "Right. Let's go." Me and the girls went one way, while Theo, Alexei, and Stefan went the other. When we were directly planted behind the back entrance of the house, we huddled together and waited. There was a loud boom, followed by the sound of an explosion. Glass went flying everywhere as the greenhouse on the other side of the estate exploded into flames. I could barely see the outline of a dragon hovering above, black scales blending in with pitch night. I rolled my eyes. Stefan certainly couldn't be trusted to be subtle. Servants and guards came running out of the estate in droves. Theo and Alexei, who were both in their animal forms, hovered at the edge of the burning greenhouse. The guards went to give chase, and the 2 of them flew off into the forest. The servants massed around the greenhouse and quickly got to work on trying to put the fire out. "Move!" I ran out of the bushes and to the back door. It was locked, but when I rammed myself into it, the door gave way. The girls followed me inside, and we pressed ourselves to the walls as we crept through the shadows, ascending the stairs. There were giggles behind us from Odette, as well as loud swear words from Delmare every time she accidentally ran into or broke something. So much for not leaving any traces behind that we were here. I should have just done this myself. In, out, done. It would have taken me no more than a few minutes. The girls were quickly proving to me that they had no experience doing special ops. Even worse, I had to leave most of my gear in the hideout so I didn't incriminate myself, so we were doing a lot of this the old-fashioned way. A sudden light came on in the front of us as we were climbing the staircase to the 3rd floor, and I flung out my arm to stop the girls from going forward. "What's this?" I heard Lord Zlodia's sleepy voice ringing throughout the hall above. "A fire, sir, in the greenhouse," a servant replied. "It's been taken care of. Everything is under control. Go back to sleep." Lord Zlodia mumbled, but the light turned off and we heard no more from him. The servant above blazed past us. We all held our breath as he passed on the other side of the staircase. I was sure we'd be seen, but it was dark, and the servant was in such a hurry he didn't even notice us glued to the wall. We all breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he was gone. "Hey, Ethan, what's the penalty for breaking and entering in Malovia?" Emma whispered. "Into a lord's house? On royal grounds? You don't want to know," I told her. We reached the 3rd floor. There were so many doors. I wasn't sure which one led to Corva's office, until Emma strode down the hallway and guessed by peeking her head inside the first door she opened. "It's clear," she called. We picked up the pace. Emma opened the door and revealed Corva's office. We hurried inside, and I locked the door behind us. Corva's office was huge and expansive. Dozens of bookcases lined the walls, packed with hundreds of books. A large oak desk with a high-backed chair sat in the middle. The floor was crowded with alchemist vials and various objects useful for enchanting. Cauldrons, jars of ingredients, and strange artifacts littered the ornate rugs. A stuffed raven sat on a perch in the corner. It seemed to watch us with a creepy stare. It looked more like a library than an office. By the 7 gods, there was a lot of crap in here. It could take hours to go through. We didn't have that kind of time. I was glad we'd brought 5 people to search. "Start looking," I said. We scrambled to comb through the stuff. I gently sorted through the items, starting with the books that looked like they'd been read recently. "Try not to make it look like anything's been—" There was a crashing sound of a vial behind me. Odette stood above a smashed collection of glass, raising her hands in an apology. I sucked in an irritated breath. Touched. 15 minutes passed. We went through as much as we could, but everything we came across was either mundane or unimportant. Maybe we'd been wrong and Lady Corva had nothing to do with the attacks. If that was true, we needed to get out of here before we got caught. "Hey, guys, look at this." Emma stood behind the oak desk. "I found it in a secret compartment underneath the drawer." In her hands was a necklace. The chain was made out of black lace, an obsidian medallion in an oval shape dangling from it. She held it out to us, and I took a step back. That medallion seemed like it was sucking me in. A rotten feeling emanated from it, twisting my innards and siphoning all the air out of the room. It was like I could hear an eerie chant humming from the object, something grotesque and foreboding. Emma took a step forward, and I cringed. I wanted her to get that necklace the hell away from me. Kiara put a hand to her throat. "That's unseelie magic," she whispered. "Put it back," Odette hissed, clinging to Delmare. Emma ignored her. She held it up to me to see. "Will this be enough to prove Corva's a murderer?" I shook my head. "No, and if it was, you've just put your fingerprints all over it." Emma scowled. "Well, I'm not leaving here empty-handed." She pocketed the necklace. There was a tap on the glass outside, and we jumped. Alexei and Theo had lost the guards. They were hovering by one of the large picture windows. We unlocked it and pushed it open. Theo asked, "What did you find?" "Tell you in a minute," I said. I opened the window wider. I helped Kiara onto Alexei's back and Odette onto Theo's. Stefan was sitting on the roof. He curled his neck over and poked his head into the room. "Hop on, baby cakes. I'll give you a ride," he said to Delmare. As if. She pushed his head away and got onto Theo's back, behind Odette. I helped Emma clamber onto Stefan's head, then pulled myself onto the dragon behind her. I made sure to close the window behind me before we took off. Theo, Alexei, and Stefan flew us above the royal grounds, so there'd be a better chance we wouldn't be spotted. After we'd touched down in the woods outside Arcania University, the 5 of us put our feet back on the ground while Theo, Alexei, and Stefan changed back. "So, did you guys find anything in there?" Stefan asked. The girls glumly shook their heads, and I added, "Not anything that proves Lady Corva has something to do with the attacks." "Great," Theo sighed. "I risked getting arrested for no good reason." "Oh, it was an adventure anyway," Odette said optimistically. "And so fun, too." We began the long walk back to the university. "Well, that was for nothing," Delmare said in defeat. "Looks like Lady Corva can continue her killing spree in peace." "Not for nothing. We found this." Emma showed her the obsidian necklace. "Kiara's right. It's definitely dark magic. I can feel it." "Yeah, but not enough to prove Corva's got any sinister motives. Possessing an object from the unseelie isn't even a felony. It's a minor offense," Kiara stated. "Depends on how powerful it is," I said. "But Lady Corva could just buy her way out of a sentence like that anyway." "Doesn't matter. I don't think something like this should be in Corva's hands," Emma finished. She placed it back inside her pocket. There were muted murmurs of agreement. I kept quiet, but secretly, I had a bad feeling that necklace shouldn't be in Emma's hands either.
Chapter 16. Emma. "Pick up the pace, ladies. This is basic magic," Lady Corva barked at the head of the classroom. Illusion was still proving to be my least favorite class. Today we were learning how to transfigure our appearance. Beside me, Kiara scrunched up her nose. She turned her hair pink, then blue, then back to black again. I tried to make my hair purple, but only the roots changed. I checked the mirror on my desk again to see if I'd managed to make my freckles disappear, but no go. Lady Corva stalked around the room in a mood more sour than usual, which was entirely impressive, even for her. She'd been in a bad way for days. She obviously hated that her necklace had turned up missing, but no reports of a break-in at the Slodia mansion had been reported, nor had there been any gossip on the grapevine that a thief had taken something from Lady Corva. It confirmed my suspicions that the necklace was something she wanted to hide. I didn't want to get rid of the necklace. Ethan had already assured me something powerful like that couldn't be destroyed by students at our level, and I didn't know or trust any other sorceress to ask them to destroy it for me. Lady Magdalena could, I was sure, but then she'd question where I got it, and I wasn't sure if I'd be in trouble when I revealed that I'd stolen it from Lady Corva. I worried if I tried to get rid of it that someone else would find it, and we'd end up in a worse situation later on. So I threw it into a dresser in my dorm and tried to forget about it, though the necklace was still at the back of my mind. Across the room, Gabby was working on shrinking her nose. She'd accomplished making it a smaller size. Beside her, Morgan worked on making her boobs larger. They were so ridiculously big that they seemed comical on her small frame. Beside her, Melissa attempted shrinking a few pounds off her figure. It didn't work, and she frowned as she looked into the mirror. "Changing your appearance is vital when blending into a crowd," Corva announced. "The illusion won't last forever, but a skilled sorceress will be able to keep up a disguise for at least the span of a few hours, if not days." Morgan waggled her huge boobs at Gabby. Gabby rolled her eyes and leaned closer to the mirror, continuing to change her nose to find one she liked. "Plastic surgery is way cheaper when you're in Arcania," I said to Kiara. "Wouldn't you change yourself if you could?" she asked. Kiara changed her skin so it was one even dark color instead of differently toned. "No," I said. "I like the way I am. What I wanted to change about myself, magic couldn't fix. There was no spell alive that could cure my disease." "I think I look better this way." Kiara turned to me. She was searching for approval, but I wouldn't give it. She was beautiful the way she was. She didn't need to go changing herself. "I don't like it," I said. "You don't look like you." "No, I look normal." Kiara lifted the spell, and the patches on her face reappeared. She sighed. "Too bad it doesn't last forever." I successfully managed to turn a streak of my hair purple by the time class ended, but that was as far as I could go. I left it in as I walked down the hallway to my monarchy class, passing by the observatory as I went. Odette came bouncing to my side. "Did you hear?" she squealed, appearing like an excited, frantic puppy. "What is it?" I asked, wondering what could possibly provoke Odette into this kind of excitement. "Besides literally everything." "Gabby just bonded yesterday with Eli," Odette whispered. "What the fuck?" I looked ahead. Gabby had left class before me and was cuddling up to a brawny dude at the end of the hall. He had hooded eyes and was kissing Gabby for the entire hall to see, as if bragging that he'd found a mate. I knew him. Eliza Shlodia. He wasn't in any of my classes, but it was no secret he and Ethan didn't get along. He was Lady Corva's son. "Oh, that's not good." Kiara narrowed her eyes. "He's definitely going to compete in the King's contest now." My eyes caught Ethan's form stomping down the hallway. He had a book at his side, his knuckles white as he crushed the spine between his fingers. I went to speak. "Ethan, did you?" "I heard." Ethan's tone was dark, and his face was shadowed. He was obviously pissed that Elijah had bonded. He refused to look at either of them as they continued making out along the wall. His eyes briefly scanned me as he passed. The look in them, it was as if he was trying to make up his mind on an impossible decision. Once Ethan was out of earshot, Kiara said, "Ethan better hurry up. Time's running short. If he doesn't pick a mate soon, they won't let him into the contest." "Yes, but how can you possibly pick a mate if you're not bonded? How do you know you're making the right decision?" I said. "He doesn't have time to dawdle. If he wants to be king, he has to make up his mind," Kiara pointed out. "The ball's only a few weeks away." "Ball?" I asked. "The king's ball. It's a party before the king's contest begins," Odette clarified. "Everyone who's anyone will be there. Each competitor has to announce their mating bond to the entire city, as well as declare their allegiance to a certain god or goddess at the choosing before the party begins. It's there that all potential queens are presented." "Thank the gods I'm not participating." "I'd go to the dance, but no way would I want to be shown off to all the Arcania like some sort of trophy." "Well, Gabby is," Kiara said with a sigh. "Here's betting she'll do nothing but go on and on for the next few weeks about how she's going to have the best dress." "Yeah, well, maybe she'll decide on a nose by then." I checked my watch. "We better hurry, guys. Class is starting in a few minutes." The three of us had to jog to make it to class on time. Introducing the monarchy was held in a large classroom that had high ceilings about 50 feet tall and arched windows along the stone walls. Most of the class was here already and was a mixture of both marked and companions. "What took you guys so long?" Delmare asked as we slid into our seats near her desk. "Busy talking about Gabby and her Prince Charming," I said scathingly. "Oh yeah, Zlodia's a real prick." Delmare pointed to her mouth and pretended to gag before a sly smile lit up her face. "Good thing you'll give Gabby a run for her money, huh, Em?" "What?" I let my textbook fall open with a flop. "Hell no, you're not suggesting what I think you are." "That Ethan's going to pick you as his mate for the contest? Obviously," Kiara said. I made a skeptical sound. "In your dreams, or in yours," Odette piped up, and Kiara giggled. "Oh, don't bullshit us, Emma. That boy has the total hots for you," Delmare said. "Ethan's definitely got some nasty sex fantasies when it comes to you and him." "Don't make me barf," I shook my head. "Really, you guys are hilarious. Ethan and I are just friends. If we were anything more, we would have bonded by now and nothing's happened." "Doesn't matter. Bonded or not, Ethan has to pick someone, and you're the only girl he likes," Odette sang. "Bonding doesn't work that way anyway. It takes time and is permanently forged by a decision. He has to ask and you have to accept," Kiara said. "Who's to say he won't pick you?" "Don't you want to be a princess?" Odette squealed. I went to bite back, but Lord Lucian walked to the head of the classroom and the conversation died down. As he gathered his papers, Delmare showed me a quick stick figure drawing she'd done. It was obviously supposed to be me and Ethan in a very sexual position. "Fuck off," I whispered, and I threw my pencil at her. "You guys are totally gonna do it." She hushed back before Lord Lucian started writing on the chalkboard. All fell silent as he turned around. "Modern Malovian history," he began. "For the majority of this semester, we've been focusing on studying great kings and queens of the past, those who have led Malovia to become the great country it is today. However, today we're going to focus on something a little different. In light of our nation's recent loss, I believe that this class would be best spent focusing on the accomplishments of King Lycus Nowak." A few hushed whispers broke out. I immediately became interested. Nobody talked about Ethan's dad. It wasn't exactly forbidden, but everyone seemed more or less scared to bring him up, as if they'd raise a ghost. Lucian raised his hand. A spell sprung forth from it. Fog filtered out of his fingertips and created a circular spear. Within the spear came the likeness of a man, early 50s or so, a gray beard and long gray hair disguising soft wrinkles. He looked ridiculously noble, like a king should. I didn't find many traits in him that were Ethan's except his amber eyes. Ethan must look like his mother. King Lycus took the throne nearly 30 years ago, during very dark times for our country, Lucian began. 10 years after his reign began, there was an uprising in Dolinska like none had ever seen before. The Black Claw extremist group had gotten out of hand. Their numbers ranked in the thousands. It was a very real fear among the Arcania that they would take over the city, even the monarchy, and eventually the country. Lucian waved his hand, and the fog changed to reveal an image of Dolinska burning. Black Claw tributes moved throughout the streets, killing any who got in their way. Some Arcania ran, some chose to fight. Bodies began piling up on the streets, and blood poured down the cobblestone from all the fallen marked and companions. The skies darkened with clouds of black smoke that rose from the burning buildings. It was like watching an incredibly gory movie, except a knot formed in my throat when I realized that this wasn't fiction. What was happening before us had been real. The scene you see is from my own memory, Lucian said. 18 years ago, there was a crisis in Dolinska unlike any other. We call this day Pelinok, otherwise known as the Night of Burning Skies. Thousands of Arcania perished on this night. The Black Claw swarmed into the city and began slaughtering thousands in a sacrifice to the dark god Droga. It is only due to the work of King Lycus that the Black Claw are no longer here today. My eyebrows scrunched together, confused. Lucian was talking like King Lycus had eliminated the Black Claw altogether. That might have been true for a time, but they were back now. Certainly not in as great of numbers as before, but they were still lurking around. King Lycus gathered the greatest of the Arcania warriors and led an attack on the Black Claw, Lucian said. There was a great battle in the city square. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but in the end, King Lycus was able to kill or otherwise eliminate those within the Black Claw's ranks. Those who fled the country were found later and executed. Images of Lycus's funeral popped up within the fog. I immediately spotted Ethan among the crowd, sitting in a wheelchair. Ethan must have not had his prosthetic yet. A woman stood behind him, her hands on his shoulders. I took her as the queen. Ethan's face looked so hollow. It was clear he blamed himself. I wanted to reach through the fog and touch him, bring him some sort of comfort. It was horrible seeing him like that. It carved a pit in me that I didn't know existed. That pit went so far down, to a place where it was so dark I was sure the sorrow never ended. King Lycus was one of our country's greatest protectors. He eliminated a huge threat to our kind and ensured our race would have a future in the world we inhabit, Lucian said. Whosoever succeeds him by winning the throne in this year's King's Contest will have high expectations placed on their shoulders. The funeral scenes changed, and the fog dissipated. Delmare raised a hand. Lucian pointed at her. Yes, Miss Delmare? She leaned forward. I heard that there's more to the story, that the Black Claw was looking for someone that night. Lucian seemed slightly uncomfortable. There is an old legend, a rumor. It's never been confirmed, and this is a history class. I prefer to tell facts over fiction. Myths and legends can be history. They're part of our lore, Odette said. There were murmurs of agreement around the room, and everyone gave the professor a curious stare. Lucian sighed. Very well, if you insist. He put his hands behind his back and began walking around the room slowly. As you all know, the Black Claw worships Droga. There is a very old story among them that Tomir, the king of the gods, and Droga, his brother, waged war for possession of our homeworld, Edenmire, and that is why the Fae came to live on Earth amongst humans. During the war, Tomir ended Droga and brought him to Earth, imprisoning him in a stone grave somewhere in Malovia. Lucian paused, as if considering how much to reveal. Prophecy is considered a dark art by Arcania, gifted by evil forces to Black Claw tributes wishing to foretell the future. The prophecy goes that there is one whose blood can bring Droga back to life and release him from his tomb prison. There is no other explanation of who this person may be, except that they will be known as the World Weaver. I felt the color drain from my face immediately. The entire room turned cold, and my hands started to shake. I pulled them underneath my desk and bunched them into my skirt to hide it. Whosoever kills the World Weaver and brings their blood to Droga's throne will receive great power from Droga after he is resurrected, Lucian explained. From then on, the Dark God will rule over this world. He will gather an army to challenge his brother Thomir once again in Edemire's lands. It is said that the Black Claw were looking for the World Weaver on Pelennok, to find them and sacrifice them to the Dark God. I had to take deep breaths to prevent myself from throwing up. Delmare raised her hand and said, "That means that the World Weaver is still alive, right?" Lucian shrugged. "It is merely a story, fabricated by fanatics. If someone with extraordinary magical power beyond normal Arcanian capabilities existed within our ranks, they certainly would have been found out years ago." The class uttered mumbles of agreement. I popped right up from my desk. "Lord Lucian, may I be excused? I'm not feeling well." Lucian's mouth hung open for a moment. "You are looking a little green, Miss Sosna." "Thank you." I gathered my things and ran out of the room. Everyone turned in their seats to look at me as I hurried past. I spent 5 minutes in the bathroom heaving. Nothing came up, but I still felt sick. The Black Claw was after me. Somehow, some way, they knew I was the World Weaver. Or, at least, they suspected. That's why someone was waiting in my dorm room that night. They wanted my blood so they could resurrect the Dark God and be bestowed with magic beyond imagining. I brushed my hair back and leaned against the stall wall. I needed someone to talk to about this. I couldn't carry this on my own. But the only other person who knew I was the World Weaver besides myself, and the Black Claw, obviously, was Ethan. I got up and headed back to my dorm. I couldn't talk to Ethan right now. He was in Master Foraging class, and that didn't end until at least 5. I'd have to wait. I wasn't able to do anything but curl up on my bed and stare at the wall for the next hour and a half. When it was 5, I headed down to the forages outside the school. They were empty. The only person still working there was Ethan. He looked pretty hot, all dirty and covered in black soot, but now wasn't the time for any of that. I had bigger issues than getting my rocks off. Mostly staying alive. "Ethan!" I cried out as I jogged toward his forge. "I need to talk to you." Ethan jumped when he heard me coming. He quickly went to cover something up. His movements were hasty and suspicious. It was like he was trying to hide something from me. "What are you working on?" I asked curiously as I approached. "It's nothing," Ethan said quickly. He threw a leather blanket over whatever he'd been forging and said, "What did you need to talk about?" I took a deep breath, but no words came out. Ethan put a hand on my elbow. "Emma, you're shaking. Let's go sit down." He guided me to a stone bench nearby. I took a few gulps of air before I blurted out, "They're after me." "Who's after you?" Ethan's eyebrows knitted together in confusion. "The Black Claw. Lucian told me. I mean, he didn't know that he told me, but I figured it out," I scrambled to say. "Whoa, slow down. Explain everything," he said slowly. He took my hands in his. Somehow, the touch of his rough skin against mine made me calm down. "I was in history class, and Lucian told us this story. A prophecy, really. During the night of burning skies 18 years ago, the Black Claw was looking for someone whose blood can raise the Dark God from the dead. He said that the World Weaver is the only one who can resurrect Droga. That's me." Ethan's expression paled a little, but otherwise he didn't react. I know of this story, but never heard that the World Weaver is the one who can raise Droga from the dead. I hadn't heard that name since the hag told it to us. Emma, are you sure Lucian didn't get his facts mixed up or something? My mouth dropped open. You don't believe me. No, I didn't say that, Ethan said. But I don't want you to jump to conclusions. How does Lucian know what the World Weaver is, anyway? Isn't this all a little weird to you? I wanted to hit him. How could he be so naive? This explained so much about what was happening lately. How could Ethan sit there and try to be optimistic about something that was so obviously true? I needed his help. I needed him to help me come up with a plan. I didn't want to ignore the truth and pretend like everything was okay when really I was in danger of losing my life. Then I realized that this went beyond what I'd learned today. I realized that I was mad at Ethan, and had been ever since I saw Gabby kiss Eli this morning. It didn't make sense. I just was. And his denial about me being the World Weaver was pushing me over the edge. I popped up from the bench so quickly I was surprised I didn't get whiplash. When are you going to get it through your head that all of this is real? I snapped. The Black Claw wants my blood, and they'll kill me to get it. I'm the World Weaver, whatever that means, and I need you to help me deal with it. I don't want to think that way, Emma. I want you to be safe, Ethan said firmly. It doesn't matter what you want. Facts are facts, I shouted. Living in denial isn't going to help when the wolves come knocking at your door. They're after me. You just can't admit it. Emma, calm down. We can work something out, Ethan said as he rose to his feet beside me. I shoved him back hard. Screw you! If you're not going to help me figure out a way to stay alive when these psychos are clearly looking for a way to kill me, then I don't need you. I whirled around and headed for the tree line on the border of the academy grounds. Ethan took a step after me. Emma, wait. Leave me alone. I need a break. I headed into the woods as twilight fell. Thankfully, Ethan kept his distance and didn't follow. I knew not to head too far into the woods. There were monsters out here, though I wondered if getting eaten by one of them would be a better option than allowing the Black Claw to use my blood to bring an evil god back from the dead. I walked until I hit a stream. Then I kicked a tree and let out an angry yell. This was impossible. Ethan was being such a douche. Why couldn't he just face reality? I sat by the edge of the stream and put my head in my hands for a moment. I felt exhausted. All this stress was only making my condition worse. The little amount of energy that I had each day was being sucked up by all this fear. I didn't know if I could make the walk back to school without passing out. Shit, maybe I should have let Ethan follow me. I sighed. I stared down at the rushing water and wondered if there was a way out of this. The thing was, I wasn't even that scared of the Black Claw, or dying, really. I'd come to terms with that when I got my diagnosis. I was afraid of living in fear, of constantly having to be on guard and looking over my shoulder. That was far worse than anything the Black Claw could do to me. I didn't want to be afraid to live. I just want to be brave, I whispered. Slowly, I stood up. The world wavered a little, and the ground beneath me shook, though it had everything to do with me and not the earth. I put a hand on the same trunk I'd kicked to steady myself, took a few deep breaths, and turned around to head back. My jaw dropped open as I witnessed an incredible sight before me. A deer stood directly ahead, in the middle of the woods. Intuitively, I knew it was a female. She had white fur that was purer than freshly fallen snow, and winding golden antlers that sprouted out of her head like tree branches. The antlers grew tiny emerald leaves, and there were dozens of points, twisting together to make a complicated mess of root-like art. The doe had a small, dished face, and a golden mane around her ears and head. Her cloven hoofs were made of pure silver, and the air shimmered around her as if sparkling. Butterflies and birds hovered around her form, landing upon the collection of antlers. She was huge, nearly the size of a small elephant. Though the sun had set by now and it was supposed to be dark, the entire forest was lit up with golden light. The dead trees and grass grew new green shoots like we were in the middle of spring and not late fall. Great, now I was hallucinating. But this seemed entirely real. When I breathed, the air felt cleaner, more new. The doe took a step toward me, and I stumbled backward into the stream. "Do not be afraid. Do you know who I am?" the doe asked. Her voice was like silk gliding across skin, or the taste of warm honey on a cold winter's night. It was motherly and friendly and home. I wanted to sink into it. I shook my head quickly. I'd lost the ability to speak. "I am Milana, the goddess of your foremothers. I am the white doe of peace, good death, fertility, romance, and love," she spoke gently. "I am here to guide you on your quest, World Weaver. It was I who sent the hag to you to foretell the prophecy." I slowly came out of the water. Why are you here, goddess?" "To tell you that I've chosen you as my champion." She blinked her eyes, and her long eyelashes fluttered. "Me?" I gaped. "Why would you want me? I'm sick. I can barely do magic. You should choose someone else." "Do not question why. The Dark God is coming to ravage souls and destroy the world of the Arcania. Only you can stop this," Milana said firmly. "What do you want me to do?" I asked in a stuttering voice. Finally, some direction. "The answers will come in time, but more important is the journey," she replied. "Know that when you are at your greatest need, I shall be there to show the way." I swallowed. "The Black Claw wants to kill me. I'm afraid." "It is they who should be afraid of you, for I have bestowed in you a power even the gods fear," Milana spoke. She took a few steps toward me. I did not dare to move. Milana stretched out her muzzle, and the tip of her velvet nose brushed against my fingers. A white light glowed from my hand as she drew away. As it dimmed, I felt a powerful and strong warmth hum throughout my soul. "Go now. Those who seek your life shall not claim it until the proper time," Milana said. "And do not be afraid, for I walk beside you, World Weaver, now until the ending dawn." Milana faded away before my very eyes. With it, she took the daylight and the spring until I was left shivering in the cold darkness once again. Something inside me had changed. I could feel it. I wasn't as afraid as I once was. Courage was building up inside me and growing stronger with every passing second. I had Milana to protect me. She had chosen me as her champion. I didn't know why, but it had to be for a reason. She was the goddess of my foremothers, and she had chosen me, an outsider, over all other Arcania to save the country. She wouldn't have come to me unless whatever she had planned for me was of vital importance. And whatever she'd ask of me, I'd follow, no matter the consequences.
Chapter 17. Ethan. It was the end of November. The king's contest was 2 weeks away, and I still hadn't declared a mate. I didn't know what to do. I was stuck. The crown or Emma? An unbearable decision. Elijah hadn't stopped gloating since he'd bonded with Gabby. Every day in class he smirked at me like he'd already won. I'd had enough of his ridiculous behavior and wanted to smack the smug look off his face. Couldn't wait for my chance during the king's contest. If I ever got there. I didn't have any more time. It was now or never. Time to make a decision. I stood outside Emma's enchanting class and waited for her to emerge. She'd ignored me in monster hunting class the day before, and was obviously still mad about our argument. It wasn't that I didn't believe her about being the world weaver. That wasn't it at all. If anything, I believed her wholeheartedly. If her blood could bring back the dark god, then she was in a lot more danger than I thought. I just didn't want to accept that she could be at risk. It was painful to consider that she might be the one thing the Black Claw needed to regain power. When Emma came out of class, she immediately went to go the other way, but I hurried to catch up with her. Emma, I need to talk to you." She rolled her eyes. "Not now, Ethan. Would you slow down and let me speak?" I grabbed her arm, forcing her to a halt. She turned around and narrowed her eyes, giving me a fierce glare that shook me to my core. Damn it, it turned me on when she looked at me that way. I pushed aside the fantasies in my head and got straight to the point. "I'm sorry about the other day. You're right, I wasn't listening to you, and maybe I'm living in denial." "You didn't even want to hear it," she snapped. "I know, and that's wrong, but did you ever stop to think it's because I care about you?" I asked. Emma tilted her head. She seemed surprised. "If you care so much, why don't you help me figure out a plan instead of running away from the obvious?" "How are we supposed to plan this, Emma? We don't even know what we're up against." I leaned inward and dropped the level of my voice. "Look, it's pretty clear that you are the World Weaver. I get that. And the Black Claw may be after your blood. But if we don't have information, there's nothing we can do except keep you safe and try to investigate as we go." She gave an impatient huff. "I know you're right. Always am." I elbowed her playfully, and she shoved me away. "I'm still mad at you," she said. "You've been acting weird ever since Eli bonded, and I hate it." "I know I've been a grumpy asshole. Can I make it up to you?" I asked. "We could go out tonight." She raised her eyebrow. "Are you asking me on a date?" My stomach flip-flopped. "Do you want it to be a date?" She peered at me suspiciously and said, "Let's go. Where are you taking me?" I put my arm around her shoulders. "Wherever your heart desires, my lady." She stared out the window. Outside, the snow was falling in thick, heavy chunks. In the gardens, the pond had completely frozen over. I smiled slightly. "I think I have an idea." We headed back to our dorms and changed out of our uniforms. I grabbed my skates, and she grabbed hers. She came out of her dorm wearing a thick woolen sweater, skinny jeans, a knitted hat, and, gods, leg warmers. Leg warmers were so sexy. "You're just going to wear your hockey jersey? Aren't you going to be cold?" she asked. I shook my head. Companions run pretty hot even in the most frigid of conditions. She cocked a slight grin. "The better to keep me warm, then." I liked that. I took her gloved hand in mine and said, "We should hurry up before it gets dark." She squeezed her hand in mine. I liked how it felt, like there was no other person I'd rather have by my side right now than her. When we got to the pond, we sat on a fallen log and slipped on our skates. My one skate was specially made to fit my prosthetic. It wasn't much more than a blade that fastened onto the prosthetic in the area where the foot would be. I could interchange the foot and the blade, so I didn't need to remove the whole prosthetic in order to skate. It had a nice price tag, that was for sure. I thanked the gods I was a prince and could afford it. I couldn't imagine if I was poor and didn't have the money to pay for a specialized prosthetic so I could skate again. If I couldn't play hockey, I think I'd wither up inside. As I fastened on the blade, Emma glanced over in interest before she ducked her head. She wanted to see how it worked, yet desired to give me privacy. I wanted to show her, but at the same time, I wasn't ready. So I just fastened the skate onto the prosthetic and tested out the pond before I skated onto it. I gestured for her that it was safe to follow. Emma carefully stepped out onto the pond. Once her blades hit the ice, she grinned. She instantly took off, though not as fast as she did on a clean surface. The pond was rough, unlike the rink's even edge. Still, she did jumps and spins like it was absolutely no effort for her whatsoever. She was so beautiful on the ice. I loved watching her. It was so clear that skating was where she was meant to be. I skated toward her and extended my arms. She didn't see me coming as I wrapped my arms around her waist, picking her off the ice and spinning her around. Emma laughed as I lifted her upwards, carrying her around the pond in my arms. "Put me down, asshole. She slapped my chest and laughed again. Not so fast. I spun a few circles before I let her back down. I took her hand, and she twirled in a circle underneath it, like some kind of fairy tale princess. The snow was so dense, it made a veil in Emma's red hair and coated her eyelashes as it came down. She leaned back and caught them with her open mouth, giggling. Watch this. I lifted my hand. My magic began to form an illusion. The snowflakes falling in the air formed together into figures. All around us, hundreds of ice dancers made of snow took form on the pond's surface. Snow men and women danced in each other's arms, performed lifts and twists on blades that were made of ice, just like the pond's surface. Emma's mouth opened in wonder as the skating couples twirled and leaped around us in a dazzling display. I took Emma in my arms and began to copy them. We spun together, my arm wrapped around her waist, her hand in mine, as we made our way around the pond, whirling with the snow dancers. You know how to ice dance? Emma asked in surprise. A bit. I took a few figure skating classes. In Molovia, it's required for all hockey players. Teaches you to have better balance and to skate faster, I told her. The hockey players back home think figure skating's for girls, Emma remarked. That's because they're wimps. Figure skating is a very difficult sport. Why do you think I chose hockey? I laughed. Probably because you like hitting people, she suggested. You got me there. I let her go and changed into a Wolven. I backed up several feet, then ran at her full speed and pushed my head into the small of her back. I picked up the pace, my nails digging into the ice, and Emma squealed as she glided ahead of me. I ran until we were going circles around the pond, the trees flying by in a blur. We blasted through the ice dancers, sending them exploding into nothing more than snow dust. As I slowed to a walk, Emma turned in place. She took my face in her hands and said, I'm so glad I finally found someone who likes being on the ice as much as I do. I stared up at her. She appeared radiant. This was her element. Nothing bad could touch her here, it seemed. Nothing bad could touch us. It was like we were in our own little world when we were on ice. I changed back into a human, and we skated around for an hour or so before Emma started to get tired. I noticed she was almost panting as she performed spins and jumps. We held hands as we lapped the pond a few times, but at this point, I was pretty much pulling her along instead of her doing the gliding. What was wrong with her? We should get off, I said. Emma's efforts to stroke around the pond had gotten considerably weaker in the last 15 minutes or so. Get yourself off, then. I'm not horny, she said, between gasps. Her joke fell flat amongst my concern. Emma, that's not what I meant. You look exhausted, I said. I thought I was going to have to drag her off the ice, but Emma obliged me and skated toward the edge of the pond. We sat on the log and took off our skates. The wind had picked up, and the snow was falling faster than before. Do you mind if I ask a question? Emma asked tentatively as we unlaced our skates. I unfastened the blade on my prosthetic and reattached the foot in its place. Go ahead, I'm an open book, I said. Emma hesitated before she asked, When you lost your leg, was it hard to learn to skate again, or did it come easy to you? I thought about it for a moment. No one had ever asked me that question before. I don't know, I said honestly. There were so many things I had to relearn when I lost my leg. Walking, running, fighting, even regaining my balance. It was hard stepping back out on the ice at first. I didn't think I'd ever play hockey again. I looked up at the sky. But honestly, I think hockey helped me to learn how to walk again instead of making it harder. Being on the ice has always made me feel so secure. Skating with my prosthetic was like learning a new skill, like shooting pucks or running defense. I don't remember learning to walk, but I remember my first time on the ice with a hockey stick. I was able to relate to it far easier. She nodded. That makes sense. Emma was quiet for a moment. I wondered what was on her mind before a chilly wind swept by and caused her to shiver. What had turned into a heavy snowfall was now becoming a full-on snowstorm. Emma shielded her eyes from the torrent of snow as I got to my feet. I couldn't even see the school through the thick snowfall that was enveloping the school gardens. There's a cottage on campus that's not too far from here. It's closer than the main campus. We should go there and wait the storm out, I said. Fine by me. Emma put her skates and mine into my hockey bag, then flung it on her back. I transformed into a wolven. Hop on. We'll get there faster, I said. Emma paused, and I added, unless you want to freeze. Slowly, she grabbed my scruff. I knelt down so she could hoist herself onto my back. She sat comfortably behind my shoulder blades. Emma rubbed her gloved hands up and down my fur, and I resisted quivering. That felt really good. Hold on tight so you don't fall off, I said. I crouched down in the snow and bounded forward. Emma startled on my back. Then I felt her hands dig into my fur as I started racing through the snow. She flattened herself onto my form, her legs clinging to my sides. I felt her body move with mine as I raced across the gardens. I didn't have to adjust my strides or slow down or worry she would fall. She sat upon my back easily and rode upon my form like she'd been meant to do it her entire life. And it made me feel lonely. This was how marked and companions should be, always together as one. Yet Emma and I could never be. The snow was getting in my eyes and making it hard to see. Thankfully, the outline of the cottage came into view. I skidded to a stop in front of the door, and Emma swung off my back. I changed into a human and opened up the door. Once we were inside, Emma let the skate bag fall to the floor, and I immediately worked on getting a fire going in the fireplace. It sprung to life. A warm glow overtook the entire room. The cottage was small, no more than a kitchenette, a couch, a few armchairs, and a double bed, but it was cozy, and far better than getting caught out in the cold. What's this cottage even here for? Emma asked. The groundskeeper used to live here, but he died a few years back. The new one lives in Dolinska, so this place has been sitting empty for a while. The school keeps the electricity and water running to it in case one of the staff needs a place to stay, I explained. I walked across the room and reached inside the refrigerator to pull out champagne and seafood. I grabbed a couple of boxes of pasta from the cupboards. Surprise! I'm making you dinner. Scallop putaneshka. She gave me a sly grin. Ethan Nowick, you planned to bring me here. Maybe I did. Is that a crime? I asked. I bet that snowstorm outside isn't even real. It's probably an illusion. Emma crossed her arms. Actually, it's not. I couldn't conjure up something like that anyway. Just a well-timed act of fate. I smiled at her. I filled up a pot with water to boil and worked on preparing the scallops. I got 2 glasses down from the cupboard and popped the champagne, pouring a glass. I handed one to her. She took it and looked around. So, how many people come to fuck in this cottage? I chuckled. About as many as you'd expect. It is an empty cottage on a college campus after all. Uh-huh. And how many girls have you brought in here? None, I said honestly. I haven't screwed around with anyone. She came into the kitchen as I mixed olive oil and lemon juice together. Seriously? I thought you'd have been with hundreds of girls by now. I shook my head. Arcania are supposed to save themselves for their mates, but not everyone does. I wasn't very interested in girls growing up, I suppose. I began chopping cherry tomatoes and black olives in half. What about you and Chastity? Emma challenged. I put the knife down and thought. Chastity was a formality. That sounds romantic, Emma snorted. You don't understand. Growing up, people expected me to be with someone. I was a prince. I was expected to find a mate so I could succeed the throne when the time came. Then years passed, and I never did. I shrugged as I cooked. Chastity was who my mother wanted. She was an easy choice. But you never loved her. I cared about her, but I never felt anything for her. I put the scallops on to simmer. I was guilty about it forever, because I knew she was in love with me, but I knew I could never give her what she really wanted. She was the one who broke it off with me. She got tired of waiting, I think. Well, being in a relationship with someone who doesn't love you back can't be easy, she said. It's better to be single than to be with the wrong person. Arcania know that, I said. As the water boiled, I added the pasta. Emma was being quiet. She stared into the fireplace. I could see her mind was working overtime. I longed to know what was going on through her head. "What about you?" I asked. "Was there anyone you liked growing up?" She shook her head. "No. Like you, I had no interest. Skating was everything to me. I knew I needed to focus on that and have my career come first." She scoffed. "Not like anyone wanted me, anyway." "What do you mean?" I leaned against the counter. Emma's eyes roamed up and down my body. Was she checking me out? "I never really fit in, at school or anywhere else. I was too abrasive," she admitted. "People thought I was weird, so I kept to myself. And I liked it that way. Mostly. It was hard when I was a kid, being without friends, but by the time I got to high school, I stopped caring. It was easier to be alone than it was to try and make friends. People were scared of me." "But you can't tell me no guys were interested in you. You're too pretty," I objected. She gave me a small smile. "Thanks. If they were, I never knew it. Guys are intimidated by women who speak their mind, and, well, you know I can't keep my mouth shut." I chuckled. "Yeah, I know all too well. So you didn't do anything social growing up?" She shook her head. "No, I never went to prom or any of that. I was too busy on the ice. Skating was my life." "That's a shame." I stirred the pasta. "I never had problems making friends, but that didn't have anything to do with me. People wanted to suck up to me because my dad was king. I don't think too many actually cared about me as a person. Everyone was always worried about offending me. It got old fast." "Stefan doesn't seem to mind telling you off," Emma said. "He doesn't. That's why we're still friends," I said. "I got rid of everyone who I thought was just trying to use me to get what they wanted. That ended up being a lot of people in the end." A few minutes later, the pasta was done. I combined all the ingredients, and Emma and I sat down to eat. "Oh my God, this is like amazing." Emma let out a moan as she plopped another scallop into her mouth. "You're such an amazing cook." "You look like you're going to have an orgasm," I laughed. "This is way better than an orgasm." She took another bite and asked, "How did you learn to make such awesome food?" "I have many talents." I was barely eating myself. I was too nervous. I didn't get why. We were just two friends having a meal together and talking. It wasn't a big deal. It was like hanging out with Stefan. Except when I was hanging out with Stefan, my mind didn't constantly assault me with inappropriate images of screwing him on the table. Gods help me. Emma was done with her drink. "More champagne?" I asked. She eyed the bottle, then shook her head. "No thanks. I don't need any more." That was weird. It was clear she wanted some. Did she think I had dastardly intentions with her? Had I put off that bad of an impression? I was trying to be a proper gentleman. "As you wish, madam." I poured another glass for myself. Maybe drinking the entire bottle could calm my nerves. I should have brought more champagne. She giggled. "There you go, talking fancy again." "It's a bad habit. I was raised to have proper manners and etiquette at all times. Part of being a prince," I told her. "Except it didn't come in handy with speaking to people my own age instead of with diplomats at dinner parties. I had to learn how to act like, a commoner." "None of that here. I'm an American," Emma proclaimed proudly. "We don't believe in any of that class system bullshit. You are what you make yourself to be." "It's honorable. I always admire the attitude Americans have towards bettering themselves." I sighed. "Here in Malovia, that's not possible. A person can't rise higher than their designated station. Whatever you're born as, you remain for life. Even if you become a king. If your mother was a maid, you'll always be known as the son of a peasant and not as a true monarch." "That's horrible." Emma's brows knitted together. "It's the way things are. People have a very strange way of looking at things around here." I played with my fork. "I was lucky to be born with royal blood. It opened up more privileges for me than other people don't have. Even in today's modern era, mating outside your class is considered scandalous. Commoners must stick with commoners, and high class with others of their station." Emma scowled at her empty plate. "I bet I'm considered the lowest of the low." "You're an outsider. You don't have a designated class, which is good for you because you can rise to be anything." I frowned apologetically before I added, "Although many people will still consider you an outsider forever, no matter what you accomplish." She scoffed. "Like that bothers me. I've been a misfit all my life." "Because you're a rarity." I reached across the table and took her hand. "Not many people can aspire to be like you, and people are jealous of what they cannot become." I rubbed the back of her hand with my thumb for a moment before I stood up. "Well, these dishes aren't going to clean themselves." "I'll wash, you dry," Emma suggested. I smiled and nodded. As I began putting away plates, Emma snorted. "What's so funny?" I asked. "It's weird. A prince doing dishes," she said. "I can do dishes," I said indignantly, "along with a host of other things." "I would figure you'd think yourself above menial chores," Emma teased. "Of course not. What a silly notion." I reached into the fridge. "Hot chocolate and cheesecake for dessert?" "Ooh, of course, yes." We sat on the couch in front of the fire and shared a blanket that draped over our shoulders. The storm sieged outside, and our empty dessert plates and mugs sat abandoned on the coffee table. Emma had her legs curled under her and was leaning against my chest. I had my arm around her as we watched the logs crackle beneath the flames. My mind screamed at me. What was I doing? I was cuddling with Emma. I wasn't even sure how it had happened. We'd just finished eating, sat back, and bam! We didn't even think about it. I hadn't noticed we were pressed against each other until it had actually happened, and by then, I didn't want to pull apart. Damn mating instincts. They naturally drew us to each other without us having to consider it. I needed to remedy this, and soon. "What do you want to do when you become king?" Emma asked. Her voice broke the silence. She looked up at me, her chin sitting on my shoulder. I shifted. "Abolish the class system. Make things fairer for the people in Malovia. A lot of things are regulated here by big business, names and titles, money and power. It doesn't have to be that way anymore. People should be free to break out of whatever constraints society has put on them." "That's honorable." "I suppose." My voice trembled as I said, "I just want to live up to what my father did. He was a great king." "I've heard your dad was an awesome king, but I have a feeling that you're going to be even greater." She leaned her head against my shoulder. "I know you'll win the contest." "I need a mate first. Can't compete without one." "You'll find one in time. You'll be a good king." "There are other competitors. It's far from a sure thing," I said. "None of them can compare to you. They aren't worthy," Emma objected. "If anyone deserves that crown, it's you." I dared to say, "You'd be a good queen." "No, I wouldn't." The mood had grown melancholy. Emma stared at the flames with a certain type of vacancy in her that I couldn't express, but that I wanted to fill. "Why not?" I asked. She took a deep breath. "I haven't told anyone at school about this, but I'm sick." It wasn't something I didn't know, but I pretended. "How sick?" "Sick enough." Her eyes were void of emotion as she said, "It's called common variable immune deficiency disorder. It's a rare genetic disease. There is no cure. My immune system basically doesn't work. My system doesn't make enough antibodies to fight against infections. When your immune system shuts down, the rest of your body doesn't work either. A simple cold or flu could kill me. That's why I have that plasma in my fridge. I have to infuse it every week in order to stay alive." My whole body went numb. It was hard to process this information, that my mate could be in so much pain. "You haven't seemed sick often this semester, at least." "I've been lucky, and I've been hiding it. I've caught something pretty much every other weekend. Turns out college campuses are a great place to exchange germs," she said in defeat. That explained why she'd been hiding out in her dorm so much. She was isolating herself to prevent herself from getting sicker. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "What can you do, Ethan? There's nothing I can do." Her eyes were glistening as she turned toward me. "This is forever. It's never going away, and it's only going to get worse the older I get. I have to learn to deal with it." She quickly wiped away a few tears. "That's why I wouldn't be a good queen. I don't even think I'd be a good mate. Who could want me, broken like this?" I took her face in my hands gently and said, any companion in their right mind would be honored to have you as their mate. The way she looked at me in that moment, it was like time itself stilled and we were the only two people alive. We moved forward instinctively, like moths drawn to a flame. Her lips were only inches from me now, and gods, they were intoxicating. I longed to move my mouth over hers and make her mine. Having a mate was dangerous. They'd take your whole heart, and you were powerless to do anything in return. You'd do anything for them just to gain their favor. I was a dog worshipping at Emma's feet right now, and that's how I wanted it. I was moments away from connecting with her lips. This was it. I was really going to do it. I was going to break through the useless things that separated us and unite us as mates. Our perfect moment was shattered when the window broke. Both of us jumped, and I grabbed Emma to pull her away from whatever threat had arrived. I pushed her behind me as I got up from the couch and went to observe the broken glass. It was nothing, just the storm. The wind had smashed a tree branch outside against the window and shattered it to pieces. I turned around and looked at Emma. She was giving me a sheepish look, cheeks pink with embarrassment. It was clear that we'd gathered our senses and there was no going back to the moment we'd just shared. It was hot in here, and it wasn't from the fireplace. "We should get back," I suggested. "It doesn't look like it's safe here." She nodded without another response and picked up the empty mugs and saucers to put them in the sink. I killed the flames and left the ashes to smolder as we left the tiny cabin, the place where everything had changed and there was no going back. The snowstorm had died down. We could see our way back to the school now. I transformed into a Wolven to shelter Emma from the harsh wind as we began our walk to the main campus. Emma kept her arms folded and head down, her eyebrows knitted together as if thinking as she clutched my hockey bag to her chest. I couldn't reverse my actions. What had happened, and there was no going back. But it had helped me make a choice. I made my final decision. I loved Emma, and I wanted to protect her, but I couldn't become king without her by my side. Choosing another mate would be torture after what we just shared. It would hurt her just as much as it would hurt me to stay away. Eventually, it would ruin us both. I couldn't do that to her. Denying the connection we held was like denying the laws of nature itself. No matter what, I couldn't stay away from her, and she couldn't stay away from me. I was sure of that. Instinct itself would keep pushing us together. More than that, it was love. I had no other choice. Before the week was out, I'd ask Emma to be my mate, and I hoped she'd say yes.
Chapter 18. Emma. I didn't know how to explain it. I was the Phantom's mate, but I had feelings for Ethan Nowak too. I didn't even know that was possible. I figured once you found your mate, all other possibilities of hookups with other people became obsolete. Apparently, mating wasn't that simple. Unless there was another answer. Maybe I wasn't in love with two different people. Maybe they were the same person. Could Ethan be the Phantom? He had to be. There was no other explanation. I knew the Phantom was a Wolven, and that he had to be a student. Ethan fit that description. But how do you confront someone with information like that? How could I expect him not to laugh in my face? Even if he was the Phantom, he'd probably deny it, and it wasn't like I had any proof. The question ate away at me. I had to know. On the first day of December, I headed to the rec room. Ethan had asked me to meet him there early in the morning so we could study for our exams together. He was sitting on a couch in front of one of the giant TVs, working on homework. Kinda. His papers were spread out on the coffee table in front of him, and the TV was on, but he wasn't paying attention. He was staring out the window overlooking Dolinska, his chin resting on his fist. He was kind of pale. I gathered my nerves and strode across the rec room. At this time of the day, most people were either outside playing in the snow or they were enjoying the Christmas festivities in Dolinska. Nobody else was here. Ethan couldn't use other people as an excuse for not telling me the truth. I sat directly across from him. "We need to talk." I didn't give him any other greeting. "Hey, Em." Ethan winced and shifted in his seat like he was uncomfortable. "What is it?" I took a deep breath and tried coming up with ways to phrase it. Look, buddy, I know you're the Phantom. We nearly kissed the other day. I probably would have screwed you in that cabin if that broken window hadn't stopped me. I am 100% sure at this point you're a superhero. So just admit it so we can become mates and I can get some of that big dick energy you've got going on. It was a bad idea to say all of that. I resolved to get to the point. Ethan, you're the Phantom. I won't tell anybody, just spit it out already. But as I opened my mouth, a flashing alert came across the TV screen and halted the program that was on. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special news bulletin. A newscaster came on screen, looking deadly serious. We currently have live footage of the vigilante known as the Phantom as he terrorizes the city. The Arcania Alliance is now in pursuit. What the fuck? No way! The screen changed to show a man in a cape and a white wolf mask leaping from building to building as the police gave chase. Dragons, griffins, and alicorns flew after the Phantom and cast magic at him while Wolven circled in on the ground, but they missed their target every time. Even when they got close, the Phantom managed to slip away. Confusion hurtled through me like a hurricane. It was early morning. The Phantom had never been seen before in the daytime. He always came out at night. I watched the figure jump from rooftop to rooftop as the camera panned after him. Eventually, he slipped out of sight as he dove into an alleyway. Police pursued him and vanished from sight as well. Ethan's eyes were pinned to the screen, just like mine. The police swarmed the area, but their expressions became clueless. It was like the Phantom had vanished out of thin air. It seems like the Arcania Alliance has lost the trail yet again. The newscaster sounded disappointed. The identity of the Phantom will continue to remain a mystery. My thoughts became a puzzle that I had no hope of solving. I was pretty sure Ethan was the Phantom, but Ethan was right here with me as I was watching live footage of the vigilante being chased through town. There was only one explanation. Ethan couldn't be the Phantom. There was just no way, not unless he had the ability to be in two places at once. What was it that you wanted to ask me? Ethan said as the alert ended. I just need help with my paper for Lucian's class, I lied. I'd already finished the paper, but I had to tell Ethan something, right? We can work on it tomorrow. I haven't started mine yet. Ethan got to his feet. I jumped right up too, though it was weird and I didn't know why. Suddenly, Ethan staggered forward. He probably would have dropped to his knees if I hadn't been there at the last minute to hold him up. He looked like he was gonna puke. Oh my gosh! Ethan, are you okay? I asked. I think I'm getting sick, Ethan mumbled. He pushed me away and began shuffling forward. I'm sorry, I don't think I can study today. I'd better go lie down. I'll get your stuff for you. I collected Ethan's things as he stumbled into his dorm. When I got there, he was already lying in bed, face down on the pillows. I put his papers on his desk. If Ethan was getting sick, it was dangerous for me to be around him. I couldn't catch what he had and risk my health. But I didn't care. I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Do you need anything? I asked, but I didn't get a response. He was already sleeping. I figured it was best not to disturb him and turned off the light, shutting the door behind me. There were so many emotions raging through me that I didn't know what to do with them. Ethan and the Phantom were two different people, which meant that I had to make a choice. Ethan or the Phantom. I couldn't have both. The Phantom was supposed to be my mate, so he should have been the obvious choice. But I felt such a strong connection between Ethan and I. It was so powerful, not something I could easily deny. I didn't think I could give that up for a man that I shared a bond with yet didn't know personally. When I left Ethan's room, I saw Odette, Kiara, and Delmare in the hallway. All of them were bundled up for the outdoors, snow melting on their shoulders. Oh my goodness! Odette covered her mouth as she watched me close the door. Emma, you're sleeping with the prince? Hey, can't see we didn't see it coming, Delmare said, and she laughed. What? No, Ethan's just sick, I said. I was lending a hand. You were lending a hand, all right, Delmare snickered. She made a motion like she was jerking someone off, and Odette giggled. I rolled my eyes. Calm down, guys. I've never seen Ethan's dick. Not like you don't want to, Delmare shot back. I couldn't help turning pink. Kiara said, "Lay off, guys. They're not even mates. Emma, do you want to come with us?" "Where?" I asked. I got a sinking feeling when Kiara said that Ethan and I weren't mated, but it was the truth. I belonged to someone else. "My sister's having a sale today at Enchanting Whispers," Kiara said. "We should go and see what kind of cool things we can find." Sure. I wasn't doing anything else today. I got my coat, hat, and gloves, and we headed out. I felt bad for leaving Ethan behind, but he needed rest, not me bothering him. The skies dropped a light snowfall. The streets of Dolinska were filled with kids tossing snowballs and making forts. The town was decorated with garlands, red ribbons, strings of cranberries, and white lights. Christmas trees adorned with dozens of ornaments were on every corner, along with carolers and elaborate light displays. The Arcanio really got into the winter holidays. It was like a competition to them to have the best decorations. "So tell me how Christmas works around here," I said. We passed a sleigh being pulled by an alicorn with a wreath around his neck. Santa, or as people around here called him, Father Christmas, sat in the sleigh and waved as the alicorn pulled him through the snow. Children screamed and laughed as they ran after the sleigh. "One rule, don't let Krampus catch you," Kiara snickered. "Our main holiday is the winter hunt, which is on the same day as the King's Ball. Then we celebrate Christmas after," Odette explained. "Many Christmas traditions began as pagan Yuletide festivities, so we tie them into our holiday. Normally, most of Arcania would participate in the Yule ceremonies for the winter hunt, but that's being put off this year because of the contest." "What's the story on the winter hunt?" I asked. "It's an old legend," Kiara began. "Drilga, the dark god, chased away the sun during the autumn equinox, but Tomir and his eternal hunt chase it back and bring light to the earth during the winter festival." "Speaking of the gods..." "Guys, I have something to tell you," I began. "Don't tell us you're expecting," Delmare said. "Not exactly." I hesitated before I said, "I think I saw one of the gods. Her name was Milana." All three of them screeched to a halt. Kiara reached out and grabbed my arm, whirling me around. "You what?" I swallowed. "A couple of weeks ago, I was in the forest by myself and a doe came out of the woods, but she wasn't just any deer. She told me she was a goddess." "Emma, you need to tell us everything," Kiara said. She and Odette wore twin expressions of concern. Even Delmare had turned deathly serious. I launched into the story of what had happened at the river with Milana. As I continued, their faces got more and more scared. I was pretty sure Odette started to sweat. "Then she told me I'd be her champion and she'd be with me always," I finished. "What does that mean?" "Emma, are you sure you saw her?" Kiara asked. She'd asked the question 1,000,000 times. "Yes, I saw her. I'm pretty sure I didn't imagine a giant talking deer in the middle of the woods," I replied sourly. "No, you don't get it. This is really important. Are you absolutely sure?" Delmare asked. She squeezed my arm so tight I felt like it was going to fall off. I hesitated before I said, "Yes, I wasn't drunk or anything. She was definitely there. She touched me." Odette's eyes began to water. She started to cry. Little sniffles came out of her. Kiara put an arm around the alicorn girl, looking grim. "Odette, don't cry. It's nothing to be sad about," I said, totally confused. "It is," Odette wailed. "It's so horrible." That I was contacted by a goddess? I was totally bewildered. What were these girls getting at? Delmare frowned. "Milana, well, Emma, she only shows herself to Arcania who are destined to die young." I think my heart stopped beating. "What?" "She chooses her champions to go on great quests for her, but they never make it out alive," Delmare explained quietly. "The quests are great and important, but her champions always die at the end. There are no exceptions." The statement made my blood run cold. It confirmed what the hag had prophesied about me. I had 4 years or less. I was starting to think my disease wouldn't have a chance to get to me. Whatever Milana wanted me to do would knock me off first. "Have you told Ethan about this?" Kiara asked. Her eyebrows knitted together. "No," I said. "Why would I? The only people I've told are you guys." "Don't," Kiara said firmly. "This would break his heart." The mention of Ethan stirred something in me. I didn't want to die, I wanted to live. Who were the gods to dictate how my life was going to go? I wasn't going to kick the bucket unless I had a say in it. I was going out on my terms. "Well, I don't care. The stories are wrong," I said. "Everyone else might die on Milana's quests, but I won't. I'll be the first to survive." Kiara and Delmare glanced at each other, but Odette hiccuped and squeaked out, "You think so?" "Of course." I took her hand and squeezed it. "I'm not dying until I'm good and ready. The gods aren't ready for me, and the underworld doesn't want to take me. I caused too much trouble." Odette hiccuped again and giggled, but Kiara and Delmare didn't lift a smile. I'd failed to convince them. When we got to Enchanting Whispers, Odette skipped to observe the crystals. Delmare and Kiara remained at the coffee bar and talked in low voices, shooting glances at me. I ignored them and scoured the books. What effect did myths and legends have on my life anyway? Not a damn bit. In one of the rows of shelves, I caught a long mane of fiery red hair out of the corner of my eye, and my mouth dropped open in disbelief. What the hell? She was here! "Mom!" I shouted. The woman turned around, and my spirits lifted as I recognized her green eyes and kindly stare. It really was her. Mom's smile widened. "Emma, I'm so glad to see you." I rushed into her arms and held her tightly. She still smelled the same. Her hugs were still warm and soft. I pulled away slightly to gaze up at her in amazement. I couldn't believe she was right in front of me. "You look amazing." I'd never seen my mom look so healthy. Her skin was glowing, and she'd put on weight. Her hair and makeup were done, and her nails shone with red polish. She was dressed like an Arcania would be, in a designer dress and coat with high-heeled boots. "I can use my magic now. The migraines have stopped completely." Mom ran a hand through my hair. I closed down the diner and moved to Dolinska. I just purchased a cottage outside the city. I'm thinking about opening up a restaurant in town soon. I wanted to come see you sooner, but I didn't want to distract you during your semester exams. "Mom, that's wonderful. So does that mean you're here to stay?" I asked. She nodded. "You were right. Malovia is where I belong. This is our home. I wanted to be here to watch you go through school." "I'm so happy you're finally here." I didn't have to be separated from my mom anymore. This was like a dream come true. "Do you want to meet my friends?" "I'd love to." We rounded the corner, and Odette, Delmare, and Kiara glanced up as they saw me coming near. "Guys, this is my mom," I said. "She's here to stay." "Wow, you guys look so much alike," Delmare said. "It's like looking at twins." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Sosna," Kiara said. She reached out to shake Mom's hand, and she took it. "Your mommy has such pretty eyes," Odette exclaimed. "I always thought Wolvens had the most expressive eyes, like windows to the soul." Mom smiled warmly at Odette. "You're an Oksana, aren't you? I was very close to your mother growing up. She's a beautiful dancer." "Oh, yes, she is," Odette nodded, "though she had to give it up. Bad ankles." "I'm sorry to hear that." Mom frowned. "It's really too bad." "Yes, I think she's mentioned you before, though I can't remember what about." Odette gave a quizzical look. Mom laughed, but it sounded a little forced. "I bet she has." That sounded ominous. There was no telling what sort of hijinks my mom got mixed in when she was in school, or if her relationship with Odette's mom was still good. "You have lovely friends, Emma. I'm glad to see you're getting along so well at the university," Mom said. But her eyebrows were pinched together, and thin lines had formed around her mouth. Something was on her mind. "Mom, what's wrong?" I asked. "There's some things we need to talk about," Mom said slowly. "If your friends don't mind, I don't want to drag you away." The three of them shook their heads, and I said, "We can talk, Mom." Mom took my hand. She led me across the cafe to a small table on a secluded side of the store behind a bookshelf, obscuring us from view. She lowered her voice. "I've thought about it, and I think it's time you knew about my past. People will talk now that I'm back, you see, and I want you to get the story straight from me." "Talk about what? This was coming out of nowhere." Mom took a deep breath. "I heard you've been talking to Prince Ethan." "Yes? What did this have to do with her past?" "Well, you see, long ago, I had a close relationship with his father, King Lycus." "What kind of relationship?" I could see where this was heading, and I didn't like it. "Emma, I ended up bonding with two shifters," Mom explained. "Ethan's father and someone else." "You bonded to two different people? Like two mates? Is that even possible?" My mouth dropped open. "It's exceptionally rare," Mom said, "but yes, it can happen." My thoughts were going 1,000,000 miles a minute. Did the same thing that happened to my mom happen to me, too? After all, I had feelings for both the Phantom and Ethan. It was the only thing that made sense. Then I thought something really gross. Did that mean my dad was actually Ethan's dad, too? Holy crap, I hope that wasn't true. We'd almost kissed, and I'd had some inappropriate dreams about him lately. I didn't want to be involved in some freaky incest shit. "Mom, please don't tell me Ethan's my half-brother." I was totally going to puke. Mom shook her head. "No, Emma, I never slept with the king. You're not related to the prince at all. But your father, he's the other shifter I bonded with. His name was Anastasi Ignacy. He's your biological father." I was floored. It was like Mom took a hammer and hit me over the head with it. My thoughts were slow and sluggish. "But I thought you told me you didn't know my father, that it was a one-night stand." "It was a lie, meant to protect you," Mom said. "I thought you were better off not knowing." An emotion I didn't understand took root and grew inside my heart. Hope. There were hundreds of possibilities. I could finally meet the father I never knew and gain a missing piece of myself I thought I never had. "Does he still live in Dolinska? Does he know who I am? Can you introduce me to him?" My words got jumbled up. They came out so fast. I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave right now and go see him. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Mom said. Her voice was tight. "He's no longer alive." Crushing disappointment flattened me from above. Years of hopes and dreams shattered into 1,000,000 fragments inside my soul. I didn't know something like this could still hurt, or that I had so many hopes about one day meeting the man who'd made me. I stuffed down the tears that threatened to spill over and forced words out from a strangled throat. "What happened to him?" Tears beaded Mom's eyes. I couldn't imagine the pain she was going through, losing her mate like that. It had to be hell. "He was murdered by the Black Claw." I was so shocked I couldn't even speak. I didn't want to believe her. It was too horrible. Mom cleared her throat, though a tear dripped down her cheek. "Long ago, when I was only a few years older than you, I was engaged to King Lycus. Our wedding was set to take place upon our graduation from Arcania University. I loved Lycus. He was my closest friend. We went through the king's contest together and won. I put him on that throne. But I betrayed him because I was having an affair in secret." Mom wiped the tear away. "Anastasia and I weren't supposed to happen. I was promised to the king, but we shared a bond I couldn't deny, no matter how hard I tried. I bonded with both of them, but I chose Anastasia. After Lycus and I won the king's contest, I couldn't handle the pressures of becoming the new queen. I didn't want to make a public declaration of the mating bond refusal, and I didn't want to break Lycus's heart and humiliate him in front of his people, so I rejected Lycus's mating bond in private. Lycus was devastated, but he chose another queen, as was his duty, and married Antonia. Ethan was conceived soon after." Mom sniffed. "Sometime after the prince was born, Anastasia and I ended up getting pregnant with you, and by then, I knew there was no turning back. Anastasia decided we should run away together and leave the country. Mom put her face in her hands and rubbed her eyes. But the night we were to leave, the Black Claw came for me. They had received a prophecy of a girl who would resurrect the dark god Droga, a baby I carried in my womb. They wanted to kidnap me and hold me prisoner until you were born, then sacrifice you in order to bring the prophecy full circle. Anastasia wouldn't let that happen. You died protecting the both of us. Mom was full out sobbing now. I reached out and wiped her tears away. I was crying now too. This was all so awful. But at least I knew now that my father loved me, wanted me. He wouldn't have died for me if he hadn't. I got to safety that night, but I knew the Black Claw wouldn't stop hunting me, not even if I was queen. I needed to get you far away, so the Black Claw wouldn't find us. Mom stuttered. I ran away to Detroit with you, and I did what I had to do to keep you safe. Did the king ever know? I whispered. No, Mom whispered. I never told him. He never knew about Anastasia or the pregnancy. He died thinking I rejected him because I didn't love him, but that wasn't true. I put the pieces together. So, you think people are going to figure out you cheated on Lycus? Yes. I'm sure people have already been discussing it. Gossip runs thick in Arcanian circles. I'm sure they think you're some sort of bastard. They don't realize you were conceived within the legal confines of a mating relationship. She took a tissue out of her purse and dotted her eyes. Does that matter? To the Arcania? Yes. Bloodlines are everything. To have a child with someone who isn't your proclaimed mate, it's basically sacrilege. People think I'm damned to the underworld. You aren't going to hell, Mom. You had to make a lot of tough decisions. I pondered for a moment. But couldn't you tell people about Anastasia now? And admit I was fooling around behind the king's back? No. That would only bring humiliation upon you and Lycus's memory. It's better if people just speculate about your parentage rather than know the truth. Then they can't use it against you. And people would never believe me if I told them I bonded with two shifters. They wouldn't consider it possible. The only thing that protects your reputation now is that people don't know the truth. This is some medieval sexist shit, Mom. I know. But that's how our world works. Adultery is the worst sin the Arcania know. No one will forgive you if they find out you cheated on your mate. It goes that way for boys, too. Mom bunched up her tissue. I just wanted you to know the truth. Though I suggest you don't tell anyone about this. If word gets out about what really happened, you'll be outcasted from society forever. And I don't want that for you. You seem different, Emma. You're so happy here. I am. I reached out to grab her hand. I just want to make sure you're happy too. I will be. There are a lot of memories here, but in time I'll learn to heal. She took a ragged breath. I felt so bad for her. Both of her mates had died, and she was alone in the world. But she wasn't completely alone, because she had me. Mom, do you think you could take me around town and show me all the places you and my dad went? I want to learn more about him, I asked. It was crazy to hear the words come out of my mouth, but if my father wasn't alive, I at least wanted to hear about him and find out what kind of man he was. Maybe we shared more in common than I knew. Mom took a small mirror out of her purse. She fixed her runny makeup before forcing a watery smile. I think that's just what we both need. Mom and I hung out for the rest of the day. We walked around campus and explored her favorite spots, as well as my dad's. One in particular was a small lake within the school grounds in one of the inner gardens. We laughed and talked about what Anastasia was like. I learned that he'd like pasta, like me, and didn't take creamer in his coffee, and that his Wolven fur was a deep, rich brown. It was so little to go on, but already I felt like I knew him personally. These little details made him a real person instead of a phantom in my mind. It almost felt like he was still here with me. When darkness fell, Mom went back to her cottage and I returned to the dormitory. When I got to the top of the steps, Ethan was waiting there for me. He appeared much better than earlier, like he hadn't been sick at all. It was kind of weird looking at him knowing that my mom had an old fling with his dad, but at least she hadn't had sex with him. Something I couldn't promise I didn't want to do with his son. Damn this double mating thing. You look like you're feeling better, I said. I am, Ethan said. It was some passing thing. I just needed to sleep. That's a relief to hear. I leaned against the wall. I was tired from walking around all day. I wanted to rest. He needed to hurry this up so I could climb into bed and pass out. Ethan bounced on the spot. He seemed nervous. Emma, can we talk? Oh, gods. Depending on what it's about. It's serious. Wasn't it always? Okay, shoot. Let's go somewhere more private. Ethan turned on his heel, and I suppressed a groan. My legs felt like they were gonna fall off. I was gonna get old walking around the school. Ethan led me to a balcony that overlooked the forest beyond. The moon shone overhead while large snowflakes trickled down, coating his shoulders in white. The stars glimmered in the blackness around him. Ethan looked gorgeous. I wondered if he was casting some sort of illusion over my heart. Choosing between him and the phantom was impossible. What's this about? I asked. Ethan stood in silence. The only sound that could be heard was that of the falling snow. Then he uttered something unbelievable. I was wondering if you would be my partner for the King's contest. My mouth dropped open in shock. My friends were right. Holy shit, this was actually happening. My heart thudded out of my chest as my lungs struggled to breathe. I gaped like some stupid fish for a moment, eyes wide like saucers, before I pulled myself together and said, "You have to be joking." He flinched. Did I offend him? Oops. Does this seem like a joke to you? Ethan said. I'm serious. When you say partner, it's more like mate, I said. Yes, it is mate. I'm asking you to be my mate, compete in the contest with me, and become my queen if we win, Ethan said. You realize this is basically a marriage proposal, I stuttered. I didn't know how many surprises I could take today. Yes, and I'm sorry that this isn't exactly elaborate, but I didn't have much time to plan this out, he stuttered. When did you decide to do this? Yesterday? I asked sarcastically. Was that your backup choice? God, Emma, no. His brow furrowed. You were the only choice. He probably meant it to be romantic, but it came out as insulting. I scoffed. You had other options, chastity being the first. I don't want chastity, Ethan said. She resents me. It would be a long and horrible marriage. But you're giving her what she wants. No, I wouldn't be. He shook his head. She wants to be queen, but more than that, she wants me to love her. That's something I could never do. You think you could love me? I dared to ask. Ethan hesitated for a long moment, as if calculating his response. I could try. Not a very convincing answer. His guard was up. I didn't know why. Then let me ask you another question, I said slowly. Do you think we could be mates? Ethan's eyes widened. He nearly staggered with the effort of keeping himself upright. It's like I'd punched him in the gut or something. I thought you believed you were mated to the phantom. I am, I said. But don't you think it's possible I'm bonded to two people? I didn't know such a thing was possible. You're avoiding the question. Do you think you're bonded to me? I shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. I feel something for you, but it's not anything like what I feel for the phantom. That's something much deeper. A bond I can't explain. With you, it just feels normal." He frowned. "Then there's your answer. Not from you." He took in a deep breath. "I think we have a natural connection. But don't you think if I knew you were my mate, I would have told you months ago? That's not something a shifter can easily deny. What reason would I have to hold back my true feelings?" Disappointment flowed through my veins. I didn't think he was lying. Why would he? Ethan spoke the truth. There was no mating bond between us. Yet I wasn't entirely convinced. There was some kind of bond there, though I didn't know what it was. Attraction, at the very least. We had some chemistry. Maybe Ethan and I could be mates, just that our connection was weaker than the one shared between the Phantom and I. But that wasn't enough for a lifetime of commitment. I balled my hands into fists at my sides. "I don't want to be the Queen of the Arcania." "Forgive me, but I don't think it matters what you want," Ethan said gently. "My life is about service. I'm here to give myself up to the people of Melovia. That's my purpose. It's about sacrifice. I don't want to ask you to become queen in order to protect the Arcania, but Emma, I'm asking." "You're asking me to give up my life?" "Yes, because it's what has to be done. People are depending on us." He was right. The right thing to do was clear. The main contenders to the throne were Ethan and Elijah. If Ethan didn't have a mate, he couldn't compete, and then Elijah would probably win. The thought of Elijah on the throne with Gabby's smug, bitchy smile beside him made me want to hurl. Neither one of them cared about the Arcania. They only cared about themselves. They'd run the country into the ground and ruin the Arcania for their own selfish purposes. Ethan wasn't like that. He was good and just and kind. He was the king the Arcania needed. But he needed me. And if I refused, there'd be no one else to turn to. He'd waited too long to find a mate. I had to wonder if it was on purpose. Sure, he was a prince and could pick any random girl, but whoever he picked had to stay at his side. Forever. There was no such thing as divorce among the Arcania. That kind of thing was forbidden in our culture. You'd be shunned forever if you took wedding vows and then decided to abandon your mate. If you had to refuse them, it was supposed to be done before you legally wed. Ethan would be removed from the throne if he ever broke his mating vows. We were friends. He knew he could deal with me for the rest of his life. With any other girl, he'd be taking a chance. I mean, I had to admit, the thought of being queen was kind of badass. I'd be taken care of for the rest of my life, and I'd get to order people around. The only person above me on the Arcania pecking order would be Ethan. I wouldn't be an outcast anymore. People would be forced to respect me. It would be good to be the queen. Yet it came with a lot of duties. I'd be responsible for an entire nation of people. Wars, famines, disasters. I'd be expected to handle it all. It was a lot to ask of a girl from Detroit. Ethan thought I could handle it, which was endearing. Maybe I could. He wouldn't ask me to be his queen if he thought I'd be a bad one. He cared about his people too much. But if I said yes, I'd lose the chance to be with my one true mate forever. I'd lose the Phantom. With a sinking feeling, I realized I had to face facts. The Phantom wasn't coming for me. I'd waited for weeks and weeks, and he never showed. I didn't think he cared about me at all. I loved the Phantom, but he wasn't here. Ethan was. Ethan was standing right in front of me, begging me to take his hand and become his queen. It would be an arranged marriage, probably a loveless one. I don't think I could love another person like I loved the Phantom. It just wasn't possible. He'd taken up a place in my heart that I could never let go. I was facing the same decision my mom had long ago. But what if my mom had made a mistake? Her choice to follow her heart had brought her nothing but misery. I didn't want to end up like that. Why did you pick me? Give me one good reason, I said. Because we're friends. Because we get along. Because we work well together. It's a smart decision. Ethan listed off. Parts of me seethed. He could have said I was pretty. Maybe even lied that he had a crush on me at least. Would it kill him to fake a little bit of romance? Not set this up like it was a business transaction? So you think you can put up with me for the rest of your life? Big deal. That's really profound. I shot at him. Emma, not everything in life is a fairy tale romance. Ethan snapped. I know you want flowers and feelings and to be swept off your feet, but this is a practical arrangement. It's what's best. For you, baby. This was insulting. I had feelings for Ethan, but it was clear he had none for me, which really fucking hurt. I want more than just the magic. Ethan's expression hardened. This is a vow to stick with me through thick and thin, a commitment you can never take back. If you don't think you can do that, walk away. I don't even have time to think about it! The King's contest is 2 weeks away! I shouted. You haven't even given me time to consider! I wasn't sure of it myself until recently. I'm sorry I didn't give you enough time, but Emma, I need your answer now. There's not enough time to give it any thought. That's your own fault, Captain Procrastinator. Ethan huffed impatiently. He held the bridge between his nose and his eyes with 2 fingers. Damn it, you're so frustrating. This is your own fault for springing a marriage proposal on me at the last minute. What's holding you back? He dropped his hand and our eyes connected. Tell me. What was holding me back? A million things. I was 18 years old, and Ethan wanted me to make a lifetime commitment to him when I barely knew him. I was mated to the Phantom. I didn't know if I'd be a good queen. Hell, I didn't even know if I could help Ethan win the contest. But beneath all of that was fear, and it was the real reason I didn't want to say yes. I was afraid Ethan would always love his people more than he'd love me, if he even learned to love me at all. I'd be giving up my soulmate for a loveless marriage. But that wasn't important. We were talking about the welfare of thousands of people here. If I was queen, I could make things different for people like my mom. And it would be a hell of a lot easier to get revenge on those Black Claw bastards for killing my dad. I'd have unlimited power. Power that would come in handy, that I could use. I cocked out a hip and said, "Convince me." What? His eyebrow raised. Convince me to be your mate. My arms floundered. Prove that you deserve me, or at least want me. I mean, I'm a prince. There are benefits to marrying me. Ethan stammered. It was like no one had ever asked him to prove himself before. Did he just expect women to fall at his feet? I couldn't give a damn you're a prince. I was never impressed by guys with money, I said. What are you bringing to the table? You need me. It's not the other way around. Prove you want me. Ethan looked completely lost. Prince or not, men were still men and they were clueless creatures. I don't get what you mean. Gods, Ethan. I threw my hands up. You're about as romantic as a stick up the ass. I take offense to that. His eyes narrowed. You haven't done anything to show me otherwise. He paused for a moment before he said, I thought it was obvious I wanted you. Heat flooded through me and settled right in my panties. Holy hell, he actually said something that turned me on and made me feel like I was more than an easy option. Was he admitting that he actually liked me? Or that he thought I'd be fun in bed? Did he love me? Maybe my friends were right again, and there was more between Ethan and I than I wanted to admit. The idea actually had some merit. But I was about to blow it out of the water with my next statement. Ethan, before you decide to make me your queen, there's something you should know. What is it? He tilted his head. I know you said before you'd never dated anyone, but if you've slept with other people casually, I don't care. You didn't grow up in this world. You couldn't have been expected to abide by our laws. What? No! I cringed. I haven't slept with anybody. Ethan's eyebrows rose in surprise. Oh, don't act so freaking shocked. I spat at him. He scratched his head. Well, you're a beautiful woman, Emma, so excuse me for not expecting you to be a virgin. Well, that was a nice and unexpected compliment. I felt another jolt between my thighs before I shook my head and said, Anyway, it's something else. I took a deep breath. My disease is going to complicate things when it comes to giving you heirs, I said. People with CVID get pregnant and have babies all the time, but it's high risk, and there's a chance I could pass my condition down to a child. If you marry me, you have to know that I may never be able to give you children. Ethan's face was hard to read. He didn't say anything for a long moment. I couldn't even read the emotions behind his eyes. It was like they were completely closed off to me. I had no idea what was going through his head right now. Then he made a careless gesture. It's fine. We'll figure that part out later down the line. Heirs aren't important at the moment. We have to win the contest first. But Emma, I need your answer now. I was shocked to hear that answer. Even though he knew I might not be able to give him a prince or princess, something crucial to the security of the monarchy, he still wanted me anyway. That was a huge sacrifice for him to make, and it was one that sealed my fate. I made my decision. If Ethan was willing to give up the chance to have blood-related heirs, then he truly did deserve to rule. He cared more about the Arcania than he did himself, and he was certain I was the right choice for his queen. The Phantom wasn't coming for me, and I was tired of waiting around for him. Tired of waiting around for true love. It wasn't like my mom. I'd choose duty and practicality over romance, unlike what she'd done. Maybe things would work out better that way. A marriage of convenience. If I had to settle, at least it'd be for a prince. What if I say yes? You realize if we lose the contest, you still don't get to be king and you're stuck with me, I said. You can't go back on mating decisions once they're publicly announced. Yes, it's a risk I'm willing to take, Ethan said. Of course it was. Because he couldn't give me an easy out. This was all riding on me. A million images flashed through my mind. Gabby's shocked face when I stole the crown away from her. My dad being murdered by the Black Claw. Me gaining my revenge on the cult as queen. And perhaps the sight of a very naked and very muscular shifter boy with a missing leg lying in my bed, if we ever got that far. It was the last thought that convinced me. Fine. I'll accept your proposal. I'll become your mate. Ethan's shoulders sagged, and he smiled in obvious ease. Thank you, Emma. He took my hands in his and squeezed them. You don't know how happy this makes me. No problem. It'd be nice if we kissed or something, but I wasn't about to expect that from the Prince of Abstinence. He'd had an opportunity to kiss me before, and he hadn't gone through with it. Now that he knew we probably wouldn't have kids, he'd have an excuse to never fuck me. We'd work our way up to a peck on the lips by the time we were 50. It's getting late, Ethan said. He rubbed his thumb over the back of my hands, and damn if it didn't feel good. You should probably get some sleep. We have a lot to do to prepare for the contest. When do you want to announce our bond? I asked. Gabby and Elijah had wasted no time telling everyone they were mates. At the choosing, Ethan said. It'll give us an advantage. No one will see it coming. They'll have expected me to drop out by then. Was Ethan really that ashamed to be with me? Fine. I guess we could use the element of surprise. Gods, our marriage was already like a chess game. But this is what I'd decided, and in my gut was a feeling of firm satisfaction. My intuition told me I'd made the right choice. Duty over love. I needed to get a dress for the king's ball. No future queen of the Arcania could show up wearing jeans.
Chapter 19. Ethan. The illusion took all my energy and made me weak for days. It was powerful sorcery, stuff I shouldn't be messing with. Duplicating yourself and powering the illusion with enough magic to become a solid form was extremely difficult. Arcania had died from it. The spell itself had made me sick. I could only sustain it for a short period of time. I'd cast the duplication spell the night before and made sure that the clone would be seen on live TV so Emma would witness the broadcast as we studied the next morning. The spell had completely drained me, but I had no other choice. I was certain that Emma was onto me. If I hadn't done something, she'd have discovered my secret identity, and then there'd be a whole list of things to explain, alongside asking her to join me for the king's contest. I already had to convince her to marry me against her will, while lying to her about the fact that we shared a mating bond. I didn't want to admit I was a vigilante on top of it. I debated back and forth for days about confessing to Emma that we were fated mates, but if I did that, I'd have to tell her the truth about the phantom. Knowing the man behind the mask would only put Emma at risk, and now that we were contestants for the contest, she would be in enough danger as the bride of Prince Ethan. I needed her to be focused on winning the king's contest. If she knew I'd been lying to her about being the phantom, she'd be beyond furious, along with distracted. And if she ever found out I lied to her about her being my one true mate, she'd never trust me again. Trust was the one thing we needed in order to win the contest. We had to get that throne, one way or the other. The night of the king's ball had arrived, but first, Emma and I had to go through our choosing ceremony, declare ourselves to our gods, and announce that we were mated. The ceremony was to be held in Dolinska Square. Every Arcania had to go through their choosing ceremony once they'd found their mate at the end of that particular year, but the king's contest participants were going first. At 7 o'clock, I waited at the bottom of the winding staircase that led up to the dorms. I was worried about how tonight was going to go, but there was no turning back now. I heard a door open from above, and I turned. I hardly recognized the woman standing there until I realized she was my mate. Emma had white flowers woven into her red hair, which was tied back into an intricate formal braid that ran down her back. She wore a ball gown that was made out of multiple different fabrics. White silk brocade made up most of the large skirt, with silver flowers embroidered into the navy fabric. On top of the silk skirt was blue tulle in a variety of different shades, bunched up around her hips in a triangular fashion. Silver tulle flowers, handmade and stitched with diamonds, were placed on top of the tulle. The diamonds embellished the corset top, which hugged her curves and pushed her breasts upward. Around her neck was a thick and glimmering aquamarine necklace with dangling earrings to match. White gloves covered her hands all the way up to her elbows. She was fit to be a queen. As I tried to comprehend the flood of powerful emotions that were coursing through my veins at the sight of how gorgeous she was, I knew she was mine. Completely and wholly. The gods had chosen well for me. I only hoped I'd meet her expectations. When she came near, I reached out a hand to take hers. She lifted her skirt and proceeded down the rest of the stairs with an elegance most girls could only dream of achieving. It had to be the figure skater in her. "You look handsome." Her eyes met mine before they roved my body up and down, taking me in. "Thank you." I was wearing the traditional Wolven court uniform for my status, a navy blue coat with silver buttons, a silver sash across my chest, long black pants, and a white fur cloak off my shoulder. A few medallions hung off the left side of my coat to show my royal status. "But I'm sure no one will notice me standing next to you. You're radiant." She flashed a dazzling smile and said, "Shall we go?" "Of course." We walked together down the hallway. She linked her arm in mine, and I was certain that we looked the part, unsure if we could pull it off, though. "Where are the others?" Emma asked curiously. "They'll be meeting us at the ball." As contestants, both of us were required to keep a court, knights for me and ladies-in-waiting for her. We had to have 6 people besides us, one from every faction. We'd picked the obvious choices, Stefan, Alexei, and Theo for me, and Delmare, Chiara, and Odette for her. The skies were dark when we ventured outside, and a heavy snowfall was trickling down from the skies. A carriage was waiting for us, pulled by a white horse. The driver opened the door for us, and I helped Emma inside. It was a struggle to get her giant skirt past the door. As the carriage started down the cobblestone streets, I rummaged inside a trunk that had been placed inside. "You'll want this." I handed Emma a white fur shawl, one to match my cloak. "It's cold in the square. I didn't want you getting sick." "Thank you." She wrapped the shawl around her shoulders and stared out the carriage window. "So how does this work? Do I get a title?" Each of the contest participants are called contestants. Whoever wins the contest will be given the title of prince, and is marked princess. Once they're crowned, they're bestowed the title of king and queen, but the coronation won't happen until 1 year after the contest's passing. "What happens to your rank if we don't win?" Emma asked. "I'll still keep the title of regent prince even if I lose, but I'll cease to have any true power." I balled my fists. "That's something we cannot permit to happen." Emma nodded. An intensity burned in her eyes. She wanted this as badly as I did. She believed she was making a huge sacrifice by marrying me. If we didn't win, it'd all be for nothing. However much I wanted to, I couldn't bring myself to tell her we were fated mates. I didn't want the distraction, even if all I wanted was her in my arms tonight. The square was crowded with thousands of people who'd come to see the contestants be pledged. When the carriage stopped, I exited and helped Emma step down. The loud conversation in the crowd died, and everyone turned to look our way. There was complete silence. Emma took my arm, and people cleared a wide path for us as we walked toward the contestant stage. The mouths of marked and shifters alike dropped open in disbelief. We'd arrived late and on purpose. I wanted the other contestants to think I was backing out before showing up to intimidate them at the last second. Lord Lucian was waiting by the stage. He nodded kindly to us as we began climbing the wooden stairs upward. "Nervous?" I asked my mate as we neared the top. "Of course not," Emma said. "This isn't the first time I've performed for an audience." "Wouldn't be the last time either." Elijah, I was pleased to see, was furious. He was certain I was going to drop out. He had a difficult time keeping a straight face as he observed Emma and I. I swore he'd burst out of his skin and change into a Wolven that instant if diplomacy didn't demand that he behave. Gabby didn't look too happy either. She was practically shaking with fury as her dagger-like gaze pierced into Emma's skin. My mate wasn't the slightest bit intimidated by her. Emma held her nose high up in the air like Gabby was beneath her as we took our place on stage alongside the other contestants. "Congratulations, cripple. You found a wife," Elijah snarled as I passed. Emma lifted her eyebrow, but that was her only reaction. "The proper way to refer to me is Your Highness," I replied back coolly. "Don't forget your station." "For now," Elijah said. I didn't allow him to say anything further, because I led Emma to the opposite side of the stage. There were 16 contestants total, 4 from each faction. 8 potential kings and 8 potential queens, ready to take their shot at glory. In the center of the stage was a giant wooden arch, twisted with gnarled branches and pine needles. The same priestess that had led the Day of the Dead ceremonies came forward. Today, she was wearing a thick fur cloak that draped down her shoulders, with a deerskin dress and an antlered headpiece. The high priestess raised her hands, and the crowd quieted. Her magic amplified her voice, so the entire square could hear. "People of Malovia," she cried, "we commence a celebration of great meaning. Tonight is the official opening of the King's Contest and the beginning of our quest for a new king." The crowd of thousands cheered. Their noise was so loud it shook the mountains. I'd appeared before an audience many times before, but this was different. My authority as Alpha was being questioned. That would cease after the contest was over. The high priestess extended her hand to the alicorn couple near the center of the stage. "We shall begin the opening ceremonies with the declaration of choosing. The contestants will announce their chosen mates and declare which god or goddess they are devoted to. Albin Eric and Christina Manfred, please step forward." Albin and Christina came under the arch. The high priestess told them to join hands, and the square became deadly silent. Her voice took on a serious tone as she asked, "Do you, Albin Eric, join yourself to this sorceress in mind, body, and spirit, proclaim her to be your mate, vow to one day be married with her in sacred union, defending her at all costs?" Albin cleared his throat. He seemed nervous. His voice stuttered when he spoke. "I proclaim that Christina Manfred is my mate for now and forever, until my watch is over and until the end of time." The high priestess turned from him and to Christina. "Do you, Christina Manfred, vow to join yourself to this shifter in mind, body, and spirit, proclaim him to be your mate, vow to one day be married with him in sacred union, loving him despite whatever cost?" Christina hiccuped. It was such an odd thing to do that most people were taken aback. Her eyes widened, and she rushed to say, "I proclaim that Albin Eric is my mate for now and forever until my watch on the hunt is over and until the end of time." Rapturous applause and cheering rose from the audience. Cannons went off somewhere, as was tradition, and music struck up to be played. Huge smiles lit up the faces of both Albin and Christina. It was obvious that they were actually fated mates and not just together for the sake of the contest. As Albin and Christina took their place back in line, the noise quieted, and the high priestess called up the second alicorn couple. Each of the other three factions was introduced until finally it was time for the Wolvens. Emma and I would go first. The high priestess gestured to us, and Emma and I came forward underneath the arch. "Join hands," the high priestess said, and I took Emma's hands in mine. They were colder than I thought they were. I rubbed them with my thumbs to try and warm them, and she smiled slightly. The high priestess looked at me. "Do you, Ethan Noack, join yourself to this sorceress in mind, body, and spirit, proclaim her to be your mate, vow to one day be married with her in sacred union, defending her at all costs?" "I proclaim that Emmeline Sosna is my mate for now and forever, until my watch on the hunt is over and until the end of time," I recited, the words sending a thrill through my body. Emma didn't know I meant every word of it. Her eyes were fixed clearly on me, like I was the only person she could see. There were whispers at Emma's name. It was strange. It was like the crowd was in shock. I didn't understand it. "Do you, Emmeline Sosna, vow to join yourself to this shifter in mind, body, and spirit, proclaim him to be your mate, vow to one day be married with him in sacred union, loving him despite whatever cost?" the high priestess asked Emma. Emma hesitated. She didn't respond right away. Long minutes passed. The seconds became torturous and agonizing. Oh, shit. She was going to back out. She was going to change her mind in front of all these people and completely break my heart. She couldn't do this to me. Not here, not now. I'd lose it. I'd lose everything if I lost her. Then Emma swallowed and said, "I proclaim that Ethan Noack is my mate for now and forever, until my watch on the hunt is over and until the end of time." Relief flooded through my veins and made my shoulders sag. She'd accepted my mating offer. It was done. She was mine, now and forever. A warmth spread through me at the thought. Emma belonged to me, and I belonged to her. That's what mating was. It was how it should be. Nobody applauded or cheered when Emma took her vow. All there was to be heard was stunned silence, until someone from within the crowd broke the quiet. "This is preposterous! Her mother denied King Lycus his mating bond," a sorceress screamed. "She's a bastard queen. Her mother conceived her outside the mating bed," another yelled. I stepped forward, ready to jump off the stage and find whoever was saying this blasphemous nonsense. Emma, a bastard? How dare they accuse her mother of such crimes? Something struck me. I knew my father's mate had denied his bond, and that's why he ended up marrying my mother, but he never told me who his true mate was. What did Emma have to do with any of it? Was Emma's mother the one who turned away my father's love? The crowd's voices began to raise. It looked like a riot was forming. The high priestess raised her hands. "Ladies and gentlemen, please," she cried, "save your accusations until after the king's contest is over." The crowd settled, though resentful eyes turned our way. "Emma, what's going on?" I whispered under my breath as we left the arch. "Tell you later." Emma's face was hard as stone. She knew exactly what the crowd was talking about. I figured it was best to trust her and ask questions after the ceremony was over. Gabby and Elijah were after us. The way they proclaimed themselves to be mates was boastful and over the top, instead of sensitive and authentic like Emma and I. It made me feel sick. They were clearly loving all the attention. After all the contestants had made their mating declarations, the high priestess came forward and said, "Now each contestant will announce to which of the 7 gods they pledge their loyalty. Albin, please come forward." Albin pledged himself to Vesna, the goddess of wisdom, while Christina chose Radek, the god of truth. The high priestess worked her way down the line until it was once again Emma and I's turn. My knees shook as I approached the arch and kneeled before the priestess. Mine would be a controversial choice, but I'd made my decision long ago. This was what was right in my heart. "Ethan Noack, to which god do you align?" the priestess asked. I proclaimed loudly, "I pledge myself to Luca, the thief god." More shocked exclamations ran through the crowd, but I did my best to ignore them. No king had ever pledged themselves to Luca, the god of peasants, before. Most picked Tomir, the king of the 7 gods. Emma and I were certainly causing a stir tonight. When I looked back at Emma, her eyes were narrowed, as if she was trying to figure something out. The crowd booed as Emma made her way to the arch, but she kept her eyes fixed ahead, as if their hatred didn't bother her. She kneeled gracefully before the high priestess and bowed her head. "Tell me, my child," the high priestess said, "which god do you pledge your life to?" "I pledge myself to Milona," Emma said, "the goddess of love." That was a typical queen's choice. It was probably the least controversial thing we'd done all night. Emma got up and made her way back to me. When she stood by my side, her body pressed against mine. "Don't let me fall," she whispered. Her knees were wobbling from nervousness. "Never." I looped my arm around her waist and supported her weight. Her shaking ended as I tightened my grip around her. I wanted to punch Elijah in the face as I watched him swagger up to the arch like he'd already been crowned king. He kneeled before the high priestess, but only took 1 knee, not 2. A sign of disrespect if I ever saw one. He constantly spit in the face of our customs. Some king he'd make. "Elijah, who do you swear your allegiance to?" the high priestess asked. "I swear myself to Droga," Elijah said, "the dark god." A unanimous gasp rose up among the crowd, and a bottomless pit formed in my stomach. I shouldn't be surprised, but I was. Elijah had sworn himself to evil. The crowd had backed away several paces from the stage, staring up at Elijah like he was some kind of curse. Never mind about Emma and I causing a ruckus. Elijah had totally stolen our spotlight and put it entirely on him. The king's contest was very interesting this year. Elijah rose to his feet, pleased at all the pale faces in the crowd. The high priestess gaped. Are you quite sure?" "Very," Elijah replied. "Droga is the god I choose to serve." The high priestess closed her mouth. "Very well," she replied. "May the 7 gods honor your decision." Elijah swept back to his spot on the stage. Several contestants moved away from him as if they didn't want to get too close. The only people who'd ever served Droga were users of dark magic, but it wasn't illegal to pledge yourself to any god, and Elijah was well within his right to declare Droga his master. At least Emma and I had a better chance now with the support of the people. The majority of them wouldn't back up Elijah with the choice of God he'd just made. Gabby made the same choice. She pledged herself to Droga with a wide smile and giggles, like she was swearing her soul to a paradise instead of an evil being. Gabby sneered at Emma as she passed by, but Emma did her part of acting regal and kept a polite expression, though her hands bunched in her dress. I could tell she wanted to claw Gabby's eyes out. The high priestess came forward and lifted her hands. "The contestants have made their declarations. Let us celebrate by beginning the festivities of the King's Ball." The crowd cheered, though the applause was subdued and hesitant. A path was cleared as the contestants left the stage and made their way back to the carriages. I relaxed as the carriage doors closed behind Emma and I and began moving in the way of the palace. Emma's lips were trembling. She looked like she was going to cry. "I'm so sorry, Ethan. I should have told you before we got here." "Should have told me what? Don't cry." I reached over and wiped away a singular tear off her cheek. "I'm proud you kept it together in front of all those people." "Like I have a choice. Damn it, I'm ruining my makeup. Odette's going to have a cow." Emma fished in her clutch for a tissue and dotted at her eyes before she said, "I knew word would get out about me." "What do you mean?" "We don't have a lot of time, so tell me quickly," I said. She took a deep breath. "I just found out recently, but my mother told me she was mated to your dad, the king. But she broke that mating bond because she bonded with another shifter." "So that's why you brought it up the other day." "I didn't know that could happen," I said. Emma's voice was tight. "I didn't either, but my mom swore it could. His name was Anastasi Ignacy. The Black Claw killed him. He was trying to protect me from being taken by them so they could use my blood to raise droga. They knew about me even back then. Mom took me to America to protect me." Emma shook her head. "But people don't know all that. They probably think my mom screwed around with a human or something." "If you say that your mother bonded with two shifters, I believe you," I said. "But you have to know this. I don't care about anything they're saying, Emma. We're in this together, you and me." "But not everyone believes me. They don't know my true bloodline. They consider me unfit to rule by your side. I've caused a scandal and embarrassed you," she protested. "There are always scandals in the royal court. It's nothing new." I rolled my eyes. "If anything, you've only made us more interesting." Emma let out a skeptical noise. "Yeah, well, people love drama." "That I agree with." The palace came into view outside the window. "Look, Emma, we're passing through the gates now." I parted the curtains in the carriage window, and Emma gasped. The palace came into view, lit up by spotlights made from illusions. She left her cloak behind on the seat as the carriage began to slow. The carriage stopped before the grand staircase that led to the main entrance, and Emma held my hand tightly as we climbed them. The double doors were made of gold and over 100 feet tall. They opened by magic as the contestants approached. The palace had been decorated for the king's ball, adorned in garlands, wreaths, and colored lights. Candles hovered in the air over the long hallway, and guests wearing their finest attire drank champagne as servants hurried this way and that. "This is your house?" Emma gasped. "Well, I live here, so yes," I replied. "It'll be your house, too, once we win the contest." "You know what? Marrying you will be worth it, just to live in a palace," she grinned. I laughed. The long hallway ended and opened up into the imperial ballroom. There was a 50-foot-tall Christmas tree in the center, decorated with silver and gold ornaments. Our reflections shone off the polished marble floor, and paintings of former kings and queens lined the embellished walls. A string quartet, accompanied by a pianist, played soft music in the corner. Tables with floor-length tablecloths and chairs adorned with ribbons made a circle around the room. An illusion made snowflakes fall from the ceiling, though they vanished before they reached the floor. My mother, the queen, sat on a throne that was placed on a raised platform so she could observe the party. She caught my gaze, then her eyes flickered to Emma. She raised an eyebrow and turned her eyes away. She hadn't approved of my mating choice, but that was on her. It was too late to go back now. "Is that your mom?" Emma hushed. She stared at the queen with wide eyes. "Yes," I replied. "We'll meet her later. Right now, it's time for the feast." Odette, Delmare, Kiara, Theo, Stefan, and Alexei were already at a table near the head of the room, waiting for us. Our friends had barely followed the dress code. Odette was wearing a ball gown that had a jeweled white top and a pastel rainbow skirt, along with a diamond headpiece that made it look like she had an alicorn horn nestled in her curls. Delmare looked like some sort of queen of spiders, with a long-sleeved black evening gown made entirely of lace. She wore heavy eyeshadow and black lipstick, along with a ribbon choker. Kiara's dress was, by the gods, low cut in the, chest area and cheetah print. Theo had opted for a regular black tuxedo, though Odette had pressured him into wearing a rainbow tie. Stefan's tux was wrinkled and burned at the edges. Alexei had opted for a tan suit instead of a black tuxedo and was totally out of place among all the other men here. It was like none of them had gotten the entire requirements. We'd certainly attract attention. I helped Emma into her chair before taking a seat. I was trying to get over how odd it was to see Stefan in a tux. "Thank the gods you showed up," Stefan moaned. "I'm fucking starving." "Don't swear here," I snapped. "People will overhear you." "Let them," Stefan smirked. "Bring on the ale. I want to be unable to walk before the night is over. You'll have to carry me out, babe." Stefan prodded Delmare aside, and she rolled her eyes at him. "You're so uncouth." Theo sniffed before taking a sip of champagne. "That's just what Ethan needs, a drunk knight in his court making things harder for him." "Like they're not difficult enough," Alexei subbed in. "We overheard your choosing didn't go exactly as planned. People are starting to talk." "I hope some of you tried to dispel the rumors about us," I said bluntly. "Oh, certainly," Theo said, "if you consider Stefan making dick jokes helpful to the cause." "Severed dick jokes," Alexei added. Theo's mouth was a thin line. "Yes, I'm certain he offended a diplomat before we even walked in the door." I groaned and put my face in my hand. "I hate you all." "Hey, the monarchy needs a little livening up," Stefan said. "Once you're king, Ethan, there are going to be some big changes around here." I should have picked better nights. At least Emma's ladies-in-waiting were behaving. Somewhat. "Ooh," Odette said, eyeing a brawny alicorn shifter on the other side of the room. "He's quite attractive. Do you think he's noticed me?" "Odette, you already have a date. It's Theo," Kiara hissed. "You can't be seen flirting with another alicorn when you're part of Emma's court. It'll make people talk." "No one will see us. We'll go behind one of the tapestries and make love," Odette crooned. Theo abruptly stood up from the table. The chair made a loud screech as it was sent hurtling backwards, causing several people to look our way. "I need more champagne." He briskly walked away and took 2 flutes off a servant's tray, downing them both. Soon after, servants brought our plates. They were full of sausage, pierogi, paprikash, buttered noodles, cucumber salad, gałązki, and angel wings for dessert. I tried to focus on my food because no one was behaving. Odette kept sighing over the other alicorn, and Theo drank more than he ate. Alexei was having a hard time keeping his eyes on Kiara's face and not her bosom as she talked on and on about various topics, though I don't think she noticed. Emma picked at her food. I reached under the table and grabbed her free hand. I gave it a squeeze. "Hey," I whispered, "you need to eat to keep your strength up. It's going to be a long night." "I know," she whispered back. She grimaced and put a hand on her stomach. "I'm just nervous." "Are you going to be sick?" I whispered. "I won't be, I promise." Emma pushed her food around her plate listlessly. "I don't want to mess this up." I picked up my fork and cut into a pierogi for her. I held it upward and said, "Here, just focus on me. Eat." Her eyes connected with mine. She opened her mouth slightly, and I slipped the pierogi inside. She chewed and swallowed. I continued cutting up her food for her and feeding her as her gaze remained connected with mine. My whole body was growing hot. Gods, this was kind of sexy. "Does it help if I feed you?" I asked slowly. "Kind of," she admitted. She was starting to relax. My eyes drifted downward to sneak a glance at her breasts rising and falling in the corset. People were staring at us, including my mother, but damn all if I cared. You were supposed to show that you loved your mate in public. I wanted people to think I was with Emma because we shared a mating bond, not that she was a last-minute choice for the contest, even if Emma didn't know the depths of my affection herself. As I watched her lips from around the last bite, I had the idea I wanted her pretty mouth on other things, but that wasn't proper to think about at royal parties. "What the hell are you guys doing over there?" Stefan asked as he watched us. "Some sort of foreplay?" "Stefan, shut up," Theo slurred. He sloppily raised a hand to push Stefan over, but ended up knocking into Alexei instead. The glass of champagne Alexei was holding flung out of his hand and splattered all over the front of Kiara's dress. Kiara gasped as her front was soaked. "Oh, gods, I'm so sorry." Alexei grabbed a napkin and tried to pat the champagne away, though his face grew red when he realized that his hand was close to Kiara's almost exposed breasts. "It's fine." Kiara waved her hand, and the champagne cleared away, leaving her dress clean. "Common cleaning illusion. No one will notice." Alexei shrunk in his seat. Kiara acted like it wasn't a big deal, but the griffin himself was red with embarrassment. Delmare literally snarled as Stefan stuck a noodle in his mouth and let it dangle off the other end. "Hey, Irina, I take one end of the noodle, you take the other, and we'll eat until we see where this leads," he mumbled. "If you touch me, I'm going to hit you," Delmare snapped, though a blush had started to creep over her cheeks. She was eyeing the other end of the noodle like she was actually considering his request. "Please do." "Hard," he pleaded. Delmare only held back because Emma kicked her under the table. This was a mess. As our plates were cleared away, I immediately stood up. As entertaining as this was, Emma and I needed to get away from the circus. "Would you like to dance, my lady?" I bowed to her before extending a hand. Emma took it lightly and rose to her feet. "I'd love to." As we proceeded toward the dance floor, the music started up into a light waltz. Emma grinned as she said, "Let's show all these asshats who the next king and queen of the Arcania are."
Chapter 20. Emma. I was in my element now. I could dance better than any fucker at this party. Time to show everyone up. As we crossed to the dance floor, Ethan put a hand on my hip. I placed my free hand on his shoulder and noticed how strong it felt. I ran my fingers over the muscles there, enjoying the feel of his broad stance. I wanted to run my hand in other places, down his chest and his arms and the front of his pants, but I denied myself the pleasure. Reputation was everything around here, and I couldn't be seen feeling Ethan up in the middle of a ball, even though we were proclaimed to be mated. Ethan looked every part a prince. I'd never seen a man look so attractive as he did in his court uniform. His eyes gleamed, and his mouth was set in a slight smirk that was, for lack of a better term, really fucking hot. He was incredibly handsome. It was almost enough to make me fall for him. Almost. It was nice having a dance partner who actually knew how to dance for a change. Most of the other goons back home couldn't do much of anything besides fist bump. As Ethan swept me around the dance floor, I resisted the urge to press my body against his. I wanted to take in all of him. I didn't care about his missing leg. I just wanted to see him. I hadn't overlooked the fact that he'd chosen to serve Luca, the thief god. Luca was the god of peasants. Ethan did have a commitment to serve the people. It was honorable. It stirred something in me I didn't know was there before. Things were different between us now. Ever since he'd asked me to be his partner for the contest, we'd gone from just friends to something more. Yes, everything had changed. "You have the nicest dress at the party," Ethan whispered in my ear. His lips brushed against my neck as he said it, and I shivered. Right now, all I could think about was how badly I wanted Ethan to rip this dress off. My heart ached when I remembered the phantom. But that couldn't be helped. I'd chosen to let him go. I was Ethan's now. And damn it if I didn't want him to fuck me on this dance floor in front of all of these snobs. I hope I have the nicest dress, I managed to joke. It certainly wasn't cheap. Of course not. You only deserve the best. Ethan spun me around before he put his hand on the small of my back and drew me closer. I gulped. Uh-oh, this was getting a little intense. You remind me of an ice princess, Ethan whispered, like a queen out of a fairy tale. He was really laying on the flattery. Bonus points for him trying to stir up the romance when he knew I'd given up my one chance at true love for him. Oh well, like I said before, I could have done worse than a prince. The other couples began to join us on the dance floor. Many of the other contestants were dancing respectfully, but Elijah and Gabby were clearly making the whole thing about themselves. They waltzed around in an elaborate way that took up most of the room and drew unneeded attention. Gabby had chosen to wear a red dress that had a high-necked collar with black lace around the corset, along with a red cape that swept off her shoulders and trailed behind her. She looked like a fucking evil queen and played the part all too well. Elijah wore a tuxedo of all black to match his dark heart. Gabby sneered at me as Ethan and I spun past. It took everything in me to hold myself back and not rip her hair out. Screw Gabby. My gown was prettier and probably more expensive. My mother had spent over $1,000 on it. Mom had told me she'd taken part in the King's Contest too, alongside Ethan's dad. She'd helped him win. But after she'd made sure he was crowned king, she picked Anastasia. Could I do the same? Could I break the vow I made to Ethan after I put him on the throne and resume my search for the Phantom? With one look at Ethan's face, I knew I couldn't. He looked so happy. I couldn't break his heart, not even for love. As the dance ended, there was applause. Lord Lucian had shown up. He put a hand on Ethan's arm and said, I beg your pardon, but Steward Solomon and some other members of the circle request your presence. Lord Lucian took a glance at me. You look very lovely, Emma. Thank you, I replied. Lord Lucian appeared very charming himself, his long hair slicked back. He was very attractive for an older man. Ethan turned to me. Will you be all right while I deal with dreadful matters of state? I don't want to drag you into boredom. I'll be fine. Go, I told him. Ethan walked off with Lucian, and I took the opportunity to go look for the girls. I found them gossiping by the statue of an alicorn. The boys were nowhere to be seen. Where did everyone go? I asked as I broke into the circle. Well, in Stefan's words, he went to go find some ale that doesn't taste like horse piss, Delmare said. What about Alexei? I asked. He's hiding from Kiara, Delmare whispered. Kiara smacked her on the arm, and Delmare snickered wickedly. He has no reason to hide from me, Kiara said. I've done nothing, except give him a hard-on. Odette peeped, and she covered her mouth with her hands. Delmare held her gut as she bent over laughing. Kiara scowled. Everything is about dicks with you girls. Is there anything else to talk about? Delmare glanced at me. Where's Princey Pie? Talking to some boring old people, most likely, I said. A couple of people were watching me. I turned my back to them and asked, How's the public reception going? You're not very well liked, I can tell you that much, Kiara said. The gossip going around is to be desired. Like I give a shit what a bunch of stuffed shirts say about me, I hissed. They didn't know a thing about me. Either way, you and Ethan have fallen to last place for favorites, Kiara said. Well, almost last. Elijah and Gabby sunk to the bottom once they announced their allegiance to Droga. I glanced at the demonic couple themselves, but if they had fallen out of favor with the public, it didn't seem like it bothered them. They laughed and beamed at diplomats as if they were the public's first choice. Why are you even here, anyway? Delmare broke in. A few weeks ago, you acted like you and Ethan being together was impossible. We're not together. This is an arrangement out of mutual benefit, I said under my breath. That sounds romantic, Delmare snorted. It doesn't have to be. It's practical. I sounded like Ethan. God, he was already getting to me. But we thought you'd already found your mate, Kiara asked. Yeah, you said you were mated to the Phantom? Odette said, placing a hand on her hip. I sighed and played with the end of my braid. I am, but I don't think he's ever going to come for me. I got tired of waiting. So you chose to become a gold digger instead. I approve, Delmere said, raising her glass in a toast. It's not like that, I burst. My voice came out louder than I intended. Several people looked our way, and I dropped my tone a few octaves. Ethan and I, there's something there, but I don't know what it is. Maybe I just want him in my pants, I don't know. At least you finally admit it, Delmere said. I think it's more than that, Kiara said. You two, you look at each other in a way I've never seen before. When Kiara said that, a glow bloomed in my chest and radiated throughout my entire being. It passed through my stomach and limbs, gleamed from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. It made me feel warm, as if being encompassed in a loving embrace. It was unexpected, to say the least. Do you really think that's true? I whispered. Well, how do you feel about him? Odette asked. The girl's inquisitive eyes bore into me. I tapped my chin for a moment. I've never thought about it before. But if I guess I had to put it into words, I wake up every morning thinking of him, and he's the last thing I think about when I go to sleep. I feel like he replaces something in me I didn't even know was missing. When he's there, I'm happy, and when he's not, it feels like nothing matters. Kiara and Delmere's gazes were wide. Odette made a psh sound and waved her hand. That's nothing, she piped up. I feel that way about Theo. Awkward. Kiara, Delmere, and I knew what Odette was admitting, but I don't think Odette realized it herself. It was at that moment the classical music changed and modern dance music began flooding out of the enchanted speakers that hovered over the dance floor. Ooh, I love this song, Odette piped. She skipped away, presumably to dance by herself in a very twirling ballerina manner. As Odette left, I turned to the other girls. How long do you think it's going to take before Odette realizes that Theo is her mate? That girl? Never, Delmere snorted. Poor Theo. I searched the room for the alicorn himself. For as much lecturing as Theo had given Stefan on keeping sober, the alicorn shifter was swaying on his feet, continuing to down glasses of champagne. Why doesn't he just tell her? I asked. He certainly knows they've bonded, even if she hasn't figured it out. Don't get involved in another mated pair's business, Emma, Delmere said wisely. It only leads to trouble. Besides, you need to focus on making a good impression tonight. Putting on a performance, you mean? Ethan had been parading me around like a show poodle ever since the choosing began. Not that I didn't like being on his very brawny arm. It was nice to be showed off and made to feel like I was someone to envy. Yes, it's all an act. It can't be that different from ice skating, Delmere said. It's really not. A shadow fell over me from behind. I figured it was Gabby and took in a breath so I could give her a piece of my mind. Kiara and Delmere gasped at the same time, ducking into low curtsies. My queen, Kiara exclaimed. I whirled around. My mouth fell open at the sight of the woman in front of me. It was Ethan's mother, Queen Antonia. She was wearing a dark navy gown, her hair fashioned into an elaborate updo that was woven around a silver crown at least 10 inches in height. I didn't know how she kept upright with that gigantor thing on her head. It looked like if she nodded, she'd fall over. Emmeline, so wonderful to meet you, Queen Antonia said, though she didn't make it sound wonderful at all, more like water torture. My queen. I forced myself to get a grip and curtsied as well, though not as low as the others. It was probably clumsy and American, because the queen sniffed as I rose to my full height. So this is your court, she said. Her gaze roamed over my ladies-in-waiting. I could tell she disapproved of their outfits, though I wasn't sure what she thought about mine. Charming, I gulped. The queen turned slightly and said, I request a moment with you, Emmeline, privately. Like I could refuse, I clasped my hands in front of me to stop them from shaking as Queen Antonia led me out of the ballroom and into the hall. We entered into a parlor, where the very walls looked like they were made of gold. It hit me just how much money Ethan had, just how powerful his family was, how powerful he was. I'd failed to see him like that at school because he didn't act like a prince there. He just seemed like my friend, like any other average guy. Now I realized he was so much more. What the hell was I doing here? I didn't belong here. I didn't belong at Ethan's side. I could never fit into a royal lifestyle like this. The most I could do was pretend. Queen Antonia shut the door behind her and faced me. Forgive me for taking my son away from you. There was no other way. It took seconds to piece something together very quickly. Steward Solomon hadn't requested Ethan's presence at all. That was just a distraction so the queen could get me alone. The circle might be the ruling body in Malovia, but it was clear who really ran the show. Let me be frank, Queen Antonia said. She took a slow step toward me, and gods, it freaked me out more than any monster I'd ever seen. You were not my first choice for my son's wife. You weren't the second. In fact, you weren't even on the list. Queen Antonia curled her lip. An outsider as an heir to the throne. The daughter of the woman who broke my husband's heart, no less. An American with no proper breeding. Not even a full-born Arcania. You're not fit to be queen. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but I kept silent. If I wanted Ethan to be king, and I did, for him, because he deserved it, I had to get along with the in-laws. She shook her head. I was hoping he'd pick chastity, but for some reason he chose you, and it's too late to go back. What I want to find out is why. I had to steady my voice so it didn't shake. Why don't you ask him yourself? Careful, girl. The queen's eyes flared. You haven't won the contest yet. I bit the inside of my mouth and said, I couldn't tell you why, Ethan. Prince Ethan. Remember, you have no title. I took a deep breath. Why, Prince Ethan chose me. He barely told me himself. All he said was that I could help him. And are you going to? Queen Antonia raised an eyebrow. I didn't know what was proper to say, so I forced out, I'm well prepared to win the contest. I'll do whatever it takes. I hope you are, Queen Antonia said coldly. Because if you lose and cost my son his kingdom, there will be consequences for you, whether it is your fault or not. Fear constricted me. What would the queen do? Would she compromise my medical supply somehow? Would she go after my friends? Would she hurt my mother? Your embarrassing display at the ball tonight has made a mockery out of my son, and that cannot be allowed to continue, Queen Antonia went on. Your behavior might be permissible in the United States, but in Malovia, you'll find things are different. You have quite the audacity to show up here with that humiliating court. Rage flared up inside of me, cold and bitter as a snowstorm. Queen Antonia might be head bitch around here, but nobody insulted my friends. The most powerful woman in all of Malovia was threatening me, and the only way I could put a stop to it is if I took her place, which I fully intended to do. Allow me to make something very clear, my queen, I said, in the rudest tone I dared to use. I do know why your son chose me, because he knew I'd make damn well sure to get the job done. The corners of her mouth lifted. Queen Antonia got so close to me I could smell the perfume dotted around her ears. Oh, you're a Wolven, all right, she said. You've got the blood of the hunt on you. Maybe you're good for something yet. It was then the doors flew open. They slammed against the walls as an elderly woman in a glittering evening dress glided into our presence, heels clicking sharply against the marble floors. I sagged in relief as she approached. Lady Magdalena, Queen Antonia breathed. I wasn't expecting you tonight. Yes, I'm certain you weren't, Lady Magdalena said sharply. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like Emmeline to return to the ball. I am her sponsor for the contest, after all, and it's better if she doesn't hide away in here with you." I didn't know she was my sponsor. Queen Antonia stepped away from me and said, "As you wish, headmistress." I hurried my ass out of there as quickly as I could. Lady Magdalena strode beside me, though it was almost more of a march. "Thank you for saving me," I told her. I didn't know if I could stand it a moment longer. "You mustn't allow her to threaten you, Emmeline," Magdalena told me. "Queen Antonia doesn't deal kindly with her rivals, and you're threatening her place on the throne. If you don't show her you're an equal, she'll use you as her plaything." "But I'm not her equal. I have no title yet," I told her. "She respects strong magic, and she respects power," Lady Magdalena said. "Make sure to show her you have both during the contest." When we got back to the ballroom, Lady Magdalena left me to go speak in hushed tones with Lord Lucian. He seemed concerned, but didn't move to do anything, merely fixed his eyes on me from across the room. What Lady Magdalena said was eating away at me. I was a threat to the Queen. She didn't want me coming on her turf and messing up her business. Was Queen Antonia reluctant to give up her rule, even if her own son took her place? What a selfish bitch. Chiara, Delmare, and Odette were at my side within minutes. "What happened?" Chiara breathed. I felt like I was going to faint. "Bathroom, now," I squeaked. We ran to the nearest powder room. I collapsed in a chair. The girls hovered around me. Chiara locked the door behind us. Odette fanned my face, while Delmare got me a glass of water from the cups placed out on a golden cart near the sink. "Snap out of it," Delmare spat. "You've got to pull yourself together." My voice was hoarse. "Guys, the Queen's totally after me. If I don't win this contest, there's no telling what she'll do to me, or any of us." I chugged the glass of water and tried not to throw it back up. "You're not going to lose," Chiara said calmly. "You've got this under control." "Yeah, if I don't freaking die first." I'd checked stats, and at least a quarter of the contestants always perished in the contest. It was a deadly competition that not everyone walked away from. I was sure I'd come out of it alive when I'd agreed to be Ethan's partner, but now I wasn't so certain, especially with the Queen watching my every move. "Like Ethan would ever let anything happen to you," Delmare rolled her eyes. "He'd give up the contest first before he'd let you die." My heart rate began to slow. A hated emotion festered in my chest. "Hope? You think so?" "Yeah," Odette piped up. "He needs you to win. Both contestants have to survive in order to take the crown." A glum cloud settled over me. "You're right. He wouldn't let me die. If only for the fact that he needed me to win." "I don't think that's what she meant," Chiara said, with a quick glance at Delmare. But I was barely listening. I rose to my feet. "Come on, girls." I was still a little unsteady, but I was starting to get my bearings back. "I've got to get back out there." Delmare was right. I had to pull myself together. Right now, I looked weak, and if I continued to behave that way, the other contestants would eat me alive tomorrow. I couldn't afford to look incapable. If I was going to be a queen, I needed to act like it. I intended to head back to the ballroom, find Ethan, and stick to him like glue the rest of the night. He would protect me, and it'd look better if we were a united front. This might be a dance, but it was more like a battlefield. People intended to divide us tonight so they could get in our heads. It would be much harder to do that if we were together. Except there was one problem. We ended up getting lost. The palace was massive, and I'd been in such a hurry to get to a restroom I hadn't looked where I was going, and neither had anyone else. I remember the powder room being right off the main hallway, but we'd obviously taken a wrong turn coming out because we were nowhere near the ballroom now. The music kept getting quieter and quieter as we continued to roam the castle's dark halls. "Shouldn't there be a servant or something to tell us where to go?" Delmare complained. "We've been walking forever." I went to respond, but I heard harsh and hushed voices ahead of me. One of them sounded like Gabby. I put a finger to my lips to tell the other girls to be quiet, and we pressed against the wall. Gabby's voice, along with Elijah's, rang out in a sharp whisper from around the corner. "Waldron's death was supposed to deter the other contestants. It didn't do a damn thing," Gabby hissed. My eyes widened. They were talking about Professor Waldron's murder. I pressed myself even closer to the wall, and the girls huddled around me. I wouldn't say it didn't have benefits. Sibor was a notable opponent for the alicorns, and he dropped interest in the contest after I took care of Waldron. Albin and Christina are laughable replacements, Elijah replied. My blood ran cold. Elijah took care of Waldron? Did that mean he killed him? You should have done a better job, Gabby spat. It wasn't enough. I tore his organs out and put them on a spike. I'm not sure how graphic you want me to go, Elijah replied coolly. Odette made a small sound, but Delmare wrapped her hand around Odette's mouth so she'd be quiet. My heartbeat quickened when there was a pause, but then the two resumed their conversation. I get that it made a few people drop out. The competition is much easier to conquer, but we needed Ethan to quit. He's our biggest challenger, Gabby hissed. Do you honestly think he and his whelp bitch are a threat to us? Elijah sneered. She's Magdalena's favorite. That's a problem for us. She needed to be taken out. That was your task and you failed. It was your fault Morgan got the bad end of your spell instead of Sosna. Kiara grabbed my arm. I grabbed her back and held on tight. I didn't intend to hurt Morgan, Gabby said slowly. You know that was an accident. You should have checked before you cast the curse, Elijah said, voice rising. It would have revealed my position, Gabby burst. The plan was to hide in her dorm until Sosna showed up and kill her so Ethan wouldn't pick her for the contest. If I had known Morgan was going to pull that prank, I would have waited another night. Well, your poor execution got us into this situation now, Elijah said. Your efforts to take Sosna down should have become more desperate after you failed the first time. Magdalena is always watching her, Gabby insisted. It's not as easy as you think. I barely got away with hurting Morgan. The headmistress has her eye on me. Why couldn't you just take care of the situation altogether and eliminate Noek? You know why I couldn't do that. The prince is too powerful. If I had tried anything against him and failed, Queen Antonia would have suspected me first as I'd be the obvious choice. Then she'd have my head. Elijah's tone was thick with disgust. It doesn't matter. Gabby's tone was nervous. We can eliminate them during the contest. It's a dangerous competition. People die every time. Forgive me, but I think we'll be too busy worrying about saving our own necks to be preoccupied about slitting theirs, Elijah said sarcastically. We still need Sosna's blood, Gabby said, even after this is all over. Otherwise, our deal with the Black Claw is null and void. I was so stunned I couldn't move. Elijah and Gabby knew about the Black Claw's plan to use my blood to raise the Dark God? How? I'm well aware. Elijah's voice had grown cold. It's something to worry about after the contest is over. We need to worry about it now. If she dies during the contest, we have to gather a large enough vial to perform the ceremony. We'll make it work. The Black Claw wouldn't have declared me the Hidden King if they didn't believe I'd fulfill their dark prophecy. They claim I'm the one they've been waiting for. And are you? Is there any doubt? There was silence for a moment, and Elijah said, Come, we need to get back to the party before we're missed. The four of us along the wall started, but their footsteps faded in the opposite direction. We didn't move away from the wall until it was clear both of them were out of earshot. Holy shit. Elijah was in with the Black Claw. The cult had him in their pocket. They proclaimed him the Hidden King. I don't know why I was so surprised. This should have been obvious from the beginning. By the gods, how could I have been so stupid? The signs were right in front of me all along. Guess I should have spent more time solving murders instead of chasing after the phantom. If Elijah won the contest and was put on the throne, Malovia's worst nightmare would come true. The Black Claw would have total control of the monarchy, the country, and everyone in it. What the hell was all that? Did Elijah just confess to murder? Delmare asked. And Gabby, too. She tried to kill Emma. Odette peeped. We need to tell the authorities about this, Kiara said. Elijah and Gabby will be kicked out of the contest for such crimes. No, I said slowly. They won't be. The girls gaped at me. What are you talking about, Emma? Delmare asked. We don't have any proof, I said. What's it going to look like if I accuse them of murder on the night of the king's ball? People will think I'm trying to get them kicked out so Ethan and I have a better shot at winning. But we heard them with our own ears, Odette said. We didn't record it, I said. Without evidence, it's our word against theirs. We don't have any proof. Delmare frowned. Kiara and Odette both dropped their gazes in defeat. They knew I was right. Should we tell Ethan? Delmare asked. I hesitated. Ethan had the right to know about this. But at the same time, the King's contest started tomorrow. This would be a huge distraction. He'd be so busy trying to get justice for Waldron that he wouldn't focus on winning the contest, and there'd be a bigger chance we'd lose. Everything rode on us getting that crown. This would have to wait. We need to keep this a secret for now, I told the girls. I'll tell Ethan what Elijah did after the contest is over. Then he might be able to do something about it. Kiara nodded. Right. None of us will say a word. Not to any of the boys, either. They'll tell Ethan, I said sharply when Odette opened her mouth. This stays between us girls. Ooh, a secret. Odette's eyes widened. Don't worry, Emma, we'll keep this on the down low. But Gabby said they would try to kill you during the contest. Shouldn't we be worried? Kiara asked. They can damn well try. I narrowed my eyes. All I can say is they'd better watch their backs. Agreed, Kiara said firmly, and she nodded. It's the job of the ladies-in-waiting and the knights to protect their contestants and make sure they make it through to each task safely. Don't worry, Emma. The rest of us will make sure Gabby and Elijah don't tamper with your stuff. You and Ethan just focus on winning that contest. We were still lost, but when we headed in the direction Gabby and Elijah had gone, we found our way back to the ballroom. I didn't see either of them mingling with the crowd. The only person I recognized was Theo, who was sitting at a table by himself and looking rather forlorn. The four of us dispersed. Kiara went off to go find Gabby and Elijah. Her idea was to tail them for the rest of the night at a distance, just in case the two of them decided to try to come up with a plan to off me and Ethan. We gave Odette the job of acting natural, so at least one of us didn't look suspicious. Delmare headed off on her own to look for Stefan and Alexei. Before I found Ethan, I wanted to talk to Theo first. He just looked so freaking pitiful. I slunk into the seat beside him and adjusted my skirt. He barely glanced at me. His eyes trailed Odette as she weaved her way around the ballroom. You want to tell me what's going on? I asked. I flung a leg over my knee and bobbed my foot to the music. Theo barely glanced at me before finishing his drink. I have no idea what you're talking about. Bull, I spat at him. You've been eyeing Odette all night. You're wearing a fucking rainbow tie because she wanted you to. Something's up between you two, and it's more than a little crush. Theo sighed and set down his drink. You've caught me, Emma, as has everyone else. What do you need to know? When did you bond with Odette? I asked. And why is it taking you so long to tell her the truth? Theo paused for a moment, his fingers roaming over the champagne glass, before he said, I bonded with Odette when we were kids. It's really rare for that to happen. I was only 7, she's 6. We were chosen as the lead dancers for the children's ballet, and, well, when I held her in my arms, I knew. Didn't she feel the mating bond connect, too? I asked. Theo shook his head. It's not as obvious for sorceresses. The connection isn't as strong, not until they accept it. Sometimes it's easy for a marked to overlook a bond, or be confused by it. You can feel something, but it might not be what you think. Theo scratched his head. The thing is, it was such a long time ago, I don't think Odette remembers. You know how she forgets things. I nodded my head. Oh, I knew. You have a polite way of putting how bubble-headed Odette can be. He grimaced. Well, she has a quirky personality, but there's more to it than she lets on. What do you mean? Odette is on the autism spectrum. Really? My eyes widened. I didn't know that. Theo nodded slowly.
Autism isn't as commonly diagnosed in girls because they hide their symptoms more than boys do. But Odette had a lot of meltdowns when she was younger, so she was quickly diagnosed. She has trouble when her routine is changed, you know?
Thinking over Odette's behavior in the past, yeah, I could see that she had autism. She struggled with social cues and burst out words when it wasn't her turn to speak in order to be heard. Her emotions could be over the top, and she could be obsessive with her interests, ballet, for example.
But she seems so outgoing, I said. She's friendly and loving, yes, but she never had a lot of friends. She was always too shy and had difficulty fitting in, Theo said. She must have felt safe with you the first time she saw you at the train station. She usually doesn't latch onto people like that. It takes her time.
I felt a strong wave of affection for Odette. I think I loved her more than I ever did before in that moment. I can see why you want to do this the right way.
Odette thinks in a different way from most people.
She sees the world in an incredible perspective, and I think that's beautiful. I'd never want to change anything about her, he said softly. She's perfect the way she is, in every possible way. Theo's tone oozed pure admiration and love for Odette. It was touching to hear. She is perfect, a perfect friend. I hope she can be more than that to you, someday.
I don't want to push her into anything, Theo rushed to explain. I never told her I bonded with her. I just waited for her to come around on her own. But watching her be obsessed about finding a mate when I'm right in front of her. Theo's face twisted. It's really hard. It feels like my heart is breaking. But no matter how hard I try, I can't make her see me as anything more than a friend. And I'm worried it's going to be that way forever. Or worse, that she'll get desperate and throw herself at another alicorn, one who doesn't love her back. Not all Arcania follow our laws, Emma. Some shifters use people.
I was sorry for him. Theo really loved Odette. But he wanted her to come to him, not the other way around. With Odette, the only thing that worked was giant neon signs. Odette needs something obvious, I told him. She won't get the message any other way.
But Emma,
you're not forcing her to be with you. Just show her your true feelings. I don't think she has any clue you want to be more than friends.
Theo smacked his mouth a few times. I think I'd rather be run through with a blade. I rolled my eyes.
Don't be overdramatic.
It's not dramatic. This is my mate, he insisted. If she rejects me, I'll be alone forever. I don't think I could look for someone else. I would prefer to be alone if I'm not with Odette.
Odette isn't going to reject you. Deep down, I know she loves you. She just hasn't realized it yet. Theo stared at the champagne glass, watching the colors of the ball swirl in the light.
I understand, but I'm not willing to take the chance that I'll lose her for good.
I felt defeated. This conversation was going nowhere. Theo wasn't willing to put his heart on the line, and until he did, Odette would never know the truth. I was relieved when I saw Ethan standing at the head of the ballroom near the thrones. Luckily, his mother wasn't there. I hardly cared if I looked dignified as I hurtled myself across the room to his side. "Hey," he said. He wrapped an arm around my waist, and I grew warm where he touched me. "You've been gone a while. Anything interesting happen?" I was almost bursting with the need to tell him everything. There were so many secrets that I was keeping from him, so many things he deserved to know. But he couldn't, not yet. I'd tell him the truth when it was the right time. For now, lying to him was the only way to keep him alive. "No," I said. "Nothing." "Me either," Ethan sighed. "This party is rather boring. I think it's time we take our leave. We've stayed as long as required to be polite." Thank the gods. I don't think I could stand being here a moment longer. Not only was I tired of being watched and hounded by people, I was starting to get tired. My body was exhausted. I was already worried about how it'd hold up tomorrow. I needed to get as much rest as I could. I took Ethan's arm and we weaved around the crowd so we could get back to the main hallway. On our way out, I saw that Odette was finally paying attention to Theo. She was dancing with him, much like a 5-year-old would dance with their father. Her feet were on his, her arms wrapped around his neck as he walked her back and forth. She laughed, and Theo lit up with the biggest smile in the world. A couple of snooty old ladies were glaring at them and whispering that their behavior was improper, but I sent a harsh glare their way, and they quickly scuttled off. That's right. I was going to be the new queen, bitch. The rules were changing around here. We stepped outside the castle and into the falling snow. I heard raised voices. Delmare had found Stefan. They were having a fight, but I wasn't sure what it was about. They were screaming at the top of their lungs. The argument seemed like a serious one, not the annoyed bickering they usually had on a daily basis. Alexei had backed off at a distance, his hands over his ears as he tried to block out the argument. It looked like his empathy powers were going into overdrive now that emotions were running high. "I can't take this," Alexei said, and he pushed past us into the castle to get away from the fight. The argument only increased in volume. The carriage drivers watched the fight in a combination of interest and disgust.
"Irina, would you just calm down?"
Stefan said. All playfulness about him was gone, replaced by a stern demeanor. I'd never seen him act that way before.
"Don't call me that!"
Delmare shouted. She got right in his face.
"Delmare is my name. Irina is your name too. It's your first name."
Stefan took another step forward until they were inches apart.
"Why can't I call you that?"
"Because I don't like it," she hissed.
"Why not? It's a pretty name,"
he countered.
"Because I'm not pretty, okay?"
Delmare shouted, almost at the top of her lungs. With a start, I realized that Delmare had meant it. She really did believe she was ugly. There was way more to her pushing Stefan away than I ever thought there was. Stefan's gaze softened. He took his hands and gently cupped them around her face. He lowered his voice as he whispered, "Yes, you are." Delmare's lip trembled. "I don't deserve this. I don't deserve you." Delmare pushed Stefan away and ran from the carriages into the palace gardens. I went to follow, but Stefan noticed us and raised a hand. "Don't. I'll talk to her." Stefan rushed after Delmare. The two figures became dark shadows as they vanished into the black night beyond. Ethan's brow furrowed. He appeared troubled. "Do you think they'll be all right?" "I hope so." I shook my head. You'd think living in a society where magic picked out your soulmate for you, dating would be easier. But from what I'd seen, the bond only made love 10 times harder. I shivered, and Ethan said, "We need to get you back to school before you get a cold. Come on." The way he tucked me under his arm as we walked to our carriage made me feel like I was the only girl in the world, the only woman that he could ever love. I wished more than anything that were true. Once we arrived at the university, Ethan cloaked my fur cape over my shoulders. The carriage rode off. Ethan and I were left standing underneath the stone archway. Neither one of us wanted to part, it seemed. He looked like a painting, the backdrop of the campus around him and the falling snow coating his dark hair and eyelashes. The fact that I was going to be married to him, but would never actually completely be able to have him, have his heart and soul, was a hard pill to swallow. It tore me up inside. "The contest will begin at noon tomorrow. We'll be expected to be there by 8 to begin preparations," Ethan said. "I will be at your door by 7 so we can travel together." Swell. If there was one thing I hated, it was getting up early. Ethan owed me big time. Ethan sighed. "It's going to be a long day." "Right," I said sourly. "Let's just get this over with so you can get what you want." "What do you mean?" Ethan took a step closer to me. I took a deep breath. "I get that you're just doing your duty. And yeah, I know that the country needs you and all, but I hope you understand what kind of sacrifice I'm making by joining you in this, what kind of risk I'm putting myself through. It's not because Malovia needs us. I'm doing this for you, because I want you to be happy. I know you don't feel the same way, but The bell tolled midnight, and Ethan did something crazy. He leaned in to kiss me. I don't know if he meant to or if it just happened. One moment I was looking into those perfect eyes, and the next, his hands had reached over to yank me against him. His mouth ravenously pressed against mine. The kiss was soft and warm and deliriously heated. It was better than anything I could have imagined. An empty part of me began to fill up as his gorgeous lips moved over mine, and a radiating buzzing spread throughout my body, beginning at my core and flowing all the way to the ends of my being. I didn't know how to react to this. I'd never kissed anyone before, never cared to. Men were too much work. But by the gods, Ethan, I wanted to fall inside of him and soar forever. This kiss felt like a flawless jump performed on the ice. It was better than a gold medal being placed around my neck after the perfect program. The kiss had every bit of the feeling of flying that skating gave me, but there was so much more behind it. I was surprised that I didn't grow wings. I couldn't believe Ethan's lips were against mine. His touch was fueled by so much passion and unspoken words that were brought to light without ever being said. As if by instinct, I relaxed and my eyes closed. I leaned into the kiss and moved my hands over his chest as the affection deepened. Ethan dared to drift his hands downwards so they settled on my hips, but gods, I wanted more. Like, take my panties off now, more. I decided to take things up a notch. I lightly bit his lower lip before I glided the tip of my tongue against his. Ethan let out a moan, as if that one little motion drove him insane. He came closer and pressed his hips against mine. I felt something brush up against my leg, and I realized he had a freaking hard-on. Like, bad. It was so intense that I could feel it through the layers of my skirt. I'd never felt a guy's dick against me before, but just the sensation of Ethan rocking against my pelvis as we made out made me love it. All I wanted was for him to be in me right then, right now. But hell if it stopped there. My cloak slipped off as Ethan's hands roamed over my bare shoulders. He deepened the kiss and pushed his tongue further inside of my mouth. I accepted his offering and groaned. It seemed involuntary when I fisted my hands inside his hair and yanked his head back. I kissed him like this would be the last time. If all I had was this kiss forever, it wouldn't be enough. I needed to drink from this river of pleasure every day. Our chemistry was like some kind of drug, taking control of my mind and intoxicating every part of me until I could hardly stand to breathe. Oh God, please touch my boobs. I grabbed Ethan's hands and tried to put them over my breasts, but the moment I did that, it was like the spell ended. He broke the kiss and jumped back, taking a few quick breaths. His hair was wild, due to me messing it up, and the look in his eyes was panicked, like he couldn't believe he'd just done what he did. Well, at least the question if he found me attractive was solved. I thought I didn't float his boat at all, but I turned out to be completely wrong. I'd believed we'd never have sex. Now I was thinking my virginity wouldn't last till morning. Ethan cleared his throat. We should get to bed. What are you referring to? I dared to ask. Ethan reddened a deep scarlet. He managed to choke out, We need sleep for tomorrow. It's already late. Ethan took my hand. Our fingers intertwined as we entered the school and climbed the staircase back to the dormitories. My head was freaking spinning, and I needed to change my underwear. I could barely breathe. That kiss had been the most incredible thing I'd ever experienced. All I was thinking about was when we'd get to make out again. Ethan stood at the entrance to my dorm and gave my hand a squeeze before letting go. His eyes locked on my face. Good night, Emma. Like the wolf he was, Ethan silently swept away and vanished. I was left paralyzed, the feeling of his roaming hands all over my body still caressing me like a phantom. I didn't understand how I could fall for two people, but I did know one thing. Prince Ethan was officially crazy, and I was officially in love with him.
Chapter 21. Ethan. The day of the contest was finally here, and I hadn't gotten a lick of sleep the night before. I'd been too busy tossing and turning as I recalled what it felt like to have Emma's lips on mine. I'd never kissed anyone like that before. The experience wasn't something I could put into words. It was all feelings and instinct. When my mouth was on hers, I felt like an animal, a powerful beast who wanted nothing more than to stake my claim and take her with an eager thirst, and make her enjoy every second of the process. It was improper, it was crude, and I loved it. That kiss was all wolf. It was a longing need, enough to make my instincts go crazy. I hated to admit I'd done some not-so-mentionable things well after turning in for the night, several times. Yet it wasn't enough to satisfy the need. When she'd put my hands on her breasts, so cruel. It was enough to make a grown man fall to his knees. My body craved Emma's, but I couldn't have her, not yet. There was business to attend to, and if I didn't pay attention, Emma and I would never get our chance to be together before our lives were taken by the contest. Sex, unfortunately, would have to wait. Early that morning, Emma and I had been escorted to the tourney area. There was a wooden arena outside of the city where the contest would be held. Beyond that were multiple tents for the contestants and contest officials. We didn't speak on the way to the tourney. Neither of us dared to mention the kiss last night. Both of us were acting like nothing ever happened, which was absolutely suffocating. I wanted to address things, but now wasn't the time. Our minds had to be focused on survival. As contestants, Emma and I had gotten our own tent. There was a bed for rest, a table, chairs, and pillows, along with trunks for our things and carpets lining the ground. A changing screen lined the back of the tent. When we arrived, we saw 2 hunks of metal sitting on the table, along with clothes in navy and black. Embroidered on the clothes was a wolf's head emblem against a checkered background, our tourney flag and colors. "What's this?" Emma asked. "Armor for the contest," I told her. "You're going to need it." Emma glanced at me. I was certain we were both thinking the same thing. I had no problem stripping in front of Emma whatsoever, except for one small caveat. I didn't want her to see my missing leg, or my prosthetic. Emma sensed that I didn't want her to see me change, and I was pretty sure she didn't want my eyes all over her naked body. Not at the moment, anyway. Cumbersomely, she picked up her armor and tourney colors and went behind the screen. I busied myself with putting on my own gear and tried not to imagine what her breasts looked like, which was pretty much impossible. When she emerged from the screen, both of us were fully armored and ready to begin the tourney. She'd tied her red hair back in a complicated braid that would remain secure during the contest. A few feathers had been woven into the strands, as was Arcanian tradition. I opened a wooden chest and pulled out a small jar. I opened it to reveal a black substance and began smudging it upon her skin. I made a pattern so that it looked like wings had created a mask around her eyes. "What is it?" Emma asked. "War paint," I said. I stepped back with a smile, then led her to a mirror. "Now you look like a real Arcania." "I look like a pagan hooligan," she replied sourly. "That's the idea." Emma turned her face a few times in observance, then smiled. "I like it. It makes me seem fierce." I stood beside her, and both of us gazed into the mirror. The two of us appeared like we'd stepped back in time. "So how is this thing going to go?" Emma asked. "Please tell me it only takes 1 day." "There are 4 tasks total, 4 rounds," I said. "Out of the 16 contestants, 8 are eliminated in the first round. In the second round, 2 more are eliminated, and in the third one, 2 more after that. Only 4 contestants, 2 pairs are left for the last round." "What are the tasks?" "The first one is the joust. Yes, exactly what you're thinking of," I said as she blinked. "You'll ride on my back and try to knock the other sorceress off her shifter. It's the best of 3. Once you get them down twice, the objective is to make them tap out during a duel. Or finish them off. If the other pair kills their opponent, even if they lost the 2 out of 3, they'll still technically win. If we lose the joust, we're immediately out of the competition, I said. Okay, Emma said slowly. How about round 2? Round 2 is a race. It's an obstacle course of sorts, where you gain points by hitting targets while trying not to get killed, I said. Whoever has the most points and finishes in a decent placing gets to go on. If you're in the last 2 placings, you're eliminated. And round 3? Emma asked. 3 is always kept secret, I said. The judges don't want the contestants to know what the trial is, but it almost always involves some sort of monster. Emma chewed her lip as she thought. What's the last round? She asked. It's a challenge by combat, a duel between the last 4 contestants. We'll fight until the other pair is killed or surrenders, I said. If we make it that far. I'm guessing whoever wins the duel is crowned winner? Correct. Emma's expression hardened. Okay, let's do this thing. Are you sure you're ready to risk your life? I asked, because I wasn't willing to risk hers. The other contestants were going to have to kill me before I'd submit, but if Emma's life was threatened, it wouldn't be that easy for me to fight back. I'd probably give in. I wouldn't have said yes just to back out now, Emma replied. Time to show them what we've got. That was the spirit. One last thing. I ventured to the other side of the room, where a long rectangular chest had been laid out. I opened it and unleashed a sword from inside. The blade was double-edged, with a silver hilt that had one of the royal sapphires set into it. Designs of running wolves had been tediously etched into both sides of the blade's surface. It was very light, as I knew Emma grew fatigued easily, so I wanted her to have no trouble carrying it. The entire length was no more than 3 feet long and simple to handle. It was the kind of sword I'd seen her use during class and learn how to brandish easily. What's that? Emma's eyes grew wide as I approached. I held the sword out at arm's length, offering it up to her. It's a sword. You'll need it for the tourney. I forged it for you during class. I was glad I'd found a good use for my project. Her mouth opened slightly. You made this? For me? Of course I did. You're my mate. It's customary for a potential king to present his sorceress a weapon before the tourney begins. Emma's hand raised. She paused and said, You started making this for me long before I said yes. I felt blood rush to my cheeks and admitted, Yes, perhaps I did. I extended the blade to her. She took the hilt from my gloved hand. She did a few experimental swings with it before her face brightened. I like this. It fits perfectly. I gave her a smile. You'll need to christen it with a name before we begin. It's good luck. What are the Malovian words for ice and storm? She asked. Ice and storm? That'd be Laud and Burson, respectively. Okay, then Lord Burtson it is, she replied. Ice storm. She glanced at me. Did I do that right? I laughed. You did fine. It doesn't need to be complicated. I grabbed the sheath. My arms wrapped around her waist as I buckled it around her hips. Emma's breath hitched. I could smell her blood as it pumped faster through her bloodstream. In response, my dick tightened in my pants. With all the work we did getting this armor on, no way it was coming off, no matter how badly I wanted it to. Emma slid Losbursen into its sheath and turned to me. I'm ready. Let's get this thing over with. I was more than happy to oblige. The sunlight hit our faces as we left the tent. The temperature was mild, though a slight snow was falling delicately from the clouds above. Our friends were waiting for us in the stands. They'd been assigned special seating as our court. Emma and I walked through the tents and to the field. It was a gigantic wooden structure, over 300 feet tall and 700 feet long, and open to the elements. 20,000 people were sitting in the stands today. The rest of Dolinska was sitting in their homes, watching the broadcast live. The other competitors were gathered outside the field, waiting to go inside. Everyone was wearing armor, like us, and stood speaking with the officials and their sponsors for the tournament. Lord Lucian was waiting for us at the gate. There you two are, he said in a relieved tone. You were the last to show up. I was afraid you weren't coming. Shouldn't have worried, Emma said. She was ridiculously pale. I was afraid she was going to pass out. Lucian gave her a grim smile and said, "Courage, Zika. You'll do well. I'm sure of it." He walked off to talk to an official. Emma leaned in. "What exactly did he call me?" "He called you my child. It's a common blessing in Malovian, for protection," I informed her. Emma swallowed and squeaked. "Great." Elijah and Gabby were sending us harsh sneers, as normal. Both of them were dressed in black armor and had used so much war paint over their eyes I was shocked they could see. At the sight of Gabby, Emma's lip curled and she seemed to buck up a bit. The color returned to her face, and a sharpness like steel came into her eyes as she turned her back on them. "Someone's tense this morning," I remarked under my breath as Elijah shot me the finger behind an official's back. "I'd rather die than see that snobby little bitch get the crown," Emma hissed. "Even if we don't win, we make sure they don't either." Agreed. Just then, Steward Solomon came forward. He raised his hands, and all conversation fell silent. "We'll be drawing the order for the competition, as well as the matchups for the joust. Gentlemen, please come forward and take a number." An official held out a velvet bag for us to draw from. Elijah shoved his way to the front and went first. I got in line and ended up taking the last number from the bag. The numbers were etched onto antler fragments from deer. I turned the fragment over in my hand and read the number on the front. Number 8. Emma and I were going last. Splendid, as usual. I looked around for who our opponent was, which would be number 7. My stomach sank when I saw it sat in the palm of a giant shifter. He was a dragon and a senior. His mate was an advanced sorceress. She hadn't even brought a sword because she was so confident in the power of her magic. What tough luck. "Who'd we get?" Emma asked curiously. I pointed. Emma let out a gagging sound when she saw the dragon mark on Ada's hand. "Those are our competitors?" Emma yelped. "Yes," I said glumly, "they are." "How do you expect us to joust against a dragon?" Emma hissed. "We have no choice." At this point, I was doubting we'd make it past the joust, but too late to go back now. The doors to the field opened. Steward Solomon raised his voice and said, "The first 4 competitors hold back for the beginning of the joust. The rest of you proceed up to the competitor booth and wait your turn for the joust." Emma shivered next to me. Thousands of people in the crowd reflected in her gaze. "Ethan, I don't think I can do this." "Just keep your eyes on me," I told her. We strode forward, and a wave of nerves washed through my stomach as loud cheers shook the stands. Trumpets sounded, and confetti fell to the ground as applause swallowed up every other sound. Emma floundered from my hand. I took it tightly and squeezed it as we followed the other competitors up the stairs into our designated box. A long wooden barrier that looked like a fence divided 2 sides of the jousting field. The first team was a griffin and his marked. He'd already changed into his shifter form. His sorceress sat on his back, holding a long golden lance in one arm and a shield in the other. On the opposite side of the arena was a dragon couple. The dragon was on the smaller end, 12 feet tall or so, but still had an obvious advantage of height over the griffin. The marked that sat on his back held a red lance and a shield she could barely lift. The 2 riders squared off on opposing sides of the fence. A bell rang, and the shifters stampeded forward. The dragon lowered its head as it charged toward the griffin with its teeth bared. I was sure that the dragon had the advantage as they approached, but the griffin marked leapt into the air as it came near the dragon. The griffin marked aimed true. The dragon sorceress lowered her lance a second too late, and the opposing rider's lance knocked right into her. She barely managed to hang on as her shifter ran toward the other end of the field. The griffin marked won that round. The 2 riders rounded the fence on the end of the field and turned around to go at it again. Lances lowered, the competitors raced onward. The griffin rider was preparing to strike the dragon marked just as she had before. But the dragon marked was waiting this time and slammed her lance into the shield of the griffin rider before she could raise her lance and attack. A point for the dragon. They were neck and neck. I was on the edge of my seat the 3rd time they charged at each other, not sure who would win. The dragon rider carried her lance clumsily, as if it bothered her to hold. I was certain the griffin rider, who looked more experienced, was going to knock her off. The two opponents met in the middle of the field, but instead of using her lance to force the enemy rider off, the dragon marked tossed herself off her dragon's back and tackled the griffin rider to the ground. The crowd groaned, and the two sorceresses wrestled upon the earth. Emma gasped in surprise. The dragon and the griffin both turned on each other. The griffin took to the skies just as the dragon shot out a jet of flame. The griffin's feathers barely got singed as he turned around and lashed out with his talons. His blow caught the dragon's eye. The dragon stumbled backward, blood dripping from the wound. Before the griffin could fly away, the dragon brought his tail up and smacked it into the griffin. He went tumbling through the air and slammed into the boards with a horrible crunching sound. The crowd oohed, and the griffin changed back into a man. His shoulders trembled as he attempted to force himself to get up, and failed. Satisfied, the dragon transformed back into his human form and turned to observe the sorceress fight. Per rules of the tournament, he couldn't interfere at this stage, but he could watch. The two sorceresses had drawn swords and were dueling fiercely. Loud shouts and yells from them rang through the arena, along with the sound of clashing steel. Both of the marked were skilled swordsmen, but the dragon marked was obviously better. The griffin sorceress struggled to keep up as she dodged slashes and jabs from her opponent. The griffin marked searched for her mate frantically. When she saw him lying helplessly at the other end of the field, she let out a cry and dropped her sword, leaving an opening. The dragon marked saw her advantage and kicked the other girl's feet out from under her, pointing a sword at her throat. The griffin marked raised her hands in surrender. The field erupted into thunderous applause, and the two dragons raised their hands in victory. The griffin marked got up and ran to the other side of the arena. She pulled her mate to his feet before putting his arm around her shoulder and helping him limp off the field. Personally, I thought he had it lucky. A hit like that was enough to break a shifter's back. The two winners strode to the competitors' box and sat on the stand below us with huge smiles. An official called names, and 4 more people left the stands. The joust went on. Every single one ended in a bloody duel, though nobody had died yet. There were a few broken bones and many grievous injuries, but none significant enough to cause death. A griffin couple and an alicorn couple won the next 2 rounds. Eventually, it was Elijah and Gabby's turn. They were up against the other alicorn couple, Albin and Christina. The two squared off before charging at each other full speed. Albin lowered his horn, and Elijah bared his fangs as the opponents drew closer and closer. Christina dropped her shield too far in an attempt to lean forward and jab her lance into Gabby's. That was her mistake. Seeing an opening, Gabby raised her lance. As if she was stabbing with the sword, she thrust it forward. I caught her lips moving as Gabby mouthed a spell. Gabby's lance slipped right past Christina's shield and kept going. The lance embedded itself through armor into Christina's chest and clear through to the other side of her body. Everyone in the stands gave an audible gasp. As Elijah ran past, Gabby held onto her lance and ripped it out. Christina went spinning off of Albin's back and landed on her back in the dirt. Even from here, the large gaping wound in her torso was clear to see. The whole thing had happened in seconds. Albin let out a high-pitched whinny as Christina fell from his back, though it sounded more like a scream. He skidded to a stop. The alicorn's eyes rolled back in his head, and he reared up, flashing out his hooves as he continued to cry out. When Albin came back down on all fours, he changed into a man again and crawled to Christina's side. At this point, she was already dead. Her eyes stared out lifelessly, mouth hanging open. As Albin reached out and pulled her onto his lap, tears streamed down the shifter's face as he began to sob. Albin wailed, clinging Christina's lifeless body to his chest. Blood pouring from her wound soaked his armor and clothes, creating a puddle around his legs. Gabby and Elijah stopped at the end of the arena. Both of them were grinning with a sickening satisfaction. Nobody in the arena cheered or moved. Nobody made a sound. After a few long moments, alicorn officials hustled onto the field. I recognized a lord and lady from the alicorn faction with them, probably sponsors. They leaned down and spoke to Albin, while others tried to pry Christina's body away, but he wouldn't let go. An official from the dragon faction muscled his way into the circle and managed to yank Albin and Christina apart. An alicorn carried her body off the field, while others had to drag Albin past the gated doors. A large circle of red stained the ground where Christina's body had been. Gabby and Elijah returned to the competitor stands as if they'd done nothing. They brushed dust off their armor and stared at the field, bored already they had to wait this long to get on with it. The other competitors in the stands inched away from them, giving them their own space. A chill ran up my spine. Gabby and Elijah weren't here to lose. They were going to play dirty, and by the gods, if they had to kill every contestant in their way of getting that crown, so be it. My own dazed stupor ended at the sound of Emma's heavy breathing. Tears ran down her face, and her whole body was trembling. She was having a panic attack. Emma, look at me. You have to focus. I took her face in my hands and stroked her cheeks with my thumbs gently. Emma took deep breaths as she tried to breathe, but she was more or less gulping down air. That can't happen to me. It can't, she forced out. Across the way, Gabby was giving a snotty smirk of triumph, but I ignored her. That's not going to be you. I'd die first. I wiped the tears away from her eyes. I vow on my life I'll never let anything happen to you. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tightly to me. People eyed me, yet I ignored them. We were showing weakness in front of the other opponents, but I didn't care. The only thing I cared about was making Emma feel safe and secure. And right now, I didn't feel like I could, because in a few minutes, I'd be putting her at risk out there. I don't like this, Ethan. That wasn't right, she forced out. Her tremble ceased as I held her against my body. Her frantically beating heart began to steady as its rhythm synchronized to mine. It was an exhilarating feeling unlike any in the world. Em, if you're not okay with this, we can go home, I said. I'll forfeit. You'll do that? An edge of disbelief entered her tone. Of course I will. Just say the word. It was a crazy notion, but I'd give up the crown so she wouldn't be afraid. It wasn't even something I had to consider, just something I naturally did. This was what mates were supposed to do, be ready to sacrifice it all for love. Emma paused, as if considering it. The thickness in her voice thinned as she cleared her throat and said, No. I want to be here. I want to do this, I'm sure. Okay, I said gently. I pulled away, though it was agonizingly painful for me to do so. What can I do to help you in this moment? She grabbed onto my hand again. Just keep me the fuck away from that dragon when it's our turn, and don't let me fall off, or get impaled. Nausea churned in my gut, because I couldn't promise anything. Done. I had Emma calm down by the time we were called to the joust. Her demeanor had completely changed. The panic had dulled from her eyes and been replaced by a strong determination. Not a sliver of fear was recognizable in her expression. It was almost as if she'd become emotionless. Are you ready? I asked. I've been visualizing. It's something I do before each competition, she said. This is just another show. Nothing more. When we got down to the arena, I changed into a Wolven. Emma swung herself onto my back, and Lord Lucian handed her a broad blue shield and silver-colored lance. Keep your eyes up, Lucian told Emma. Aim for your target, and it'll hit true. Ethan, be agile. The dragon is intimidating, but he isn't fast. You have the advantage of being swift. I growled to let him know I heard him, then approached the fence line. Muttered conversation enveloped the area. No one pointed, but everyone looked in the same place. This was the first time I'd presented myself in public with my missing leg. School didn't count. This was being broadcasted live to thousands of people. I couldn't imagine what people were saying about a three-legged Wolven attempting to win the king's contest. I was so embarrassed, I wanted to skulk home with my tail between my legs. Then Emma stirred on my back, and I no longer felt afraid. I felt brave. What did I have to be ashamed of? The most beautiful sorceress in Malovia was my chosen queen. We were the underdogs, certainly, but we had just as much a chance of winning as anyone else. Time to prove that I belonged on that throne. We squared off against the other competitors on the opposite side of the jousting field. The dragon was green in color. Smoke furled out of his nostrils as he faced me. The sorceress riding him gave a challenging smirk as she lowered the lance. I leapt forward into a charge. Emma's legs tightened around my belly in an attempt to hold on. I could feel her movements as she raised the lance. The dragon was several feet taller than I. The opposite sorceress had the advantage. We drew closer and closer, and the ground shook as the dragon charged past. I heard a loud crunching sound, then felt Emma careen backward with the rough force of the other rider's lance as it smashed against her shield. Damn it, we lost a point. Emma gasped in pain. I slowed my steps as we neared the end of the field. "My arm," Emma moaned. "Fuck, it hurts." "Are you all right?" I asked. Broken arms were common during jousts. I didn't want Emma getting hurt. "It's just bruised," she gasped as we rounded the corner. "That bitch packs a mean punch." "Give it right back to her." I charged again, picking up speed. The dragon and I faced off. He had a glittering menace in his black eyes, flames flickering from his mouth as I drew near. Emma was prepared this time. She had her lance aimed before the other sorceress decided on her target, and her body weight shifted forward as she rammed the lance into the shield of the other rider. It knocked the dragon sorceress sideways and nearly tossed her off her mount. "Well done, Nona Wilka," I cheered. We rounded the corner for the last time. We were both tied up. This would determine who won. The dragon and I catapulted at full speed. The crowd was roaring. The sound made my ears ring. Emma and the dragon sorceress lowered their lances at the same time and aimed. It would be close. I heard the shattering of a lance as I ran past the dragon and looked back. Emma had broken her lance as she rammed it against the opposite rider's shield, but she hadn't gotten hit herself. We'd won the joust. But the dragon and his rider weren't willing to give up yet. The sorceress turned around and shot a spell at Emma, knocking her off my back. She went rolling to the ground, and I jerked to a halt. The other marked slid down her dragon's back and began running at us with raised hands. "Emma!" I shouted, but it was all I had time to say, because the earthquake beneath my paws told me a dragon was coming. I spun out of the way as a blast of flame ignited the ground where I just stood. The dragon roared and extended his jaws, but I jumped out of the way of his snapping fangs and instead ran to the wings, where I grabbed a good chunk in my teeth. I jerked my head to the side, ripping a hole in the dragon's sensitive membranes. The shifter roared in pain. He moved his tail overhead to crush me, but I let go of the wing and rolled out of the way. The tail came crashing down, and the spikes got stuck in the earth. As the dragon unsuccessfully tried to lift it from the earth, I jumped in the air and rammed him in the shoulder. My blow was so powerful, it sent the dragon crashing onto his side. He roared in frustration, emitting a barrel of fire from his insides as I jumped onto his sensitive stomach. I sank my claws in to get a good hold. Before the dragon knew what was going on, I put my fangs to his throat. "Stay down or I'll kill you," I warned. The dragon froze and didn't move again. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as Emma and the other sorceress waged war. The marked opposite Emma sent illusion spell after illusion spell in the direction of my mate. Emma had to dive and roll in order to avoid being hit by the other sorceress's complicated magic. Glittering purple balls of electricity rocketed at Emma from the hands of the other marked, exploding once they hit the earth. Her teeth were bared in concentration. She knew if she didn't win this, it was all over. But Emma's whole life had been about training to be on her toes, and she could maintain her balance and outmaneuver the other sorceress with ease. The other marked eyes grew large when Emma got close. Emma unleashed her sword, then kicked the sorceress's legs out from under her. Emma aimed the sword at the mark's heart, breathing intensely with a deadly look in her eyes. Slowly, the other sorceress raised her hands in surrender, and the crowd went wild. I got off the dragon and changed back. Across the way, Lord Lucian was applauding loudly, a large smile on his face. It hit me that we'd managed to make it past the first round, and I smiled in relief. That was a good fight. The dragon had changed back and was looking at me in approval. He extended a hand for me to shake, and I took it. I've never had anyone beat me in a duel before. My best friend is a dragon. I know their weak points, I said with a shrug. What's your name again? I didn't catch it during the ceremony. Philip. My mate is Margot, he replied. I don't have to ask who you are. Everyone knows. Though I'm not sure about your mate. I haven't seen her around before. Emma. She's new here, I said. If you don't know her, you will soon enough. She has a bit of a temper. I don't think she'll go down easy. Philip laughed. I'd better go talk to my mate. She's probably hopping mad right now, though she doesn't want to show it. Opposite the field, Emma was shaking hands with Margot. Margot seemed similarly genuine, although more disappointment shone behind her gaze than Philip's. If anything, he seemed relieved. I hope you win the contest. If you can beat me, you deserve it. Philip let out a sigh. Now I can get my father off my back. Pesky dragon families, you know. As Philip walked off, Emma ran at me. She jumped into my arms and flung her own around me. Ethan, we won the joust. That we did. I spun her around and held her close. I swore I'd gotten my wings right then as she clung me tightly to her. This had to be what flying felt like. I put her back down on the ground. Her hands rested on my shoulders as she said, I'm glad you're not hurt, though my arm really freaking hurts. We can have Lord Lucian look at it back at the tent, I said. For now, let's get some food in you. You need to keep up your strength. I put my arm around her as we left the field. Only 3 more rounds to go. Yet each round after this would only get more difficult. This was just the beginning.
Chapter 22. Emma. We'd gotten past the first round, but I'd almost gotten killed out there. Miss Dragon Lady had nearly smoked me with one of her bombs. Lord Lucian said my arm was fine, but I wouldn't be able to move it much tomorrow. He cast an illusion spell to trick my brain into thinking it was okay, so I could use it like normal during the competition without feeling any pain. It would last until the contest was over, then I'd pay for it the next day. Ethan had told me I'd made fighting Margot look easy, but I hardly believed him. A couple of those magical balls had fried my hair as they whizzed past. If Margot was the easiest thing to get past in this competition, then we were in trouble. I was embarrassed about my breakdown earlier. I had to pull myself together. I had completely lost my shit while watching the joust. I couldn't do that again. I needed to be strong. For the rest of the tournament, I wasn't going to show one bit of fear no matter what happened. I was here. Time to stop crying about it and win. Though I was afraid we couldn't win. Not without a little bit of help. Ethan had ducked out of the tent for a moment to talk to Lucian. I kneeled before the trunk and opened it. I ruffled through the clothes inside and pulled out a small black box that I'd snuck in under my cloak. I checked over my shoulder to make sure no one was watching, then opened it. The dark necklace, the one I'd stolen from Lady Corva. I'd snuck it out of my dorm this morning and into the tourney tent before anyone noticed. I'd only brought it just in case and left it behind during the first round, but now it was clear we needed an edge. I didn't want to cheat, but this competition was way harder than I thought it would be. There was too much at stake here. Our lives were on the line, not to mention the fate of the country. Ethan and I had to use every advantage we could get. Queen Antonia told me there'd be big problems if I didn't make sure Ethan won. She'd make me pay if we didn't get that crown. She'd go after my mom, my friends, everyone I loved. Not to mention, there was the problem of Elijah and Gabby. They'd run Christina through without flinching during the joust. They'd even seemed happy about it. It was so sick and twisted. If they could do something so horrible to her just to get past the first round of the contest, there was no telling how they'd ruin the country if they got in control of it. They didn't care about people. All they cared about was power. And people would die if Gabby and Elijah won, which I wasn't willing to risk. I had no choice. My magic wasn't strong enough to work on its own. I was only a first year for crying out loud. Then came the worst consequence of all, Ethan. I needed to keep him alive. I would do anything to get him through this contest in one piece. Whether we won or not, this was a deadly competition. If there were personal consequences to me for saving his life, so be it. Was unsealing magic really all that bad? I wasn't convinced that it was. All my professors had beat it into my head that unsealing magic couldn't be trusted, but maybe they were close-minded. Still, Ethan had warned me there were harsh consequences for Seelie Fae using dark magic. Was this contest really worth the risk? Milana, help me, I pleaded. Tell me what to do. I got no response from the goddess herself. This was a hopeless decision. Just as I was about to put the necklace back, I turned toward the head of the tent and my heart leapt into my throat. It was the hag, the one who told me I was the world weaver. She still appeared as formidable and harrowing as ever. I felt a shiver run up my skin as I took in her frightening appearance. How had she gotten in here? She'd come in instantly, silent, appearing in my tent with no forewarning. My prayer. Milana must have sent her. I extended my hand, revealing to her the dark necklace. What should I do? What are Milana's instructions? I asked the hag. Should I use unsealing magic or not? The hag didn't respond, just stared at me with hollowed eyes. I tried another way. If I don't use this, what will happen? I questioned hoarsely. Will we survive? It was then that the hag moved her pale lips. If you do not seek the power of the dark necklace, the prince will die. I felt my mouth go dry. Bile rose in my mouth at the thought. Ethan, dead. I'd do everything I could to prevent that. Will we win the contest? He will be king, the hag responded, but only if you do what you must. That settled it. I remembered that the Fae of old didn't like to be thanked, so instead I replied, I'll remember this. The hag bowed her head to me before, in a wisp of wind, she vanished. A thick weight had settled in my gut. I had to use the necklace, whether it was black magic or not. There was too much at stake. I put the necklace on underneath my armor and covered it up with the fur cloak. Ethan didn't need to know about this. He was too much of a goody-two-shoes. He wasn't willing to bend the rules and compromise his morals in order to keep the nation and its people safe. Good thing he had a queen that had no such reservations. I'd just closed the trunk when Ethan came into the tent. Kiara and Odette joined him. None of them seemed happy, not even Odette. What's going on? I asked, intuitively knowing something was wrong. Albin's dead, Odette said. She sniffed as if something so horrible was hard for her to say out loud. What? The alicorn shifter whose mate died in the joust? I asked. I wanted to add, who Gabby killed, but didn't because I didn't know who was listening outside our tent. Yes, Kiara said sadly. It's awful. How did he die? I asked. Ethan's mouth was thin. A member of his court went to check up on him after the joust. They found him in his tent with a note saying he wouldn't go on without his mate. He took his own life. A hand went over my mouth. By the gods. Something awful crossed my mind. Are they sure it was a suicide? My eyes went to Ethan's, and we were both thinking the same thing. I wouldn't put it past Elijah and Gabby to finish the job. Kiara nodded. There were members of his court standing watch outside their tent. Nobody went in or out during or after the joust except Albin, and people were with him up until the point he was alone. Not to mention the knife used was clearly his, and the note his handwriting. My stomach churned. In my opinion, Albin might have ended his life, but it was Elijah and Gabby that had killed him too. There was no reason for Gabby to do what she did. She could have won the joust without murdering Christina. She just did it because she gained pleasure from the act. Gabby might be a princess of flame, but I was one of ice, and I was going to freeze her out of this fucking competition. So what are we going to do about us? I asked Ethan. Albin killed himself, but Christina didn't. And I think I'm pointing out the obvious when I say we need to watch our backs. I've already talked to Stefan. He and Theo are going to guard the tent during the competition. Ethan said, with 2 people already dead, we can't take any chances with people tampering with our things.
I'll taste all your food, Odette vouched. I want to make sure there's no poison.
That's very kind of you, Odette, but I'm sure we'll be fine, I said. Ethan had forced some food into me after the joust, but I didn't think I could take another bite the rest of the day. I was too nauseous. The trumpet sounded again to summon us to the next round. Ethan and I headed back to the field, where the contestants were gathered around the gate. I looked around at the contestants who were left. So many had been eliminated by the joust. There were still participants from every faction, but I bet they'd be gone after the race was over. Shifters were transforming for the race. Ethan changed, and I climbed onto his back. I was damn well lucky I'd had horse riding lessons growing up. I loved riding, but never got why Mom let me continue with lessons, as we couldn't afford it. Little did I know she was teaching me how to ride a shifter. I'd never told Ethan this, but secretly, I loved being on top of him. He felt so strong and powerful. He could run faster than any horse I'd ever been on. His strides were long and lengthy, and they moved fluidly with my body. I never worried about falling off with him. Being with him in this way just felt natural. The crowd roared again as we entered the field. It'd been completely changed since the joust. Now the field was set up like a giant, winding racetrack. Various targets were placed around multiple obstacles. There was a large black pit of bubbling goo, a couple of jumps, and several barricades that the contestants all had to pass in order to reach the finish line on the other side. They were so large, not even a dragon could cross over them easily. Whoever reached the finish line first was important, but hitting targets along the way with the crossbow was even more critical. The winner of the race received 10 points, but there were many more targets scattered around the arena. You could win the race by hitting targets instead of coming in first. I planned to shoot down as many as I could while Ethan dealt with the obstacles. Lady Magdalena strolled to our side as we came to the starting line. I hadn't seen my sponsor since the tournament had begun. I didn't know where she'd been until now. She was wearing a glittering, gossamer dress that seemed so light and airy. I didn't know how she wasn't floating above the ground. She was carrying a small, one-handed crossbow, which she pressed into my hand, along with 24 tiny arrows in a small quiver. "Stay vigilant, Emmeline," she said. "Not everything in this race is what it seems." She wandered away and took a seat by Queen Antonia, who was in the royal box on the ground level of the arena. Antonia's cold eyes surveyed me in a clear message. Don't mess this up. I tied the quiver to my sword sheath, then put an arrow into the crossbow as Ethan lined up with the other shifters. The other sorceresses already had their crossbows at the ready. Gabby pointed hers at me and pretended to shoot, giving a harsh laugh. I rolled my eyes and set my gaze forward. The shifters anxiously danced on the starting line, eager to break free. I gathered a chunk of Ethan's fur in my left hand and held on tight. A shudder quivered through his form at my touch. I looked ahead to the jumps. All of them were significantly high, and what was worse, they were all on fire. Because this wasn't hard enough. I prayed that Ethan's fur wouldn't ignite like a candle when we passed over them. A gunshot went off, and Ethan sprang forward. The contestants slammed into each other and pushed each other out of the way in order to gain the lead. Wind blew back my braid, and the snow picked up, becoming thick chunks careening through the air. I clung on tightly with my thighs as Ethan sailed over the first jump. The flames licked at my boots, and I felt heat press all around me. When we landed, Ethan continued running toward the next jump. We hadn't been burned. The first target neared. I closed one eye, took shot, and missed. As Ethan leapt over 2 jumps in a row, I reloaded and fired twice more. Again, my arrow sailed on past their target. Fuck, I swore and reloaded the crossbow. This time, the target was on my left side. I decided to experiment and switched the weapon to my left hand. This time when I shot, the arrow hit right on the bullseye. I was a better shot with my non-dominant hand. Strange, but whatever. I lifted my left hand again and pulled the trigger. The arrow hit its intended target. I quickly reloaded and shot again. I hit yet another target and the crowd cheered. That was the last of the jumps. Ethan was running neck and neck with an alicorn and a dragon. Elijah had taken the lead. Gabby was hitting every target they passed. I picked up the pace, reloading arrows as quickly as I could and gathering points. The jumps ended and we made it to the next obstacle, the barricades. They were long spikes that jutted out of the ground next to spears that sat at an angle. It looked like some sort of medieval death wall used in battle. Flying had been banned for this round of the contest, so it was against the rules to soar over the barricades. The task was to find another way around, to show your intelligence. Most of the contestants skidded to a stop as they approached the barricade, eyes flashing as they considered how to get around it. An alicorn ahead of us tried to jump over the barricades and speared himself in the shoulder. His sorceress had to take a knife out and cut him free while he screamed in pain. Ethan paced at the barricades, taking deep breaths. His tone was thick with frustration. "These damn things. How the hell are we supposed to get through?" "Calm down. We'll find a way around it." I felt insanely pressured to do something. Next to us, Elijah and Gabby were slowly working their way around the spikes. Elijah had changed back into a human, and although it was slow going, the two of them managed to slither on through the barricade like the snakes they were. Although Gabby ended up tearing her calf in the process. She cried out in pain, blood spurting through the wound. Elijah transformed into a wolven and hefted her onto his back as they pressed on to the next part of the race. What Elijah and Gabby had done worked, but I didn't want to chance Ethan and me getting stabbed with one of those spikes. Other contestants were trying it in the same way, and they weren't getting very far. Especially the dragon couple. They'd almost tripped, and the guy was so big that a spear had stabbed his shoulder. His mate grabbed him and saved him from getting impaled at the last second. "I have an idea." I drew my sword and began hacking at the spears. I didn't expect them to break so easily, but was shocked when the blade cut through the wood like butter. The barricade didn't react like I expected it to, but I wasn't asking questions. I just hacked away at the spikes and spears like no tomorrow until I'd cleared enough of a path that Ethan could jump over and safely to the other side. The pit was next. A bubbling black pit of tar was the only thing that remained between us and the finish line. A couple of contestants had caught up to us and jumped right into the pit in an attempt to swim across, but they sank instantly. The dragon couple was drowning in the goop. They gasped for air as the goo pulled them downward like glue, preventing an escape. Elijah snarled as he paced back and forth at the pit's edge, unsure of what to do. Gabby was barking orders at him, but it didn't appear that she had any idea what to do. It was another test of our creativity. There had to be a way across the pit. We needed to use magic. Lady Magdalena told me if illusions were powerful enough, they could become reality. I needed to create an illusion that was strong enough to become real. I lifted my hands and closed my eyes. I tried to envision something that would help us cross, and ended up thinking of a bridge. I felt the metal of the dark necklace hiding beneath my cloak glow and become warm. It became hot against my skin, stinging, almost unbearable, but I refused to acknowledge the pain. We had to get across somehow. I wasn't using my own abilities to create the spell. I was drawing unseelie magic from the necklace itself. The snow that was falling from above swirled to create a bridge of ice that crossed over the black pit, connecting from this side of the obstacle to the other. Ethan didn't hesitate. He raced over the bridge as I sagged forward onto his back, trying to catch my breath. The spell took so much energy. My body felt loose and watery. I was so weak. "Emma, can you hear me?" Ethan said softly. I stirred on his back, feeling like I was going to pass out. My vision was darkening. I forced myself to remain conscious and said, "Yes, Ethan, I'm with you." Once the other sorceresses saw what I did, they all copied me and created bridges of their own to climb over the barricades with, though not all of their spells worked. Some illusions weren't powerful enough to hold their weight. Others got halfway up the bridge before the illusions failed and caused them to go tumbling down into the pool. A griffin couple wailed in pain behind us, but I turned my head forward and didn't look back. I didn't want to know their fate. Once we got over the pit, the snow around us got worse. It turned into hail, and the skies darkened as the storm turned into a full-out blizzard. It became difficult to see what was ahead. The weather couldn't cooperate for 5 more minutes, could it? Yet the finish line was in sight, and Ethan and I were in the lead. We were going to win this thing. Then everything changed in a moment. The blizzard increased its intensity until all that was around us was a blank whiteness that enveloped everything. The snow was so fierce I couldn't see anything. Not the arena, not the other contestants, not the racetrack. I could barely see the hand in front of my own face. Ethan's white fur became one with the blizzard. A crackling sound met my ears and the ground below us turned to ice. A deadly cold settled on my body and deep within my bones. It was an unnatural cold, something I'd never experienced in my life and had nothing to compare to. We'd had bad winters in Michigan growing up, but this was beyond anything I'd ever experienced. I'd never been so cold. I could be dunked naked in a freezing lake in the middle of the Arctic and it would have seemed like summer. It was unbearable. Ethan had halted completely. His fangs were bared as he moaned with obvious agony. "I can't move," he forced out. "I'm frozen." I was freezing too. My body was slowly becoming a statue from my feet upward. I tried to move my legs and found them stuck. We were literally becoming blocks of ice. "Emma," Ethan gasped, but said nothing more. I squeezed my chilled fingers into his fur and tried to work out a way out of this. Something about this didn't feel right. I shouldn't have been able to manipulate the snow I'd used to create an ice bridge earlier, even with the necklace helping me. I wasn't an elemental. The weather didn't obey my command. Unless the snow wasn't really snow. It's not real, I realized. The snowstorm was an illusion. The whole race was. The targets, the obstacles, even the storm. All it had ever been was a grand illusion. I wouldn't have been able to make that snow bridge earlier if the snow had been real in the first place. "It's not real," I gasped. Ethan's eyes widened with realization. "An illusion," he whispered, "but a powerful one." Indeed, it was strong enough to hold on past the realization that it was fake. I knew what we were experiencing wasn't there. It was a spell cast on our minds by sorceresses, but damn if it didn't still hurt regardless. "I can't break this myself. I don't have enough magical energy," Ethan argued. "No one does." I did, but I couldn't tell him how. "Ethan, just leave it to me." "What are you going to do?" I didn't answer. Instead, I focused my energy inward on the necklace. I imagined the cold lifting, the storm breaking, warmth returning to the earth again. It didn't happen right away. But once again, the dark necklace burned my skin, and I felt its power channel into me. I forced it outward with my palms, and the blizzard was blasted back, displaying a clear path from here to the finish. I'd destroyed the illusion. Not just for me, for everyone. "You did it! The illusion broke!" Ethan cried. "I can see the finish!" A jet-black shock of pain ricocheted up my spine as the spell left my body, causing my eyes to roll backward. The insane cold melted away to be replaced by warmth and sunlight. This time, I did pass out, but Ethan was there to catch me. I fell forward onto his back, darkness enveloping me as the sound of his steady paws beat onward toward what I hoped was the end.
"Ethan, is she all right? It's been a while."
"All of you, give her some air. She needs the rest. What she did out there wasn't natural. I've never seen such power in my—" "Back off!" That was Ethan. He sounded really protective and intense. There was a wet washcloth dotting sweat away from my face. My eyes fluttered open. I was back in the tent, lying on the bed. Ethan was hovering over me. He was the one holding the washcloth. His eyebrows were knitted together in concern. I noticed that my armor, as well as Ethan's, had been removed, and we were only wearing our tourney colors. Odette, Delmare, and Kiara were close by. They'd gathered around the bed and seemed as worried as Ethan was. "What's going on?" I hated how faint my voice sounded. My stomach churned, and a pounding headache expanded across my temple. Man, this sucked. "We won the race," Ethan said, "but only by a hair. Elijah and Gabby came in second." He paused for a moment, then added, "But we wouldn't have won at all if you hadn't cast that spell." There was a beat of silence before Kiara spoke. "Emma, how did you do that?" Kiara whispered. "How you broke that illusion? It shouldn't have been within the power of a high priestess." Ethan's gaze landed on mine inquisitively. I licked my lips and said, "I don't know. I just did what I had to do, I guess." Kiara's lips pressed together. She knew I wasn't telling the truth. "What about the other contestants?" I pressed a hand to my mouth. I felt like I was going to puke. "Nearly everyone made it to the end, but only a few are going on to the next round. The Griffin couple froze to death," Ethan said. "How could they have froze to death? The snowstorm wasn't real," I said in confusion. "Powerful illusions can trick the mind into believing that they're experiencing whatever the eyes see," Ethan said. "In bitter cold, the organs slowly shut down. That's what happened to the Griffin couple. They convinced themselves the whole thing was real." Never mind. I was going to puke. I gagged. Ethan lunged for a bucket. He handed it to me seconds before I tossed up the remnants of my earlier meal. The room spun again. Ethan was at my side again with a glass of water. I sipped it slowly, trying not to throw that up too. Delmare sat on the bed and rubbed my back. "You're one tough bitch, lady. I would have lost by now."
"Yeah, you've made it halfway through," Odette piped optimistically. "Just 2 more rounds to go." I groaned. I put the bucket on the other side of the bed and lay back. Delmare took the glass of water. Ethan brushed his hands against my cheek lightly. "Take some time to recover. We've got a few hours before the next round," Ethan whispered. "You probably need a nap." Fucking probably. My eyes were already drifting shut. I heard footsteps as Delmare, Kiara, and Odette left the tent, but not Ethan. I felt the mattress dip as he slid next to me. He pulled me against his chest. I counted the beats of his heart as he wrapped his arms around me before I shivered. It felt like that harsh cold from earlier had settled in among my insides and wouldn't move. I was grateful for the shifter warmth that Ethan provided. It settled over me like a blanket and soothed my fears. "Hey." He rubbed my arms up and down, creating friction there. Hot damn, if only we didn't have 2 more rounds to go and I didn't feel like shit. I'd be busy trying to get those pants off of him and seeing what he had under there. I mean, the guy was missing a leg, but not the leg that mattered. "Hey." I coughed a few times and snuggled into his chest. Never cuddled with a guy before, but this was nice. Wish it wasn't right after I just hacked up breakfast. "Are you sure you're okay to continue?" If I heard him right, his voice sounded a little choked up. "I'm really worried about you. You scared me back there." He was being so sweet. I smiled slightly and inhaled his woodsy scent. It sent a thrill from my nostrils right down to my panties. "It was just a tough round. I'll be fine after a break." Ethan didn't answer. His fingers were lightly stroking my braid. It was putting me to sleep. "I'll warn you, I'm a loud snorer," I yawned. He chuckled. "Maybe I think that's cute." "You won't when it keeps you awake." "Trust me, Em. I could sleep through the next war. Noise doesn't bother me." I scoffed. "Whatever you say." Ethan leaned down. I wasn't sure what he was doing until my entire form melted as his lips pressed against my forehead. He'd kissed me on the head. Oh my gosh. I felt like I was glowing or something. My insides fluttered with joy. It was crazy how such a small gesture could have so much meaning behind it, and I felt every bit of it. Ethan Nowak actually cared about me. Did I dare to believe he loved me? Because gods did I love him, now more than ever. This contest was bonding me to him like nothing else could. I moved my legs to make myself more comfortable. One of them ended up lying over Ethan's. I felt the cold metal of his prosthetic press against my calf through his clothing. His entire body stiffened with shock. It was like he wanted to cringe away, like he wasn't ready for me to acknowledge that it was there. "It's okay," I breathed. I tangled my legs with his, and Ethan relaxed. His arms drew me tighter to his form. My body ached as my thoughts weaved in and out of dreamland. The King's Contest didn't have accommodations for disabled people. I needed to suck it up. Ethan had problems too. I wasn't the only one who had issues to work around. He was getting by just fine.
Ethan's disability is a bit different. He's missing a leg. You're missing an immune system, functioning organs, and just about everything fucking else. I was exhausted. And we were only 2 rounds into this thing. If we were going to win, we had 2 more to go. And the last one would be a literal fight to the death. I didn't think I'd make it that far. I was ready to collapse with the end of the 2nd round. My body wasn't going to let me go through yet another part of this competition. I needed rest. I needed a shower and a bed. I needed to go home and pretend this was all a bad dream. But I loved Ethan, and I was doing this for him. I'd used black magic for him without blinking an eye, and I'd do it again. I didn't care about the cost. He needed me to hold on and make it through this thing. So I would. I'd put that crown on his head even if it killed me.
Chapter 23. Ethan. I was terribly concerned about Emma. She didn't look good. Forget that. It was an understatement. She didn't look well. In fact, if I had to put it into words, she looked like the epitome of walking death. I hated myself for doing this to her. I'd put her in this situation. I wished I'd abandoned the throne and not gone through with the contest at all. And yet we were so close. We were halfway through. Our chances of succeeding had increased drastically. There were only a few more couples we had to beat. The crown was literally within our grasp. We'd fallen asleep together in the tourney tent. She slept for far longer than I did. I wanted to remain in bed forever and listen to the sound of her steady breaths as they rose in and out of her gorgeous body. It was an enchanting rhythm that sounded sweeter than any music in the world. I hoped that she didn't care about my leg. Maybe she was okay that there were parts of me missing, but I was too afraid to ask. I shook her awake a half an hour before the 3rd round began. She didn't want to eat, but I begged and pleaded with her until I was able to force some bread and soup down her throat. It was late afternoon at this point, and she needed to keep her strength up. Emma seemed a little better after the nap. Her eyes shone brighter and clear. Emma stood tall and fastened the sword hilt around her, which I had taken off after the 2nd round. We got our armor back on just before we were called to go. Kiara entered the tent. "It's time." She glanced at Emma, then sent me a disapproving look that made me uneasy. She didn't need to drop hints. Kiara obviously thought that Emma was lying about the 2nd round. Everyone in the audience had been stunned. The officials, too. An illusion like that had never been broken before during the contest. It had taken several sorceresses to cast and was exceptionally strong. Emma was a first-year marked who barely knew her way around a spell. How she'd managed to break that illusion and end the blizzard was beyond me. Yet I knew Emma was lying too, but I didn't know what about or why. She had help breaking that illusion. She had to. But for now, I didn't think it wise to ask. The past was behind us now, and we had to keep moving forward. Maybe I just didn't want to know the truth. Emma put a hand to her forehead and grabbed onto the table to keep herself steady. I immediately rushed to her side, my hands on her hips to keep her upright. "Emma, steady now." I hoped she wouldn't faint again. She grimaced. "Cast an illusion spell." "What?" "Make me look pretty. I can't go out looking like this. It'll make me seem weak," she said. She was right. Her face appeared taut, and dark circles had formed under her eyes. The officials wouldn't consider her strong enough to go on. I waved my hand, and violet sparks flashed out of my fingers. The dark circles faded, and color popped into her cheeks as her red hair brightened and skin smoothed. It looked like she'd just walked into a salon and gotten a complete makeover. She gave a heavy sigh as she glanced at the mirror. "There. Much better." I held a vacant expression. Emma might look better, but she didn't have me fooled. I bet she still felt awful. "Why do your eyes do that?" she asked. Her gaze narrowed. "Turn purple when you cast." "Oh, that? I'm not sure," I said, shrugging my shoulders. "It's just something that happens." Odd." Kiara handed a glass bottle to Emma, one that had a sparkling blue substance inside. "Here, drink this. It's one of my sister's potions. It'll give you energy for the task ahead." Emma popped the cork and started chugging. The potion was gone in mere seconds. A smile brightened her face. Thanks, Kiara. I can actually feel it working. Don't thank me. You need it. Kiara led the way back to the field. The doors were closed to the arena this time. Steward Solomon stood outside of it, while contestants and sponsors chattered in low voices outside. An earth-shattering roar silenced the contestants and caused the crowd to cheer. That didn't sound like it came from a dragon. Several contestants blanched. Steward Solomon proceeded forward. For this task, contestants shall enter the field one by one with their chosen mates, he began. Inside are several monsters, each hand-picked by officials. All mated pairs will have to fight a different monster, one that the officials believe challenge your and your mate's weakness. Slay the creature and you shall move on to the next task. Surrender or lose your life, and you shall not proceed beyond this point. There were 3 other mated pairs beside Emma and I. Gabby and Elijah were one of them. The only other people who'd made it this far were a dragon couple and an alicorn. Everyone else had been eliminated. Order shall be determined by your placing in the last round, Solomon finished. Prince Ethan, Miss Sosna, you're up first. Hell of a lot better than going last. Lord Lucian strode beside us. His expression was pale and grim. I was shocked when he drew both of us into a tight embrace. Stay safe out there, he said gruffly. You can beat this thing. Use what I taught you. When he let us go, I could tell by the look on his face he was worried. That wasn't a good sign at all. Lucian rarely lost his courage unless there was something to be concerned about. Emma drew her sword. I drew my own as the gates opened to let us through. They shut behind us with a resonating thud. The field was completely empty, save for a cage that had been placed at the opposite end. The cage was made up of thick walls of steel, so we couldn't see what was inside. The box wavered violently on its place on the ground, as if whatever was inside was trying to break out. My heart jumped up to my throat. What kind of monster had the officials picked for us to battle? What creature inside could possibly challenge the weaknesses between Emma and I? The door to the cage was yanked upward by the magic of sorceresses, and from within the darkness sprang a monster I'd prayed we wouldn't get. The monster stood nearly 20 feet tall. It walked on 4 reptilian legs that ended in sharp claws, gray, matted fur all over its body. Its tail was long and feathered, and around its shoulders was a black mane of fur. The face was goat-like, with large nostrils and pointed ears. The creature had 4 yellow eyes, 2 on each side of its head, and large antlers that were red with dried blood. There was something oddly humanistic about its features that only added to its bothersome form. It was a BS, a type of demon. They were commonly referred to as minions of Droga and originated from the underworld. How had the Circle managed to get their hands on one? The BS opened its mouth and bellowed, revealing 3 rows of jagged, sharp teeth. It pointed its antlers down and charged at us full speed. Emma and I both scattered in different directions. It took the BS seconds to cross the arena. When it missed both of us, the monster rose up on its hind legs and screeched again, crashing down to the earth. The ground quivered beneath us. I lost my balance and went down, although Emma managed to stay on her feet. The monster turned and faced me. Staring into its vicious eyes was like looking directly into the pit of hell. Emma gave a wild scream and charged at the BS. She jumped onto its back with her sword raised and stabbed it near the base of the spine. Her blade connected and dug in. The BS screeched and kicked her off. She went flying several feet, her sword rolling away from her. When I saw that the monster had hurt her, white-hot rage flooded my system. I didn't care that this was a monster I'd never fought and didn't think I could kill. All I wanted was to destroy it and teach it to never touch my mate again. I brought my sword up and hurled myself at the BS head on. I aimed for cutting the tendons in its legs, but the monster lashed out with its front claws. I had to jump and duck to avoid getting sliced open as the BS attacked. I felt its hot breath swarm around me as I rolled out of the way of its sharp teeth. My cloak got caught in the monster's fangs, but it ripped so I could get free. Any closer, and the monster would have had me in its jaws. The BS gave out another great scream. I dove out of the way as it spun completely around so I wouldn't get crushed by the monster's giant feet. I noticed on the other side of the arena a long blood trail along with the feathery remnants of a limb. Emma stood smiling about the pile of feathers. She'd cut off the monster's tail. Now it was pissed. The BS completely forgot about me and charged after Emma. It lowered its antlers and picked up speed, shaking the ground in a thunderous charge. "Emma, get out of there!" I screamed. I gave chase, though I couldn't catch up with the BS while hauling my sword around. The sound of the crowd drowned out and became mute as my sights focused on my mate. The smile slid off of Emma's face. A visage of complete horror took over as she turned tail and ran in a zigzag pattern to try and get the BS off her tail. For as big as it was also agile. It had no trouble following after Emma until eventually it caught up with her. Its jaws snapped forward, and Emma screamed and tripped. She grabbed her sword and swung it upright just as the BS was going to sink its teeth into her. The sword ended up stabbing the creature in one of its giant eyeballs. The demon screeched and rubbed a paw over the eye that was currently gushing blood as Emma scampered away. I caught up with the BS. I stabbed my blade into its side, but barely broke the skin before it turned around. The monster lowered its head and hooked one of its antlers around my body. The BS threw its head back and sent me flying. I hurtled 10 feet and dropped my sword somewhere along the way before I came to a rolling stop on the grass. I groaned, feeling the hit my back had taken as I'd slammed against the ground. That wasn't an easy fall. I got on all fours and bared my teeth. Screw the sword. Time to do things the old-fashioned way, with teeth and claws. I transformed. A snarl emitted in my throat as I jumped skyward and landed on the monster's back. I sank my teeth into its shoulder, and immediately a vile taste filled my mouth. The BS rolled. I barely managed to avoid getting crushed under its weight. I ripped my mouth away and aimed for the jugular, but the monster reached backward and wrapped its long fingers around my form before it slammed me into the ground. Its sour breath filled my nostrils as it bent downward, fangs dripping saliva. I was certain I was done for until I heard Emma give a heathen cry behind me. There was a sound of blades slicing through sinew, and the BS loosened its hold on me. I wriggled free. Emma had stabbed the monster in the neck, but she'd missed the artery, and now her sword was stuck. She struggled to yank it out, eyes growing wide with fear as the monster hissed and reared back. "Leave it," I charged. I managed to snatch Emma up with my teeth, tossing her upon my back and getting her out of the way before one of the BS's claws sliced her in half. Emma's sword continued to stick out of the monster's neck, but it didn't do any damage. The beast merely scratched at it like it was a minor annoyance. Emma clung to my scruff as I raced to the other end of the arena so we could get a second to breathe and come up with a plan. "How are we supposed to kill this thing? It's immune to everything we've tried," Emma shouted. She slid off my back, and I changed. Not even my Wolven form was any use against this monster. It was like no matter what Emma and I did, the creature just shook it off. "Got any ideas?" Emma asked as the monster turned. It proceeded towards us in slow and deliberate movements. As it grew nearer, it began to crouch, like it was planning to deliver the final blow. This wasn't any good. To hunt a BS, you needed to stay far away and chuck things at them like bombs. We didn't have any of those, and now neither of us had our swords. It was dangerous getting close range with these things. We'd gotten lucky so far. One hit, and we were done for. But what we did have was magic. "Ethan!" Emma screamed as the BS went to spring. "What do I do?" "Use your magic," I screamed. "How?" "Get creative." I brought my hand backward before swinging it forward again, like I was pitching a ball. A jagged purple fragment, like the end of a spear, sailed through the air like a throwing knife. The magical weapon hit the front of the BS's chest and sank in, making blood squirt everywhere. The monster groaned in response. I threw several more, and all of them hit their target. Although they slowed the BS down, they didn't kill him. Blood covered his chest where my magical throwing knives had hit him, but it wasn't enough to destroy him. Emma had her eyes closed. Her hands had formed a circle before her chest, and in the middle of them was a large blue ball of light, one that was growing larger and larger by the second and was swirling with a magic I'd never seen before. My mouth dropped open in wonder. The ball of light crackled with intensity and power. How was she doing this? Emma's eyes opened, and the green of them flashed a bright blue before she shouted, "Ethan, stay back!" I didn't ask any questions. I just got the hell out of the way. Emma tossed the vibrant blue ball in her hands as the BS leapt to attack. The monster screamed, opening its mouth to devour us both. Its shadow loomed overhead, waiting to swallow us whole. Emma's ball of light sailed past the BS's mouth and down its throat. It was then she grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the way. We tumbled forward together as the BS sailed past us and crashed on the floor. Instinctively, I put my arms around her so I'd take the brunt of the fall. She landed on top of me, and I cried out as I smashed onto my hurt back again. I expected the BS to get up, but it didn't. It lay perfectly still, its body smoking. Emma and I slowly rose to our feet and approached the beast. Its eyes were blank, mouth dangling open. There was a large hole in its gut that Emma's magic had made, and organs were leaking out. The insides were black and smoldering, as if they'd been burned or frostbitten. By the gods, it was dead. Emma had done it. The roar of the crowd returned again, and it was deafening. We'd really given them a show. We'd certainly proved we deserved the monarchy with a performance like that. Roses and other flowers were tossed from the stands and onto the field as sorceresses came forward. They levitated the body of the beast out of the arena before another steel cage was brought in for the next contestants. As we left the arena, Steward Solomon's mouth was dangling open in shock. He quickly shut it before he ushered the next couple through. No more than a few feet away, a couple of lords had their heads together, flashing Emma looks of disbelief as we passed. Emma, that was incredible. I couldn't believe this was the same girl who'd struggled to lift a rock a few weeks ago during class. What had changed? It was the same way I'd killed the Black Claw recruit back in Detroit when he tried to murder me, Emma said. Just a lot bigger. When we got back to the tent, our entire court was waiting for us. Emma, holy shit! Delmare threw herself around Emma and squeezed her tight. That magic was incredible. Well done, man. Stefan clapped me on the back and handed me a beer, though I would have gotten it done in half the time. Of course you would. I handed the beer off to Alexei, because I didn't need to drink before this was all over. But it was really Emma's doing. Sure was, Odette cheered. She was on Theo's back and raised a fist in victory. We need to start planning things for the coronation party. Hold on, guys. Don't celebrate just yet, Emma said. There's still one more round to go. Yeah, and you'll totally crush it, Delmare said. You've only got to kick the last couple standing out of the competition. It should be easy compared to all the other challenges. I forced a grimace. I certainly hope so. Kiara was standing near the entrance of the tent. She barely smiled as we passed. Well done, both of you. Thanks, I said. I nodded to her and turned to the group. Can you guys give us a bit of space? Emma and I need to strategize. There were a few more claps and cheers as Emma and I ducked into the tent. Kiara eyed me before she swept away. Kiara wasn't dumb. She knew what was really on my mind. Once I was certain we were alone, I faced my mate. Emma, what's going on? I crossed my arms. A couple of weeks ago, you were struggling to do minor magic. Now you're flinging spells around like some master sorceress. Emma's expression hardened. Hey, maybe I do well under pressure, she said. Back off, all right? I raised an eyebrow. I didn't like that tone. I'm your mate and your partner for the contest. I deserve to know. If something's going on and you're using magic to manipulate our placings, you'd better tell me now. I made sure my voice sounded stern. Emma stared at me blankly. Then she sighed and removed her cloak, reaching inside her armor. It's this. I didn't recognize what she brought out, not at first, but when I caught sight of the black lace and the dark stone dangling from it, I put the pieces together. The necklace. The one we stole from Lady Corva. I'd forgotten all about it, and Emma was wearing it in the contest. My temper broke. I stormed forward and yanked the necklace off her neck. The lace snapped easily. The stone itself was blazing hot. I could feel it leaving blisters on my palm. "Hey!" Emma shouted. "Give that back!" "Like hell! Do you realize what's going to happen if this necklace is found on you? We'll be forced out of the contest," I hissed. I tossed it to the other side of the tent. I was furious. I didn't care where it went. "Kiara gave me a potion before the last round started. How is that any different?" she asked. "It was an energy potion. Those are allowed," I shouted. "Unseelie magic isn't." "Keep your voice down," she hissed. "So I cheated. So what?" "So what? Do you think this is a joke?" Emma stormed forward, her hands balled into fists. "Can you honestly say that if I hadn't had that necklace with me, that we would have survived that race or the fight with the monster? Because if I didn't, I'm pretty sure we'd be dead right now. I used dark magic to save your life." That shut me up. I knew she was right. We wouldn't have gotten this far without that necklace. One or both of us would have perished. Yet, that wasn't the only thing I was concerned about. "Did you honestly make this decision of your own accord without even bothering to consult me? I thought we were a team." "You don't understand. The hag came to me. She said this was the only way," Emma stated. "You saw the hag again and you didn't tell me?" By the gods, I just wanted to keep that thing away from her. "I prayed to Milona and asked for her help. She sent me the hag. She told me we wouldn't win unless we used the necklace," she insisted. "I don't want to win this way," I hissed. "I don't care what you want, Ethan. There's more we're risking than your honor if we lose," she snapped back. "You don't know what that necklace is doing to you. Stuff like this always comes with a price," I said. "And I'm willing to accept it in order to help us win." Emma's hand moved to her neck. She rubbed it as if it was bothering her. I knew what she wasn't saying. She was willing to accept the pain that came with dark magic in order to give me my dream. Such a thought gutted me. I had to take a few deep breaths in order to prevent myself from erupting. I came closer. "Show me your neck." "Fuck off." She cringed away from me. "Emma, I'm not giving you a choice." She hesitated for a moment before, slowly, she removed her hand. Underneath her armor and the tawny colors were harsh burn marks set into the skin where the necklace rested. The burns were bloody and discolored. The veins around the area were black, spider webs lacing over her porcelain skin. I felt sick to my stomach. By the gods, Emma. Seeing the way that necklace had burned her, it brought tears to my eyes. I could barely speak past the lump in my throat. The anger drained right out of me to be replaced with agony. "I did it for you," Emma forced out through a strained force. Tears rose up in her eyes, and a few broke free down her cheeks. "All of it was for you." Her words broke me. I was ready to pack up and go home. This was too much. My ambition was too much. If she was willing to use unseelie magic so I could become king? No, I wouldn't let that happen. I refused to allow my mate to sacrifice her good health so I could achieve my goals. I'd be no kind of mate if I allowed this to continue. I didn't deserve to marry Emma if my dreams required her suffering. I stepped away from her. "I'm going to the officials. We're withdrawing from the contest." Emma's mouth dropped open. "We can't drop out. We're in the last round," she protested. "Because we swindled the system. We shouldn't even be here," I hissed. "And if Gabby and Elijah get through to the last round and no one else does, you're just going to hand them the monarchy on a silver platter?" She spat. That got me to pause. "Didn't think about that, did you?" she asked quietly. "I've been watching them this whole tournament, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to win, Ethan, which means so do we." "I won't stoop to their level," I said firmly, "and I'm disappointed you thought you had to." Her eyes watered again. "I don't think you understand how this world works. You have to play dirty if you're going to get anywhere." "No, you don't get how this world works. You're new to everything here, Emma," I shouted. "I know you haven't had an easy life, but I lost my leg. My father died. I know better than anyone how terrible this world can be, but no matter how far I'm pushed, I won't bend my morals." Emma gave a soft, skeptical noise and whispered, You just haven't been pushed far enough." A heat of anger flared through me again, but it was there and gone in an instant. Being mad at Emma. Gods, it was so hard. And it was even harder to be upset with her when she'd been willing to hurt herself for my benefit. Yet she was right. We couldn't stop. We'd come too far, and there was too much at stake if we backed out. I lowered my voice and made it gentle. "All right. I understand why you did what you did, but we can't do it again. Just please promise me that you'll never use dark magic after this, and you won't use the necklace to get us through the last round of the contest. We play fair." Emma's resolve broke. "Fine," she said. "I won't use it in the last round. It's just a duel anyway. We can beat whoever's out there." I sure hoped so. Things fell quiet between us. We sat on opposite sides of the tent and didn't speak to each other. I hated the tension that was between us, but at the same time, I didn't know what to do about it. I felt guilty that we'd gotten this far at all, yet Emma had a point. We couldn't let Elijah and Gabby win, no matter what. Hours passed, and night fell. Eventually, Lord Lucian entered to deliver the news. The other two couples had died in their battles against the monsters. Elijah and Gabby were the only other couple to pass the last test. In the last round, we'd go head-to-head in a duel for the crown.
Chapter 24. Emma. I knew Ethan was disappointed in me, and it was the shittiest feeling in the world. He acted like I wanted to cheat. I desired to rip that necklace off my neck as we were fighting the bees last round. Having that thing on fucking hurt. It burned, not just my skin, but also my insides. I was starting to realize why our professors warned us about using unseelie magic. But we needed it, and badly. That monster would have killed us both if I hadn't used the necklace to save our asses. The monster would have killed Ethan. And dark magic or not, I'd do whatever it took to rescue him from a painful death. There was nothing on this earth, good or evil, I wouldn't do to save that man. Yet I promised Ethan I wouldn't wear it in the last round. We'd play fair in order to win. I thought that was a good compromise. Besides, I didn't need dark magic to kick Gabby's ass. I could do that all on my own. As we were getting ready to leave, I faced Ethan. "I'm sorry," I said. I grabbed his arm lightly and gave it a squeeze. "I didn't mean to upset you. I should have consulted you about using the necklace." Ethan's expression was hard to read. "What's past is past," he said. "We need to focus on what's ahead." He raised his hands and stroked a few fingers across my cheek. "I forgive you, and whatever happens next, know that I'm still proud of you." The small movement was enough to make my knees go weak. Ethan was such a god. He had this freaking power over me I couldn't explain. Before he'd chosen me as his partner for the contest, we'd merely been friends, but ever since that kiss, it was like the connection that drew me to him was getting stronger and stronger. The phantom remained in the back of my mind, but at the forefront was Ethan, and everything that he could do to me. And I wasn't talking sexually. The man had a connection to my soul that I couldn't describe. He could break me so easily with just his words, or a displeased look. I never wanted to let him down again. A cold winter wind blew by as we left the tent, and I shivered. It was nightfall by this point, the stars shining above like twinkling lights over the city. I was still tired, but the energy potion had given me enough strength to make it through this thing, along with pure spite. I wanted nothing more than to wipe the sneer off of Gabby's face and make her pay for killing Christina. Lord Lucian and Lady Magdalena were waiting outside of the field main gates. Gabby and Elijah were at the gates of the other side of the arena. We'd enter at the same time, bow to each other, and then the match would begin. Lucian appeared as stoic as ever. "The 7 gods are here. They are making their presence known at the crowning of the next king. You can feel them in the air." I couldn't feel anything, but Ethan nodded in agreement beside me. Lucian's eyes locked with mine and said, "Keep your wits about you, Emma. Ethan, come with me. We must strategize." Lucian beckoned Ethan to follow him with a jerk of his head. Lady Magdalena placed a hand on my arm. She gently led me away from Ethan so we could talk alone. "Lord Slodia and Lady Corva have prepared their son for this moment all their lives. You need to be on your guard, Emmeline, she whispered. This is no ordinary match. What do you mean? I asked. My heartbeat quickened in my chest. Elijah and his mate do not wish to leave any question as to who deserves the crown. They will seek to take your lives. Keep in mind that there are no rules, Lady Magdalena told me harshly. Gabriella is a student of mine. She's ruthless on the ice, and even more so out here. She won't hesitate to kill you. Save her life if you can, but whatever it takes, don't let her win. My mouth was dry. What if I can't do this alone? Call upon Milana for help, Lady Magdalena said. Gabriella has sworn herself to the Dark Lord, but you have chosen to follow the Queen of the Gods. She will appear to you today if you call her name. I didn't know if that was true. Right now, I couldn't sense anything magical or spiritual about this. All I felt, as much as I hated it, was fear. And it wasn't that I was afraid of Elijah or Gabby or even of dying. I was terrified of watching Ethan lose his dream. I thought death would be preferable to that. Promise me, Emmeline. Magdalena's fingers whitened on my arms. Promise me you won't walk out of that arena without a win. Mom had told me Lady Magdalena would ask me to do impossible things. I felt like this was only the start. I promise. She grimaced. Good. Let's get you ready. A half an hour later, Ethan and I stood side by side, waiting for the gates to open. We'd sharpened both our swords, and were now merely waiting for the moment when we'd be allowed to enter. Ethan looked nervous. His face was blanched, and he bounced next to me nervously. I wondered if he was cold or if he was just trying to burn off some anxiety. Emma, he started, and I looked toward him. We'll do this together. I reached out and threaded my fingers through his. Always. Ethan gave a forced smile. The doors opened, and I let go of his hand. As we entered, Gabby and Elijah proceeded toward us. We met in the middle of the arena. Elijah, as always, looked far too confident. He gave an obnoxious sneer, flashing his teeth as he laid a hand on the sword at his side. Gabby was mere inches from me. She let out a snarky laugh under her breath before she whispered, So you don't want to back out? You're the one who should be scared, I growled back. If only you have no idea what's coming. Gabby said nothing more. Trumpets sounded again. Ethan sank into a bow, and I copied him, giving a proper curtsy. Elijah barely dipped his head before he sprang forward, unleashing his weapon. But Ethan had been expecting it and was waiting for him. Ethan drew his sword and battered Elijah's way before the blade managed to nick his armor. Just like her mate, Gabby didn't finish her curtsy. She'd hardly bent her knees before I saw a flash of red magic zoom by my face. I ducked quickly to the side and let it whiz past. Those shitheads had attacked before the bows were even over. What dicks! Elijah and Ethan began an assault of swords that was both impressive and deadly. Their blades became a blur, and the sound of clashing steel rang out in the arena as their two weapons engaged again and again. I hardly had time to glance at them before I noticed Gabby charging at me, her weapon drawn. I drew my sword and brandished it in a wide arc as a last-minute line of defense. It ended up working and knocked Gabby off balance. She fell to the side, and I slashed forward, but she rolled out of the way and my blade hit nothing but air. Gabby's sword was lighter and smaller than mine, but she definitely knew how to use it. Her movements were agile and fierce. She came at me again and again. I didn't have time to plan my own offense while dealing with her sharp jabs and precise movements. Yet as I fought off her sword, I realized that I knew all her tricks. Ethan and I had practiced these maneuvers during Lord Lucian's class. They were nothing new to me. Gabby's eyes grew wide with surprise as she realized that I was able to anticipate her every move. But anticipation wouldn't be enough to win this fight. Gabby was a skater, like me, so I knew getting her to lose her balance was probably impossible. Instead, I counted her blows and paid attention to her style. This was all stuff Ethan had taught me how to do. Learn how your enemy fights, and then use it against them. I learned Gabby's weakness within a short time of sparring with her. She was too impatient. She wanted to kill me now. I got used to her timing, and when I thought I had the rhythm down, thrust forward. My sword scraped against her armor, and she gasped. She lashed out a kick to knock me off my feet, but I sprang away to a safe distance. A few seconds longer and my sword would have sliced her artery. That made her mad. I kept a cool head as Gabby ran at me full speed, her sword raised, a wild scream escaping her mouth. Our swords flashed as we dueled and came within arm's length. She raised a fist to punch me in the face. I swung aside to avoid it and purposefully smashed my forehead against hers. She fell backward, dazed. My head hurt, but a smile of rage spread across my mouth. I charged forward. Gabby rolled out of the way before my blade sank into the grass where her torso had been. As she sprang to her feet, Gabby's teeth were clenched with rage. A thrill of exhilaration went through me. She might have grown up in this society, but I was a better swordswoman. I had a natural talent for it, and I'd been taught to fight by Ethan Nowak, a prince of the Arcania. And she knew it. Instead of approaching me again, Gabby hung back, her eyes calculating as she tried to decide the next best way to get me down. A vicious snarling tore away my attention from her. Across the arena, Ethan and Elijah had abandoned their swords. They'd changed into Wolvens and were rolling on the ground, attempting to tear each other's throats out. Ethan whipped out his paw. His claws caught Elijah in the face and tore. Elijah gave a howl as a long gash ripped across his eye, spurting blood. The injury was so deep that I knew it would scar. In retaliation, Elijah lunged forward. He sank his teeth into Ethan's neck and pulled. Ethan yelped. I gasped, but as Elijah pulled his fangs away, I saw that he'd bitten into the shoulder more than Ethan's neck. It didn't look like Elijah had damaged anything major, but the blow had done heavy damage to Ethan. He moved slower and resisted putting weight on the shoulder Elijah had injured. Even worse, Ethan had sustained several injuries already and was bleeding. Red liquid poured heavily from his wounds and stained the ground. He breathed heavily, shaking his head as he backed up from Elijah. I wanted to run to him, make him safe, and put my sword through Elijah's skull, but I knew that getting in the way of the two alphas vying for dominance was a sure way to get myself killed. I hesitated, not knowing what I could do. Gabby saw that I was distracted and took her shot. She threw her sword to the side. As I jerked my head back toward her, I saw that a ball of red magic had formed in her right hand. She tossed it my way before I could move. Her blast hit me in the chest, sending shockwaves throughout my system. I went flying backward. My sword was knocked out of my hand, and I landed on my back 12 feet away from where I'd been standing. As I struggled to catch my breath, a horrible truth overcame me. I was a better warrior, but Gabby was a more proficient sorceress. Her magic could easily best mine any day. Gabby grinned wickedly as she approached. You'd better run. I scrambled to my feet. Another one of Gabby's magic bombs blasted near my feet. It tripped me up. I fell on my face again. I was hardly able to stand before I had to roll out of the way from another blast. I couldn't let myself get hit with another one of those spells again. Her magic had zapped my strength. I sent back a few bolts of blue magic right back at her, but without the necklace, they were weak and underpowered. I heard the crowd around me shout in confusion. I'd shown incredible magic in the last 2 rounds. They were probably wondering why I wasn't kicking Gabby's ass right now. As another one of her spells nicked my heel, I turned around. All right, I was done running. I faced Gabby and began chucking sapphire balls of light her way. They were the size of baseballs, and most fizzled out before they even made their way to her. One of the balls of light hit her, but it hardly left her winded before she shot another spell back at me. Her magic was stronger than ever. It smacked me in the face and smashed me into the ground. I saw stars and fought off the urge to pass out as I pushed myself onto my knees. I tried to gather the magic for another spell, but it didn't work this time. The ball of blue light in my hand sputtered and crackled before it disappeared completely, before I could even throw it Gabby's way. She proceeded toward me with hands glowing red, a cackle of malice growing in her throat. Shit, I was fucked. I was so fucked. I did the only thing I could. I abandoned the fight and ran to Ethan. By this time, Elijah had gained the upper hand. He grabbed Ethan by the scruff and tossed him a good 10 feet. Ethan went tumbling to the side and came sliding to a stop. The ground where he'd rolled was stained with blood. His legs shook as he attempted to get up. They refused to hold back his weight, and he collapsed. "Ethan!" Tears beaded my eyes. No, this couldn't be happening. Ethan was down. I couldn't take on Elijah and Gabby by myself. I needed him to rise up and fight. But he couldn't anymore. The duel with Elijah had taken too much out of him. I fell to my knees at his side, and my hands fisted into his white fur. Ethan shuddered. "I couldn't do it, Onawilka. I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault," I whispered. A tear ran down my cheek. After everything we'd done, everything we'd sacrificed, it was all for nothing. Gabby had rejoined Elijah. The black wolf stalked toward us with a raised lip, head down, his fangs streaked and red with Ethan's blood. "I'll tear off your remaining leg," Elijah growled, "along with all your other limbs." Ethan whimpered in pain. He couldn't fight back. Elijah had bested him. A shiver of terror ran up my spine. This was all over. We were going to lose. Gabby raised her hand. A red ball of magic, one equal to the spell I'd created in the last match, shone in her open palm. "Say goodbye, losers." I threw my arms around Ethan and held on tight. I closed my eyes and prayed that it would be quick. I didn't want to feel any pain, but more than that, I didn't want Ethan to suffer. Lady Magdalena's words forced their way into my mind. "Call upon Milana for help." I didn't think it would help this late in the match. I didn't see how. But I was out of options, and I wanted to stand a good chance at getting into the great hunting grounds if I was really going to die today. "Goddess, help me," I pleaded. "Show me the way." When I spoke those words from my heart, it was like the match paused. A soft feeling entered my chest, and my eyes fluttered open. Elijah and Gabby faded away. So did the arena. Even Ethan vanished from my side. Everything dissolved as I rose to my feet. The world around me became silent and steady. I was standing in a beautiful forest in the middle of springtime, golden light enveloping me in a warm, sunny embrace. I heard the sound of birds, and the leaves whispering, and the rushing sound of a brook as water trickled against the rocks. I even think I heard the voices of women far in the distance, laughing and singing against a new dawn. Milana was there. She looked the same as she had last time, a beautiful white doe, with twisting tree branches for antlers, a halo of light surrounding her form. The weakness and fear left my body as she proceeded toward me with graceful steps. As I stood in her light, peace came over me, giving me the feeling of coming home. "You cannot give up, World Weaver," Milana said gently. Her voice sounded musical and soft, like that of a mother. "Your time has not yet come." "Goddess, I can't beat them," I said. My head hung in defeat. "I've tried everything, and I've failed. Ethan and I can't win this. We don't have the power." "The power to become queen is inside of you," Milana whispered. "You need only to bring it to life and face the sun." Milana reached out and closed the space between us. Her soft muzzle met the place where my heart beat against my chest, and a radiating light burst from her touch. When her nose caressed my heart, something incredible happened. The forest around me vanished. Milana was gone, and the arena came rushing back. Ethan was still on the ground, and Elijah was still in his wolven form. Gabby was at his side, the spell still burning in her fingers. But I was looking down on them this time, not up at them. I was hovering above the ground, my feet dangling upon thin air. Both Gabby and Elijah were gazing at me with open mouths. I suddenly realized I was at least 20 feet above them. I had wings. They were in the shape of snowflakes, different shades of shimmering sapphire sparkling like diamonds across the length of their span. The edges of them were fringed with white, like frost, and the moonlight bounced off of their reflection, creating small rainbows that dazzled throughout the arena. They were the largest wings I'd ever seen on any sorceress, 12 feet on either side, and glowed with the silver light that moved fluidly. They beat of their own free will, keeping me suspended over the challengers below. Ethan weakly raised his eyes. A brightness illuminated his gaze as he took in the sight of me hovering above him like a noble protector. He was proud of me. That was enough to make me want to fly. I no longer felt tired or weak. Now I felt strong. Elijah bared his teeth and growled, "Well, what are you waiting for?" He barked at Gabby. "Go get her!" Gabby snapped her mouth shut. She brought out her wings and beat them furiously as she rose to my height. Magic burned in both of her hands now. She fired both shots at me, but instinctively I rolled to the side. My wings kept me aloft and steadied me in the air as her missiles flew by and exploded behind me. She immediately sent several more shots, but I looped in the air and dived, avoiding each one. I didn't know how to fly, but it was like the feeling came naturally to me, like skating did. I'd paid attention in flight class, even though I hadn't gained my wings yet, and I applied the information I'd been taught as I spun out of the way of Gabby's spells. She screamed in rage as each of her blasts missed me, her magic failing her. I smirked. My turn. I searched inside me for my light, the power Milana had given me. From within, I was able to draw out a flickering ball of sapphire. I gave a laugh that sounded half mad. "Better run," I sang, repeating her taunt from earlier. Gabby's eyes widened. She turned and fled. Her wings beat like mad as she flew in a jagged pattern to outmaneuver me. But, as I'd learned, my left hand was a great shot, and with it I barely missed. I flung the ball of magic in her direction. It slammed into Gabby's back and she spun out. Her wings failed to support her as she crashed against the earth hard, and the crowd let out a moan. Her eyes fluttered shut and she didn't stir. Gabby had been knocked out by the force of my blow. She wasn't getting up again for some time. Now I had to deal with Elijah. I turned in mid-air and flew his way. The glint of my sword shone at me from the ground. I picked it up as I flew past, aiming my sights for Elijah. He saw me coming. Elijah's eyes fixated on Ethan, who was still lying helpless on the ground. He surged forward, jaws extended, to finish the job and end Ethan's life forever. But my wings were faster, and I got to him first. I kicked out my foot as he dove for Ethan's neck, and it collided right with Elijah's stupid face. He was knocked over backward. I landed as Elijah struggled to his feet. I thrust my sword out and pressed it against his neck. Elijah gasped, eyes red and bloodshot as they locked with mine. "Emma," Ethan rasped, "don't kill him." A moment's worth of hesitation crossed through me. Don't kill him? Why not? He'd cost us nothing but trouble. He'd murdered someone. He would have killed Ethan if I hadn't gotten here first. I should do away with him, and Gabby too. Yet Ethan was my mate. He was my alpha, and I loved him. I didn't have to do as he commanded, but I chose to. I dug the point of my blade into Elijah's neck and drew blood. "Surrender," I breathed, "or I'll run you through." Elijah raised a lip and growled. Then he transformed back into a man and raised his hands in defeat, bitter hatred emanating from his every feature. The crowd exploded. Thunderous applause, along with shouts of victory, rang out in the stands around us. My wings faded away as I landed. I lowered my sword and turned on the spot, my mouth dropping open in awe. "All hail the king! All hail the queen!" the crowd was chanting. Elijah had dragged himself away and was sitting at Gabby's side. Ethan had changed back. He was lying on the ground on his back, still bleeding and wincing in pain. "We did it, Emma," he whispered. "You did it." "Ethan." I knelt down. "Is it bad?" "I'll survive," he gasped as he pushed himself into a sitting position. "I'll need your help getting up, though." "Of course." I pulled Ethan to his feet and put his arm around my shoulder. The audience cheered even louder as he stood. I helped him limp to the gates while flowers were tossed into the arena. Now that the fight was over, it felt like the strength Milana had given me was fading. I was exhausted. It was hard dragging Ethan around. He was a big guy, but it wasn't long before Lord Lucian ran onto the field. He took Ethan from me, and a huge weight was removed from my shoulders as my mate leaned against him instead. Lady Magdalena had followed, and she gave me a nod of approval as we met near the gates.
Well done. Lord Lucian's smile was broader than I'd ever seen. Well done, you two. Thanks. Ethan's head lolled on his shoulder. He was almost out of it. Ethan, do you realize what we've done? We've won, I said. You're going to be king. King. I can hardly believe it. Ethan's voice was faint. It was like he could barely process what was going on. I worried about him. We need to get him patched up. To the medical tent it is, Lady Magdalena said. Ethan grumbled something incoherent. You should visit the medical tent as well, Miss Sosna, Lucian said. It was a hard fight. I'll be all right, I told him. What I really need is to change out of these clothes. My armor, along with my tourney colors, were filthy. I looked around. Where's our court? It'd be nice to see my friends right now. They're waiting in the winner's circle, where you'll be presented after Ethan gets his bearings, Lucian replied. I suggest you get cleaned up before joining them. Lady Magdalena put a soft hand on my back. That was excellent work, Emmeline. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Small praise, but I was used to it from a figure skating instructor. Thanks, coach. When we got to the medical tent, Lucian ducked inside with Ethan. I went to follow, but Magdalena blocked my way. I know you want to be with him, but trust he's in good hands, Magdalena said firmly. It's time for you to be concerned with yourself. A queen must put on her best appearances to the public. I hated to leave Ethan's side, but I felt like I'd get in the way of the medical tent, and I wanted everyone's focus to be on helping him. Then I realized Lady Magdalena had called me a queen. Holy shit, I was Ethan's bride. That made me It hadn't seemed real before. During the ball, the contest, it all seemed like a game. A slim chance at something I'd never have. Now, it was in my grasp. I was the next queen of the Arcania. Ethan and we'd rule over them all. Lady Magdalena escorted me to my tent. She put a hand on the small of my back and said, We'll send Ethan along to escort you to the celebration once his injuries have been tended to. I eagerly await your arrival at the winner's circle. She gave me a smile that seemed to hide so much more before she strolled away in that careless, elegant way of hers. Lady Magdalena had plans for me as queen. I was certain of it. The emptiness of my tent was a welcome refuge. It was quiet in here and far away from people. I didn't feel suffocated. I could recharge. As I gazed into the mirror, I wondered what I would look like with a crown on top of my head. I was an outcast back home. Everyone avoided me and hated me there. Now I'd become the most popular woman in Malovia overnight. How was I going to handle the change? It was all too much to handle. I'd put Ethan on the throne, yet I didn't consider the consequences of becoming a royal. Probably because before, I never thought we'd win. Yet we had, and it was going to change everything. I needed some space. I needed something simple and average, something comforting. I struggled out of my armor and threw my tourney colors on the floor. Once I was naked, I used the water basin and a washcloth to wipe off all the dirt and grime that had accumulated on my skin during the contest, all while wondering what I'd gotten myself into. I washed away the war paint and brushed out my braids so that my red hair became soft and wavy over my shoulders. A simple cotton dress, navy in color with long, billowing sleeves had been laid out on the bed, along with fur boots and a cloak. Gods, how I missed jeans, or even pajama pants. Couldn't I show up in those? The dress felt more like a nightgown as I slipped it over my skin. It was comfortable and soft. I thought that I could fall asleep in it. I didn't know how I was going to stay awake during this party. My eyes were already closing shut. I sat on the bed to try and make the room stop spinning. So many had died today in an attempt to gain what I had. I didn't even think I wanted it. I wondered if I was being ungrateful or selfish. The tent flap fluttered open. My heart rose in hope, wanting it to be Ethan. But it wasn't. It was fucking Gabby. She was still wearing her tournament armor. In her hand, she carried a cell phone. I gave her a scathing look. It's a little late to try and kill me, don't you think? Her nose wrinkled. I'm not here to kill you, Sosna. Unfortunately, I lost my shot at that a few moments ago. I'm here to make a deal. I cruelly laughed as I rose from the bed. You want to make a deal with me? I'm going to be queen, bitch. I'm in a pretty good fucking position. What could you possibly offer that I'd be interested in? Gabby strolled toward me. Once she was at my side, she unlocked the cell phone and went to her camera application. How about this? A video played on her screen. It was surveillance of some back alleyway in Dolinska. There was a man there, facing the camera. I didn't know who it was until I looked closer. My stomach dipped as I recognized the face on screen. Ethan. But it wasn't just Ethan. He was wearing the clothes of someone I knew. A dark cloak I recognized. Ethan fitted a mask onto his face, one of a white wolf. Ethan waved his hand as he cast a spell. A duplicate of the phantom, of himself, appeared before him. Ethan doubled over in pain just as the clone took off. Then he turned and drew a grappling hook from the belt around his waist. He shot it in the other direction, and the line pulled him off view of the camera as he rose to the rooftops. The truth of it all slammed into me so hard that it almost knocked me off my feet. Ethan was the phantom. Ethan was my true mate, the one my soul had bonded with, my one and only love. Gabby caught the astounded look on my face and let out a barking laugh. You've got to be kidding me! You didn't know about this either? Does he tell you nothing? Apparently he didn't. Ethan didn't trust me. The revelation hollowed me and created a black pit of despair within my soul. Ethan had all this time to tell me he was the phantom, knew I was desperately searching for him, and he'd kept his mouth shut. He'd cast some kind of illusion spell to duplicate himself and trick me into thinking the phantom was someone else. It'd all been an elaborate ruse. But why? I couldn't let my feelings show. Gabby was here. I reorganized my features and gave her a cold glare. What do you want? The only thing I've ever wanted, Gabby replied bluntly. Power. Why didn't you tell the authorities about the phantom before the contest if you wanted to get rid of Ethan so bad? I snarled. This would have knocked him right out of the running. News just came in a moment ago, sweetheart. A Black Claw delivered this to my tent personally. Seems like I'm the one person in Dolinska who knows. She grinned. Besides you and the Black Claw, anyway. So turn him in now. He'll lose the crown. I snapped. She made a tittering sound. Now why would I do that when I can just force the new leaders of the Arcania to do whatever I want? Gabby turned off the cell phone. She moved around the tent in a gloating way as she continued. If I tell the authorities who Ethan is now, they'll remove him from the throne and the contest will have to start all over again. Elijah and I aren't taking our chances and going through with a new competition. Not when we could have the both of you working for us. I'll never work for you, I growled through my teeth. Then your fiancé goes to jail. She shrugged. I could really care less either way. I'd get a thrill of seeing Noack behind bars. I seethed. I've got dirt on you too. I know you and Elijah killed Waldron. She rolled her eyes. Big deal. Got any proof? When I didn't respond, she smirked again. Of course you don't. But the dirt on you I can actually back up. Video evidence doesn't lie. Human technology can't be manipulated by illusion magic. And I'd be willing to bet there's a ton of circumstantial evidence that'll fall right into place once Noack's name comes into the picture. The police have been watching the Phantom for a while now. They only need the last piece of the puzzle to put everything together. I hate you, I snapped. Eat me all you want, Sosna. It's just business. Gabby flipped her hair over her shoulder. This is how the monarchy works. It's all threats and backdoor deals and dirty politics. Better get used to it. I crossed my arms. What's your deal? It's simple. You do what I tell you to and convince Ethan of the same thing. But there's a caveat. I don't want Ethan getting any ideas we know he's the Phantom. You can never tell him that you know the truth, Gabby said. It compromises things. He's free to do his vigilante side gig and you can be his little queen if you both do as you're told. I swear a vein in my forehead twitched. I could feel it. That's not good enough, is it? No, there's a second part to the deal, Gabby added sharply. You don't tell anyone about Waldron, or anything else Elijah and I decide to do. We've got the Black Claw in our hands, and we'll use them as we see fit without any interference from you or the authorities. You expect me to just sit back here and do nothing while you go on a murder spree? I hissed. Fat chance. If you say a word to the Arcania Alliance about anything Elijah and I are involved in, you can kiss your mate goodbye. Gabby's eyes narrowed. Eli and I have big plans for this city, and we don't plan on letting anyone get in our way. I gave a low, guttural laugh. When Ethan's king, he'll take care of you. Once he's been coronated, your asses are fried. I'll tell him everything. You breathe a word of this to Ethan, now or in the future, and he'll be locked up before either of you know it. Our deal remains a secret. The Circle will never allow a vigilante to keep the throne. Gabby raised an eyebrow. It's your choice. My insides seethed with rage. I hated the thought of becoming Gabby's puppet. I didn't want to sing and dance to her tune for the rest of my life. But if I didn't, she'd make sure I'd pay for it by losing my mate for good. Fine, I snapped. It's a deal. But you'd better hold up on your end of the bargain. As long as you hold up yours, she breathed coolly. If this goes right, all of us will be able to live happily ever after. My temper snapped. Leave now, I said, or I'll have you thrown out. It was the first order I'd given as queen, and God, I meant it. Gabby said nothing in response. She merely turned and strode away with her shoulders thrown back. Gabby had lost the king's contest, but I had a bitter feeling in my heart that made me feel like she'd won. My legs weren't able to keep me upright once she left the tent. I fell upon the bed. My knees curled inward, and my hands ran through my hair as the earth-shattering reality rushed through my veins. I was Ethan's true mate. The Phantom and the Prince were the same man. We were meant to be together forever. And Ethan had known that from the beginning. He'd lied to me. After all this time, months even, he had never told me the truth, and I didn't know why. But I couldn't even tell him that I knew, because if I did, Gabby would expose his true identity and he'd go to prison. I'd lose him forever. If I got too close, cared about him too much, fell for him harder than I already had, it would be too difficult to keep the secret. The closer Ethan and I became, the more I put him at risk. Keeping him at a distance was the only way to save his life. Ethan could never know that I loved the true man behind the mask, all thanks to fucking Gabby. And yet, I knew the secrets Ethan kept too. He cared for me. He truly and deeply did. He tried to deny it, even to my face, but it was so obvious to see. He had so much adoration for me built up within him, which, for some reason, he felt the need to hide. Ethan Nowak loved me. The fact of it was enough to bring tears to my eyes. I turned on my back and stared up at the ceiling of the tent. I could forgive Ethan. Whatever reasons he had for concealing the Phantom, they had to be good ones. He wouldn't have withheld the truth from me if he had any other choice. He was too honorable. But I couldn't forgive Gabby. And by the gods, I wanted to make her pay. She couldn't torture Ethan and I like this. Not forever. Eventually, the truth would come out. And when it did, there'd be a war. I was the new ruler of the Arcania. But more than that, I was Ethan's. I belonged to him and he belonged to me. We shared a primal connection that flowed through our blood. A bond that was solidified by the magic of our Fae ancestors. That man was my heart and soul. No matter what was to come, I'd do anything to defend him. I'd live for him. I'd die for him. Whatever the consequences, I'd stand by his side, now and always. The monarchy was a game of chess, and in chess, the queen only had one goal: to protect her king.
Chapter 25. Ethan. I couldn't describe the range of emotions that were coursing through me. I'd finally accomplished my task. I'd won the contest and the right as king. I'd followed in the footsteps of my father and hopefully made him proud. I was going to be ruler of the Arcania, and it had been Emma's doing. Elijah had bested me during the duel. He'd injured me so badly I couldn't fight back. I thought we'd lost for sure, until I looked up and saw the most beautiful wings above me, Emma's wings. She didn't need the necklace. She was powerful all on her own. I owed everything to her. I had truly chosen well. At the medical tent, they bandaged up my injured shoulder, as well as all my other wounds. I was given an energy potion and a potion of herbs to help me heal. Shifters healed faster than most other supernaturals, and after I was patched up, I was already feeling better. I still walked with a limp, but I was sure it'd be gone by morning. My body was bruised all over, yet I hardly felt the pain. I was too elated. I'd won the contest and was on top of the world. Nothing could ruin my triumph this day. As soon as the healers let me go, I left the medical tent and hobbled back to my own. Emma. I wanted to see her. I needed to thank her for everything that she'd done. I didn't know how I was going to repay her for our victory, but I wanted to start right now. I entered our tent. Emma was sitting on the bed. One hand was on her head. She was looking down at the ground. A glass of half-finished red wine sat on the bedside table nearby. She looked devastated. I didn't understand. We had won. What was so upsetting about that? Emma. A broad smile crossed my face. I was smiling so hard it nearly hurt. When she looked up, a visage of relief came across her pretty features, as well as other emotions. I thought I saw a flash of resentment, strange, before it faded away to be replaced by something more passionate. She stood from the bed and rushed toward me. I hurried to her as fast as I could. With my good arm, I picked her up and crushed her against my chest in a wholesome embrace. She hugged me back. She cast her arms around my shoulders and buried her face in my neck, as if she was trying to hide herself from the world. When I set her down, she looked at me in a way she never had. Her eyes narrowed, and she tilted her head to the side in curiosity. It was unsettling, like she knew something about me now that she hadn't before, or she was trying to picture someone else in my place. I can't believe it. The grin wouldn't melt off my face. We made it. We're going to be king and queen, Em. The corners of her mouth tilted upward slightly. Yeah, I guess we are, aren't we? A bit of my enthusiasm dampened. I thought she'd be more excited. I stroked her hair back and cupped her face in my hand. What is it you want, Emma? You're queen now. Whatever you ask for, you'll have. I want to give you the world. I don't want anything, Emma replied honestly. I just want you. That went like an arrow straight to my heart. It melted away my tough woven exterior and exposed a soft shifter, one who wanted to crawl onto my mate's lap and beg for her attention. I pulled myself together and said, Well, I suppose we should get out of these filthy clothes. We have a celebration to get to. They'd removed my armor at the medical tent to take care of my wounds. Let me help you. Emma went to the water basin. She dipped in a clean cloth as I stripped away my shirt. She began wiping the dirt off of me. I shivered as she lightly caressed the cloth over my chest and abdomen. Every nerve of my body fired off when the tips of her fingers pressed against my skin. Her eyes surveyed me hungrily and intensely as she watched the water trickle slowly down my muscles. She was definitely checking me out. By the gods, this was some kind of torture. My senses were overpowering. Emma put her hands on the button at the top of my trousers. It was a gesture that both thrilled me and frightened me. I wanted her to take my pants off, badly, but then she'd see my prosthetic and my missing leg. I shied away from her hands. It was involuntary, but it still happened. Emma frowned, like my reaction bothered her. I wasn't ready to be that vulnerable. Not yet. She stepped away and put the cloth back in the basin. While her back was turned, I ducked behind the screen. A new set of clothes had been placed there for me. I stripped quickly and tried to slip the clean pants on as fast as possible. As a result, I tripped and fell against a tent wall. I righted myself and finished buttoning with trembling hands. Do you need help? Her voice sounded hopeful. No, I'm fine, I told her. I could still dress myself. Okay. Disappointment rang throughout her tone. I hated to tell her no, but still. I didn't want her to see that part of me. Ever. I knew it would have to happen eventually, though my heart pleaded it never would. She'd probably think I was less of a man. It was better to keep the illusion. When I stepped out from behind the screen, Emma didn't hesitate. She flung herself at me. I didn't know what to do. Her body crashed into mine, and our lips met as one. Shock and surprise came over me at the unexpected kiss. My rigid form was put at ease as her soft mouth melded with my own. She placed her arms around my neck and trailed her fingers through my hair, giving tender kisses that landed delicately against my mouth.
Emma and Ethan initiate intimacy, but are interrupted by Odette. Emma asks Odette not to tell anyone what she saw. They pull themselves together and go to meet their friends.
Anyway, Emma shook her hair around her shoulders, and I nearly died. Should we get going? The wolf in me growled with displeasure and demanded that I rip Emma's dress right off her now and get back to what we were doing. But diplomacy had another way, so I extended my arm to Emma and said, "Very well, let us leave." We walked in silence among the tents on our way to the celebration. It was like the two of us only knew one way or the other, distance or incredible closeness. We were always bouncing between them. I wanted to find a happy medium that would satisfy us both. Emma was acting like I was a complete stranger again, and I didn't know why. "Is there something on your mind?" I asked her. "You seem troubled." Emma didn't answer for a long moment. "I'm not ready for sex, Ethan," she began. "I don't know if I'm ready for any of this." My heart dropped. That wasn't something I wanted to hear. I didn't care about the sex part. I cared she was telling me this was moving too fast for her. It was hard to understand why she was pushing me away. I wanted to dive right into a relationship with Emma and everything that came with it. I wanted the kissing, the touching, the being there for everything, and the bad stuff that came along with it, too. But we'd only become engaged a few weeks ago. Prior to that, our relationship had been purely platonic. We'd been thrown into this without any kind of lead-up. We'd only kissed twice, and I had asked the world from her beforehand. I brought her to a stop. She faced me. "Emma, I will never force you into anything," I vowed. "What's between us is purely your choice, no matter what we do." She bit her lip anxiously. "I enjoyed fooling around with you. It felt good. It felt right." She shook her head. I'm worried about getting too close." I knew how she felt. To be too close was dangerous. It made you vulnerable, and love was enough to make an Arcania lose their minds. Look what had happened to Albin. Emma didn't want to lose herself in me, because she wasn't ready to go that far. The passion between mates could save you, but it could just as often destroy you. "I was just following your lead, but if you had asked me to stop, I would have," I said. "I don't know what came over me back there," she confessed. "I care about you, Ethan, but in that moment, it was like I lost control." "You shouldn't blame yourself. The mating bond can be a powerful thing." Shit. I had slipped up, and she caught it. Emma raised an eyebrow. "I thought you said you didn't believe we were bonded." I hastened to cover my tracks. "I merely meant we had chosen each other." Her eyes dampened with sorrow. "Of course." She hadn't brought up the Phantom once during this tournament, and she didn't bring him up again now. I found it odd. Had she forgotten about him completely? Gods, I hoped so. I wanted her to love me, not him. He was a part of me I wished to hide from her forever. But mating didn't work that way. There weren't supposed to be secrets between spouses, especially not ones this big. But what other choice did I have? Emma took a breath. "Right now, I want us to be more than friends and see where it goes. Is that okay with you?" Sadness stirred within my chest. We had made a commitment, yes, but she didn't need to follow through with anything more than what the royal engagement demanded of her. She didn't have to kiss me, or sleep with me, or even love me to rule as queen. At this point, we just had to work together. If I truly wanted Emma, I was going to have to pursue her and win over her heart. Just like a wolf on the hunt, I became excited by the challenge. "That's perfectly fine," I said. "I, for one, am excited to see where this goes." A soft smile came across her lips. "Me too, Ethan. Me too." I loved it when she said my name. It sounded like a song. I was being flowery, but so many emotions were coursing through me. It was like trying to hold back floodgates when all I wanted to do was let the doors open and have the water rush over me. But if Emma wanted to start with a small glass, I'd stand back willingly and savor every drop. The celebration tent was huge. It was more than 100 feet long and packed with guests. Lord Lucian and Lady Magdalena greeted us at the entrance. When we arrived, hundreds of Arcania broke into loud cheers and claps. The tent was alight with warmth, decorations, and the smells of a gourmet feast. Our court was waiting for us at the end of the tent. They sat at a long table covered with food and ale. Stefan was already half drunk and was composing awful ballads that he'd made up on the spot about me and Emma's victory. Theo was pointedly attempting to ignore him. Delmare and Odette sent both of us feisty, pointed looks as we drew near, giggling like small girls. Delmare smirked as we inched past. "You two need condoms. I've got a box," she snickered. "Only if you and Stefan are done using them," Emma said back fairly. Delmare flushed pink. I'm pretty sure she'd have given us the finger if we weren't surrounded by diplomats. Stefan was so buzzed he didn't notice. Emma and I took seats at the middle of the table. I noticed 2 members were missing as I counted heads. "Where's Alexei?" I asked. "He's sick, unfortunately. Kiara's tending to him," Delmare said. "Emotions around the contest were too high. He couldn't handle it. But he and Kiara send you their congratulations." "We'll have to celebrate together later," Odette peeped. "All of us." I didn't comment. I was sure Alexei was sick, but I had a feeling Kiara held back on coming for another reason. She probably didn't think we deserved to win. As the feast began, I noticed Lady Corva eyeing Emma and I with pure, undisguised hatred. It was clear how much she despised us for stealing the crown away from her son. If there was an assassination attempt, I'd pick her to be the first suspect. "So how does this thing work?" Emma asked. "We won the contest, so what next?" "There's a 5-month period after the king's contest has ended for the circle to give trials of competence to the newly elected king and queen," I told her. "We'll be coronated at the end of next semester." "You mean we have to go through more tests?" Emma turned green. "They're not hard, mostly questions of intelligence and political matters. They merely want to ensure they're not putting an idiot on the throne," I told her. "The tests won't be difficult to pass." Emma didn't look convinced. It was then that a shadow fell over our table. It was Elijah. A heated darkness had come over his expression, smoldering with contempt. He was so jealous it was laughable. Glee flooded my veins as I observed his pouting exterior. He was such a child. The scar that I'd given him during the duel was slowly healing, but it'd be permanent. "Congratulations," he seethed. "You won the crown." "It was a good fight," I said. "You should be proud of how you placed." Elijah rolled his eyes and made a disgusted noise. He couldn't stand to be bothered with common decency. Second place wasn't good enough for him. Elijah's beady eyes landed on Emma. His lip curled. "That was quite the performance. Seems you aren't a helpless whelp after all." I nearly rose from the table. Elijah caught that he'd gotten to me, and Emma's hand wrapped around mine. She gave my fingers a squeeze to tell me to calm down. She responded coolly. "You should be thankful I didn't finish the job, because I wanted to." Elijah's teeth flashed as he gritted them together. His fists bunched up, and he ground out, "I suggest you watch what you say, little bitch. As you saw with Noak's father, kings can die fairly quickly, and it's not uncommon for the new leader to force the previous alpha female to submit. Maybe you'll even like it." The wolf inside me snapped. When Elijah made that threat against Emma, I completely lost it. Red-hot rage consumed me and took away everything except a primal instinct I had to protect my mate. The table upended as I transformed on the spot. Screams shattered the night. I flew over the table, and my paws landed on Elijah's shoulders. I pinned him to the ground, bearing my canines. Elijah was so shocked that he froze beneath me, and with my weight pressed against him, he couldn't move. My breath was hot on his face as I dove in to end his life for good. "Ethan, stop!" Lord Lucian was there at an instant. He threw his arms around my shoulders in an attempt to hold me back. Several other men came forward to drag me off of Elijah. I was distinctly aware of Stefan and Theo. It took multiple people to drag me away. I finally changed back as the all-consuming fury began to die out, and Elijah scampered to his feet, the blood drained from his cheeks. Fear. I could smell it on him. Even now, I still wanted to end him. I'd asked Emma to spare his life during the contest because he was my cousin, nothing more. That appeared to be a mistake. "Stop the feast!" Gabby's voice broke through the commotion. My eyes flashed upward. Emma rose from her seat. Gabby came blazing in through the entrance of the tent, officials behind her. Their old faces seemed stern and condemning. Steward Solomon was with them. He, too, seemed solemn and strict. Lady Magdalena met them in the middle of the room. "What is the meaning of this?" she burst. "How dare you interrupt the feast of the king?" "He doesn't deserve a feast, and neither does she," Gabby pointed at Emma. "She cheated." Astonished gasps scattered throughout the tent. My stomach bottomed out. Oh no, this couldn't be happening. Steward Solomon came forward. "I'm afraid there's been a mistake," Steward Solomon announced. "We must alter the results of the contest." "For what reason?" Magdalena snapped. Steward Solomon fished in his robes. "Because of this." He opened his palm to show the dark necklace. Whispers ran throughout the room. "This item was found in Prince Ethan and Miss Sosna's tent after being searched. Miss Ciar brought it to our attention that the two of them were influencing the competition unfairly. This evidence has sealed the charges against them." Lady Corva immediately stepped forward. "She used dark magic to win." Lady Corva gestured her hand wildly at Emma. "Is the circle going to allow this blatant insult against them?" "Prove it," Lady Magdalena snapped. "Prove that this wasn't planted in their tent." Heads turned in Emma's direction. No one spoke a word or dared to breathe. Emma appeared like a terrified girl before a pack of wolves. "Go on," Lady Magdalena said confidently. "Unseelie magic leaves traces. Remove your cloak. Prove them wrong." With a trembling hand, Emma was forced to withdraw her cloak. Sounds of distress and disbelief echoed throughout the tent as the scars around her neck from wearing the necklace were clear for all to see. Lady Magdalena was at a cross between horror and disbelief. Lucian, I was ashamed to see, appeared wholly disappointed. "This proves it," Lady Corva burst. "The magic she used weren't from the abilities of her own talent. She drew them from a dark source." Steward Solomon shook his head. "A terrible illusion, I see. It seems there is only one thing to do in this case." He turned toward the crowd and raised his voice. "As Prince Ethan and Emmeline Sosna altered their results of the contest through unholy means, the crown must pass to the second-place winners, Elijah Zlodya and Gabriella Ciar." "No!" Emma and I both shouted at the same time. No one listened. Scattered applause rang out like death bells within the tent. Elijah beamed proudly, with a fond look at his mate. Gabby only had eyes for Emma, and she raised her head in a gloating manner. "Restart the contest! Put on another tournament to choose a different king," Emma blurted. Steward Solomon frowned. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Although what you and Prince Ethan did is a crime, it's not a significant enough charge to hold an entirely new competition. You merely cheated, and although it costs you your placing, it does not throw out the results of the other contestants. We cannot wait another year to perform the ceremonies and ask for the blessings of the gods once more. The crown must go to the runner-up." "Don't be so upset. You cheated," Elijah taunted. "Don't break the rules of the contest, and maybe you would have been able to keep your placing." Emma made a sarcastic noise. Looks like being offended can even win you a throne these days, Emma spat back. That's enough of this, Steward Solomon said firmly. Miss Sosnya, Prince Ethan, please remove yourselves and your court from the winner's table. I was in such shock. I couldn't believe this was happening. Emma and I had the throne in our grasp, and it had been cruelly taken away. Remember our deal, Sosna? Gabby purred as she strolled past, with a snarky glance at me. Just because I'm going to be queen now doesn't mean anything's changed. Keep your wolf in line. Emma hurled a hated look her way. Elijah took my seat, and Gabby sat beside him. Emma, myself, and our court were forcibly escorted out of the tent. The sounds of the party resumed, and they were a painful reminder of everything we lost. Every laugh and delighted noise ached at my core. Our worst nightmare had come true. Elijah had control of the crown. He'd become king, and who knew where Malovia would be after that? What deal was Gabby talking about, Emma? I whirled on her. My anger was so overwhelming I could hardly see straight. Emma gave me a steely look. Gabby came into our tent while you were getting fixed up. She threatened me. She told me that if I didn't do as she said while I was queen, she'd hurt you. I'm supposing she's turning the deal around now, so that if we try to stop her in any way from being queen, she'll take your life. And mine, possibly. Her tone was guarded, and she wouldn't meet my eyes. Had her and Gabby made some sort of backdoor deal? She was hiding something else. Would these secrets ever end between us? Hypocritical bastard, a bitter voice taunted, but I ignored it. I'm going to kick that bitch's ass, Delmare snapped. What are you going to do, Irina? Stefan had stepped in. He immediately sobered up as he rounded on her. You can't touch her now without getting hurt. She's going to be queen. Once they crown her, it's all over. I'll crown her all right, Delmare raged. Enough, I growled, and all fell silent. We need to talk about this someplace else. The others gathered my meaning. We left the tents. Darkness enveloped us as the arena was left behind and lights faded. We drove further into the woods until Emma had to light a spell so that we could see. Only when we were in a clearing devoid of the chance of being overheard did we stop to congregate in a circle. God damn it! I punched a tree. My knuckles hurt, but I didn't care. Close. We were so fucking close. We had everything, and then Gabby tore it away. I'd been focusing on Elijah the entire time. My mistake. It was his mate that was the real threat. This isn't right, Emma whispered. The hag told me you'd be king. She said... She lied, Emma, I all but roared. When are you going to understand that monsters don't tell the truth? Emma's eyes watered with tears. I hated hurting her like this, but by the gods, how could she be so naive? What hag? Delmare looked utterly confused. The others wore similarly confused looks. It doesn't matter right now, I replied. What matters is we lost. We fucking lost. Why would you do that, Emma? Odette spoke weakly. You shouldn't have cheated. Emma's head hung low. I know I shouldn't have. Her voice trembled. She barely held back tears as she said, You just don't understand how hard it was to survive out there. What I would do to keep Ethan alive. My heart clenched at the admission. Emma had been the one who'd cheated. Yes, but I was the one who'd failed. She still didn't know much about this world. I was her mate. It was my duty to lead and guide her, and I'd been utterly unsuccessful in doing so. I can't even imagine, Theo agreed, but that doesn't make what you did right. Emma's eyes turned on me. I could barely look at her right now. Her choices had cost us everything. They'd cost us our future, my legacy, the safety of the country, and all of Malovia's people were now at risk because of a dumb decision she'd made and my inability to protect her from making that decision. I was furious with her and angrier at myself for being so blind, enraged that I hadn't been able to defend my title and my mate. But being mad wasn't going to change things, and rage wouldn't stop what was coming. I could be as angry with Emma as I wanted, but what good would it do? What's past is past, I said viciously. We lost the throne. Now what are we going to do about it? Silence reigned, and an owl hooted somewhere in the distance. Stefan spoke. Is there anything we can do? There must be. Delmare's voice was firm. I personally don't give a fuck that you guys cheated. I would have done the same thing to make sure Gabby and Elijah didn't win. Your only mistake was getting caught. Theo shook his head. I don't agree with what Emma did, but she was backed into a corner, and who we have now for Malovia's future is far, far worse. Exactly, I raged, and it can't be allowed to happen. So we take care of them, Emma said. Get rid of them before they pass the final tests and take the monarchy back. We can't kill them now. What would that look like? I angrily kicked a rock, and it went scattering into the darkness beyond. We'd be the first suspects. We should have slain Elijah and Gabby in the arena, Emma whispered. We aren't murderers. It wouldn't have been the right way, I shot back at her. You think your father stayed on the throne without spilling a bit of blood? Emma questioned. Kings have to kill, Ethan. It's part of the job. I know that, Emma, but that doesn't mean I want to start my rule that way. Well, now that we didn't, it's not going to start at all. Furious tears fell from Emma's eyes. We lost everything. Because of me. No, because of me. My form shook. If I hadn't attacked Elijah, everything would have been fine. I should have controlled my temper. I made us look like fools. He provoked you. He knew he could get to you through me, Emma said weakly. He was merely a distraction so Gabby could steal the necklace from our tent. Stefan stepped in. It's no use blaming yourselves. What's done is done. The dragon smoldered, and his eyes narrowed before he said, But I think we need to make a pact. Right here, right now. Elijah and Gabby are going down, no matter what. A bluster of wind shook the bare trees. Stefan, Theo said quietly, you're suggesting treason. So what if I am? Stefan said. Do you want to live in a country where that bastard makes the rules? Theo fell silent. Stefan's eyes burned as he surveyed our faces. I know we have to stop this in whatever way we can. Murder might be out, but there are other ways to get rid of a king. Are any of you with me? Delmare was the first to come forward. I'm in, she said. Whatever you guys are up to, I'll help in any way I can. Odette hesitated. Then she took Theo's hand. She looked up at him, and he nodded in response. Theo and I will lend a hand, Odette said. But guys, we need to be very careful. Emma drew her head up high. I made a huge mistake, one I wish I had never considered, but I'm going to do whatever I can to rectify it. I promised Ethan when I became his mate that I'd protect the people of Malovia, and in the name of Malona, that's what I'm going to do. All eyes looked to me. I stepped into the center of the circle. I want to thank everyone for being there for Emma and I began. I don't want to put anyone in any danger, especially not my friends, but I think we can all agree that if we don't risk our lives and do something about this, the very fate of the country is at stake. I took a steadying breath. No more games, no more contests. We fight from the shadows to bring Malovia into the light. We save our people and our country. We do whatever it takes. Elijah and Gabby were going to shatter this nation into 1,000,000 pieces unless we stopped them. Emma, myself, and our friends were going to make this country whole again. I had lost my chance to be king, but we'd find another king to take Elijah's place, one who would bring the country into a rebirth instead of torturing it with a slow death. There was no time to waste. Our fight started now.
The end. The battle for Malovia begins in the Dragon Oath, University of Sorcery, Book 2. This has been The Wolven Mark, Hidden Legends, University of Sorcery, Book 1. Written by Megan Linsky, narrated by Liana Walsh and Max Pinkins. Copyright 2019 by Megan Linsky. Audio copyright 2020 and 2023 by Megan Linsky.